This story follows a man named Chong Yan, an underpaid engineer who collapses from the overwhelming stress of his workload. After dying, he awakens in a new world, reincarnated into the body of a prince. In this unfamiliar land, witches exist and possess supernatural abilities. Chong Yan, now inhabiting a royal identity, plans to combine his engineering knowledge with the powers of witches to advance this primitive society. His new life begins abruptly. A voice calls out for him to wake up. As he opens his eyes, he finds himself seated on a chair, stunned by his surroundings. Several women dressed in strange old-fashioned clothing stand around him. When he looks forward, he sees an entire town gathered before what appears to be an execution platform. Naturally, his mind reels. Moments earlier he had been crunching numbers, not presiding over executions. Suddenly, a bald man addresses him as Prince, and reminds him that the time for the execution has arrived. He must announce his judgment. Still lost, Chong Yan hesitates, but as he concentrates, the original memories of the body's true owner rush into his mind. He learns that he is now Roland Wimbledon, the fourth prince of Greycastle. His father, the king, has sent each of his children to rule separate territories, promising that in 5 years the one who governs best will inherit the throne. Unfortunately for Roland, his siblings possess remarkable talents that give them a significant edge. The first prince is an exceptional warrior. The second masters finance. The third princess commands a loyal following. The fifth princess is exceptionally intelligent. Meanwhile, Roland, long considered the most useless of the royal children, has been sent to a remote border town filled with filth, poverty, and neglect. Here he must somehow transform this miserable place into a thriving territory. As he grapples with the weight of this revelation, the old advisor reminds him again to issue his ruling. Only then does he realize that the accused criminal he is expected to execute is a witch. The crowd roars with anticipation, eager to watch the supposed devil spawn be put to death. Disgusted by their ignorance and barbaric behavior, he angrily swats the execution order out of the advisor's hands and commands them to release the witch immediately. The crowd falls into uneasy silence, clearly displeased with the prince's sudden change in judgment. Roland sighs in exhaustion and announces that the trial will be postponed. The old advisor tries to convince him otherwise, and Chief Knight Carter Lannis steps forward, urging the prince to reconsider. According to him, if they delay the execution, other witches might attempt a rescue. Roland cannot help but laugh at the idea of this muscular, battle-hardened knight being so terrified of witches. He casually strolls down from the platform, suggesting that if more witches did attack, they could simply eliminate them all at once. Carter, baffled, does not know how to respond. The scene shifts to Roland's residence in Border Town. Outside, the irritated knight stands stiffly while Roland firmly shuts the door in his face. Alone, Roland initially sighs in relief before suddenly panicking. He has never dealt with so many people before, at least not while alive. Yet he refuses to waste this second chance at life. Determined, he resolves to take Roland's role seriously and uncover the truth about the witch. The story then moves to the dungeon where she is being held. Despite the knight's frantic warnings about the dangers of facing a witch, Roland simply laughs at them, teasing Carter for being scared of a little girl. Carter insists witches are servants of the devil. Roland ignores him and continues forward until he finally stands before the girl labeled a witch. She rises to her feet, and Roland immediately flushes at her beauty. Carter, however, loudly steps in, urging the prince to keep his distance. Annoyed, Roland lightly smacks the knight on the helmet and tells him to stand back. He approaches the girl again and gently asks for her name. After some hesitation, she tells her story. Her father had been trapped during a mine collapse. In the chaos, a greedy miner tried to steal his belongings. She called neighbors for help, and her uncle confronted the thief. When the man nearly killed her uncle, she instinctively reached out, unleashing a power she never meant to use. The attacker was instantly reduced to ash. Horrified, the neighbors branded her a witch. Despite her pleas for secrecy, her father ultimately turned her in. Before she can finish, the advisor steps forward and urges Roland to execute her before she causes further harm. Roland waves him off. Intrigued, he wants to see this supposed witchcraft for himself. The girl is stunned. No one has ever asked her to display her powers before. But Roland, unbothered, encourages her to demonstrate what she can do. Anna calmly reminds the prince that her powers are sealed by the locket around her neck. She warns him that removing it might unleash uncontrollable chaos. Before she can finish, Roland reaches out, snaps the chain, and tosses the locket aside as if it weighs nothing. He tells her to stop stalling and show him her powers. The moment the locket hits the ground, flames begin to crackle around her. Fire gathers and swirls in a mesmerizing dance, illuminating the entire dungeon. Roland's eyes widen in awe as the cell fills with blazing light. When the heat reaches its peak, the iron bars melt effortlessly, and Anna steps through them like it's nothing. The knight, who had been trembling nearby, flees in the opposite direction. Roland, however, stands rooted to the spot, stunned by the sheer magnitude of her abilities. Only now does he understand why the advisor claimed that fire could not harm her. She is fire. As the flames dissipate, Roland's mind sparks with possibility. The engineer in him immediately recognizes the potential of such power. This kind of magic could change everything. Anna, however, bows her head and quietly instructs him to end her life, now that she has shown him the truth. Instead, Roland removes his coat and drapes it over her scorched clothing. He tells her she is hired. In his former world logic, she is nothing less than a perpetual motion machine, capable of generating fire seemingly without limit. Naturally, not everyone shares Roland's enthusiasm. The old advisor is horrified. He shouts a warning, insisting that employing such a dangerous witch could draw the wrath of the Witch Cooperation Association and possibly doom them all. Roland dismisses his panic, ordering him to prepare a work contract for Anna and to arrange proper living quarters. Later, at the administrative office, the advisor reports that the arrangements are complete, though he still questions sparing the witch. Roland cuts him off. To him, witches are not monsters. The advisor remains unconvinced, so Roland lays out the truth plainly. Border Town is in shambles. He lacks the wealth of his brothers and the talents of his sisters. If he wants even a chance to win the king's competition, he must think differently. He must rely on solutions no one else would dare to consider. Hearing his determination, the old man relents and agrees to prepare a formal meeting with Anna. Meanwhile, Anna is thoroughly washed, cleaned, and dressed in new clothing. When she arrives at the cottage Roland has arranged, the knight proudly presents the newly prepared home. Roland is impressed with the effort, especially on such short notice. When he turns and sees Anna in her maid's attire, clean, neat, and unexpectedly charming, he is pleasantly surprised. But instead of gratitude, Anna launches into a desperate rant. She demands to know why he is housing a murderer, why he is helping someone everyone else hates and fears. Roland calmly tells her he doesn't buy into the superstition surrounding witches. He believes people fear her only because they do not understand her abilities or their potential value to society. Extending his hand, he tells her he accepts her and promises to teach her how to use her power for good. Inside the cottage, Anna immediately begins practicing. Flames surge around her wildly, scorching whatever they touch. Roland quickly realizes that teaching her control will not be simple. Worse yet, every time she activates her abilities, her clothes burn away, leaving her mortified and forcing him to provide backup outfits. Thankfully, he prepared several in advance. Their training is interrupted when the old advisor bursts through the door, breathless and shaken. He brings alarming news. Patrols have discovered signs of demon activity, months earlier than expected. Roland, unfamiliar with the term, looks around in confusion while everyone else grows pale. The advisor explains that each winter, after the first snowfall and sunset, the gates of hell open within the Dragonspine Mountains. When that happens, demons pour into the land. Because Border Town is impossible to defend, everyone must evacuate to Longsong Fortress. He assures Roland that the prince's safety is their highest priority. Roland, curious, asks if the old man has ever seen these gates of hell. The advisor admits he has not. The mountains are impassable and emit a poisonous miasma that affects anyone who gets too close, unless they are already corrupted by demonic influence. Only witches can approach the mountains and see the gates for themselves. The prince then asks if the old man has ever seen a demon. Once again, the answer is no. This is his first time in the central region, and very few people ever survive encounters with actual demons. For the first time, Roland understands why this land's economy is stagnant, and why progress is slow. Every year, the entire region must uproot itself and flee. At the end of every year, Roland raises a sharp and logical point. If Longsong Fortress can withstand the demons, then demons are not invincible. With that in mind, he becomes eager to confront them himself. The old advisor is horrified by this idea, and explains why the fortress survives the annual onslaught. Longsong has massive walls and Duke Ryan's elite troops stationed within. Border Town, positioned along the North Slope Mountains, mainly serves as the early warning system for impending demonic threats. But Roland remains steadfast. He orders the advisor to gather any local soldiers who have real experience fighting demons. Later, under the shade of a gazebo, Roland and Anna snack together while discussing the threat of the months of demons. At Roland's request, Anna begins explaining the nightmare that commoners endure each year. Her voice grows solemn as she recounts the harsh reality. Her father, like many miners in town, barely survives season after season. When the months of demons begin, the people of Border Town send their yearly mining production to Longsong Fortress in exchange for next year's rations and a bit of gold. During this period, everyone hides inside the fortress until winter ends. But one year, the months of demons lasted for 4 relentless months. Longsong officials declared that the ore delivered from autumn could only pay for 3 months of food. The 4th month's supply had to wait for new ore. But since the demons did not retreat, the people were trapped inside. Provisions became scarce, and although food was distributed equally, the strong inevitably bullied the weak. Hearing this, Roland grows furious. He promises Anna that no one will ever suffer through such torment again. After leaving the gazebo, Roland asks to speak with his advisor to check on preparations. The story shifts to the border town administrative office, where Barov has gathered 3 individuals, 2 soldiers responsible for the annual patrol and beacon lighting, and a hunter who claims to have slain demons before. One soldier stutters nervously, producing incoherent sounds. Roland sighs and directs the other soldier to speak. The second explains that demons were once ordinary forest creatures, but exposure to hellish miasma turned them savage, difficult to kill, yes, but still mortal. Once the months of demons end, Longsong's cavalry sweeps the area to eliminate any lingering beasts. At that moment, the hunter slams his fist onto the floor, boasting loudly. He claims that demons are no harder to kill than slicing cucumbers, and that he has personally slain 2. The enormous man kneels before the prince. Barov introduces him as Iron Axe, rumored to carry monster blood from the Mojang clan, which supposedly explains his towering height. Roland asks if his claims are true. Iron Axe confidently confirms he has killed a demonic boar and a wolf-type demon. He then elaborates hunters classify demons into types. The common ones begin as normal animals, but become frenzied after exposure to hellish miasma. Wolf types are fast and stealthy, while boar types possess backs so thick that even crossbow bolts struggle to pierce them. Roland quickly recognizes that these demons are simply animals with enhanced traits. Iron Axe agrees, but warns that the true threat comes from hybrid demons, abominations forged by the depths of hell. He describes one such creature, a monstrous beast, with powerful legs for charging and enormous wings for short bursts of flight. Its senses were so acute, it could detect prey no matter how well hidden. Iron Axe survived only by diving into the Redwater River and losing consciousness. Roland realizes that walls can stop ground-based monsters, but flying hybrids present a different challenge. He turns to his knight and asks how common these hybrids are. The knight replies that during any months of demons, 2 or 3 hybrids typically appear, enough to give even Longsong Fortress serious trouble. With this understanding, Roland slams his hand onto the table and announces his decision: he will remain in Border Town for the winter. Everyone freezes in shock. The knight panics and insists that they are vastly outnumbered. Roland counters by proposing they build a wall from the foot of the North Slope Mountain to the Redwater River. The knight dismisses the idea immediately, arguing it would take a lifetime to construct such a wall. Roland leans back and tells him to relax. If he cannot complete the wall quickly, he will retreat with everyone else. He has no intention of dying here. The knight, finally calming down, pledges his loyalty, vowing to protect Roland at all costs. Meanwhile, at the bustling Greycastle port of Clearwater, the third princess appears. She comments on the cold ocean breeze signaling winter's approach, and turns to her knight, Ryan, asking about the return of their Black Sail fleet. Ryan assures the third princess that the Black Sail fleet should return to port within 3 days, assuming all goes smoothly. She notes that this is their final expedition of the year and hopes they bring back something worthwhile. As they walk through the palace, Ryan wonders how she prepared so quickly for the succession competition their father unexpectedly announced. She admits she never saw it coming, but believes the whole setup is merely paving the way for the king's favored son. Still, she laughs off the idea that competence alone guarantees the second prince's victory. She urges her knight to think deeper about why she launched the Black Sail fleet's ambitious expedition. After a moment of reflection, Ryan realizes the truth. The fleet isn't solely about acquiring wealth. It is a calculated move to gain influence and power. Through the Black Sail initiative, she has gathered skilled sailors, hardened fighters, and influential allies. This is Garcia Wimbledon, the third princess of Greycastle, clever, strategic, and determined to carve her path to the throne. She then asks for an update on their plot to assassinate the fourth prince. Ryan sighs, reporting that there has been no word from the border. It seems their poison plan failed, and the spies involved have disappeared. Garcia sneers, assuming her younger brother dealt with those spies as soon as he discovered their betrayal. Ironically, the poison did kill the real Roland Wimbledon. Chung Yan simply reincarnated into his body afterward, causing Garcia to believe her plan failed. She now intends to kill Roland once he flees to Longsong Fortress for winter, and she orders Ryan to wait patiently. She also scoffs that the poison seller NB lied about the poison being colorless and tasteless. As punishment for deceiving her, she casually instructs Ryan to hang him, despite the poison having worked exactly as promised. Her ruthlessness is immediate, cold, and absolute. The story then shifts to Anna. She sits peacefully among green fields with her former mentor Carl, who asks what she's reading, poetry perhaps, or church history. She smiles at him gently, but a dark memory flashes before his eyes. He sees a terrified crowd accusing his innocent student of being a witch, the reincarnation of the devil. He sees her hanging. The shock jolts him awake in his office. Gasping, he reflects on the tragedy. If a pure, kind-hearted girl like Anna could be labeled evil, then the greedy officials of Greycastle, who caused countless deaths by cutting costs with inferior stone, are the true demons. If they hadn't downgraded materials merely to save a few hundred gold coins, the theater would never have collapsed, and those innocent people would still be alive. Yet none of those corrupt administrators were punished. Instead, the blame fell on innocent stonemasons. Taxes skyrocketed, inequality grew, and unjust laws branded curious, gifted girls as devils, sending them to the gallows. He prays to God to condemn the ones who truly deserve such punishment. A knock interrupts his grief. He opens the door to find one of his young students, Nana, trembling with fear. She anxiously asks if she too will be hanged like Anna. Carl immediately comforts her, patting her head and promising to protect her at all costs. As he walks through town, his mind churns. He has spent years watching the powerful oppress the innocent. This time he refuses to stand idle. He will not allow another girl to meet Anna's fate. Then he notices a crowd gathering at the quest board. A new notice has been posted, signed and stamped by the fourth prince. It calls for laborers to construct something in the border region. Gravel workers, stonemasons, builders. Carl's eyes widen as he reads the clear, detailed announcement. He remembers the rumors about this prince. Strange, unorthodox ideas, and a personality completely unlike the other royals. Moreover, the prince supposedly dislikes the church's rigid influence, something that fills Carl with cautious hope. But supporting Anna may risk his own life. If the prince sides with the church, Carl will be executed as a sympathizer. His only hope lies in the possibility that Roland rejects the church's oppressive laws. The story returns to Roland. His knight is questioning him about the dimensions of the massive wall he plans to build. Roland explains that the wall will stand 15 feet tall and 6 feet wide, spacious enough for 4 people to stand side by side on top. His knight adds that they will need a trench as deep as a man's height to stabilize a structure of that scale. With a 15-foot height and a 6-foot top width, the base will need to be double that to ensure proper stability. Even with 350 craftsmen working non-stop on digging and construction, the knight estimates they could only finish before next year's months of demons. Roland asks what exactly causes such a delay. The knight explains that the real challenge is laying the stones. Each rock must be carefully chosen, shaped, and polished, so the pieces lock together securely. If not fitted properly, the entire wall could collapse under pressure. Roland approves the plan to dig the trench and build the foundation simultaneously. As for the stonework, he reassures his knight that he has a solution. Greycastle's alchemy workshop recently developed something called cement. The knight's eyes widen. He has never heard of such a thing. The scene shifts to the cement kiln cottage in Border Town. Roland explains that making cement is simple since the raw materials are abundant, but the challenge lies in achieving the correct calcination temperature. He admits he cannot recall the exact temperature required, and with no instruments in this world, precision is nearly impossible. Just then, the cottage door swings open, revealing Anna. Before stepping inside, Roland instructs his knight to wait outside. It is clear he has been relying on Anna's fire magic to achieve the high temperatures needed for cement. She is the perfect human furnace. Roland hands her his coat again before she emerges, once more having incinerated her clothes while working. Anna excitedly announces that she completed the task he requested. Inside, a fresh heap of cement lies on the floor. Roland examines it closely, pleased that their experiment succeeded. He decides to run tests before producing it on a larger scale. Anna asks where he plans to use the cement. Roland explains its broad applications: homes, bridges, roads, structures that can withstand rain, heat, and snow, far better than fragile wooden or mud brick houses. He credits Anna entirely, acknowledging that none of this would be possible without her. Outside, they glue several stone blocks together using the cement. Both Anna and the knight are astonished by how quickly it hardens and how strong it becomes. The knight tries prying the stones apart with all his strength but fails to move them even an inch. Roland reminds him that he underestimated the material. Cement, he says, is far stronger and more reliable than compacted dirt or clay. The knight marvels at this wonder sticky mud that becomes solid rock. Confident, the knight declares that with this invention, they could cover the entire border with walls in 5 years. Roland immediately waves the idea away. Even the tallest walls cannot protect them from enemies within. Their first battle, he says, is against nature itself. They must build homes that will not collapse and leave people homeless. And he vows to prove to the world that witches are humanity's most valuable asset. The next day, cement production begins in full. Workers who responded to Roland's recruitment notice gather raw materials and labor non-stop, giving Anna some rest. Meanwhile, Roland begins excavation for the city wall's foundation between the North Slope Mountain and the Redwater River. But progress is disappointing. When the knight proudly notes Roland's visit to the construction site, Roland sheepishly admits the truth. After all their effort, they have only managed to scrape out a crude ditch, nowhere near the sturdy foundation needed for a major city wall. Back on Earth, Roland used to geek out over mechanical blueprints with his civil engineer friend. Together they made an impressive duo of engineering nerds. But here, without modern tools or expertise, he quickly realizes civil engineering is not something he can bluff his way through. He desperately wishes he had a real stonemason or construction professional to consult. As if on cue, the advisor arrives with news. A stonemason has responded to their notice. Even more surprising, the man claims to have been a member of the famed Greycastle Mason Guild. Roland immediately recognizes the name, one of the country's most respected guilds before it was disbanded following a construction accident. Shrugging off the guild's tragic past, Roland argues that every profession carries risk. What matters now is talent. Excited, he orders the advisor to bring the stonemason to him at once. The story shifts to Roland's administrative office in Bordertown. Roland lounges casually at his desk, while Anna sits nearby, absorbed in a book. At last, the knight arrives with the stonemason Roland has been eager to meet, only for Roland to discover that the man is none other than the teacher who had been worrying earlier about his little witches. Before the teacher can begin any formal greetings, Roland waves off the courtesy and tells him to relax. But when the teacher notices Anna, he freezes, utterly shocked. His mind races, while Roland and the knight stare just as perplexed. Sensing danger or at least misunderstanding, Roland quickly orders the knight to block the door. The knight obeys immediately, planting himself at the entrance as if preparing to restrain a threat. But instead of attacking, the teacher collapses to his knees and begs Anna to forgive him for being unable to protect her when she needed him most. Realizing he is no danger to her, Roland relaxes. Anna, too, immediately recognizes her former teacher. Roland instructs the man to stand and explain himself. The teacher introduces himself as Carl Van Bate, a former member of the Greycastle Mason Guild who later became a teacher in Bordertown. He reveals that Anna was once his student. He then nervously comments that he doesn't understand why the prince spared Anna's life. Perhaps, he suggests, Roland wanted her as a concubine, but even that would be better than her being executed. Roland and Anna both stare at him, baffled by the absurd assumption. Carl becomes relieved when he realizes Roland does not believe in the church's claims about witches being devils incarnate. He then mentions that another gifted girl, Nana, has also awakened powers and needs protection. Roland immediately agrees to shelter her if necessary, though he notes he cannot take a child from her family unless she is in real danger. Inwardly, he is thrilled by the possibility of meeting another witch. Outwardly, he remains calm and composed. He explains clearly that he did not spare Anna out of sentimentality. He needs her help. He believes witch abilities are valuable tools, not curses, and as long as a witch commits no crime, he sees no reason to punish her. With that cleared up, Roland gets down to business. He asks Carl whether he has ever worked on construction in Greycastle. Carl nods enthusiastically and confirms he has extensive experience. Roland lays out his plan to construct a massive wall from the foot of North Slope Mountain to the Redwater River, an enormous project designed to keep demons out during the months of demons. From today onward, Carl will lead the entire construction effort. The scene shifts to Roland's palace gardens, where Nana arrives to meet him. She appears nervous at first, asking timidly if he is really Prince Roland Wimbledon. He smiles and confirms it. Nana brightens immediately and introduces herself as Nana Pine. Without hesitation, Nana races over to Anna and begins chatting and playing with her as though they were long-lost sisters. Roland watches them, amazed. These girls are so young yet so talented, he cannot help but wonder what the future holds for them. He turns to Nana and reminds her that Carl mentioned she recently awakened as a witch. Nana anxiously asks if he plans to execute her. Roland quickly reassures her criminals face the gallows, not innocent children. But Nana insists she must be possessed by a devil. Carl said so, and she believes it too. Anna gently pats her head while Roland asks when her powers first appeared. Nana explains that a week ago she found an injured bird. She wanted to help it, and suddenly images of water spheres appeared in her mind. Moments later, glowing orbs surrounded the bird, and its broken leg healed instantly. Hearing this, Roland sends the knight to fetch a chicken. While waiting, he muses that her ability may be connected to healing, a rare and invaluable power. He tells Nana that if she saved that bird, it proves she is a good person. Nana agrees, saying Carl explained that ordinary people fear witches simply because they cannot understand them. She insists she has never met a devil and is not influenced by one. Roland believes her immediately. He pats her head and explains that the church, and even Carl, were fooled by lies. When she asks why anyone would lie, Roland explains that it has nothing to do with morality. People spread falsehoods simply to make money. When the knight returns with the chicken, Nana hesitantly asks Roland to go easy on the bird. He agrees, then tells the knight to hold it firmly. With one swift motion, Roland gives the chicken a quick strike on the head. The poor creature squawks and collapses. Roland turns to Nana. Now is the moment of truth. He urges her to heal it quickly. Nana nods, determined to try her best. Nana gently places her hand on the wounded chicken. Immediately, those watery healing spheres appear around it. She concentrates hard, doing everything she can. Hours pass. Despite Roland's rough test, which leaves the chicken barely clinging to life, he finally understands the nature of Nana's power. She can heal injuries, mend fractures, and repair damaged tissue, but she cannot revive the dead. Once the demonstration is complete, Roland calmly instructs the knight to take the exhausted chicken to the kitchen. Nana, however, bursts into tears, Upset by how harsh Roland had been with the poor bird, he reassures her that it was necessary to understand her magic. Before long, a feast is laid out. Nana forgets her grievances the moment she sees the cooked chicken on the table, staring at it with sparkling eyes. After filling her belly, Nana waves goodbye cheerfully, and Roland waves back. Anna then asks why Nana isn't staying in the palace like she is. Roland explains that Nana still lives with her family, and they remain unaware of her abilities, but Anna fears it is only a matter of time before they find out and exile her just as she herself was condemned. Roland agrees that the risk exists, but reassures her until that day comes. Nana should cherish the time she has with her family. He then asks Anna if she misses her father. She quietly shakes her head. Roland understands her loneliness and promises that Nana will visit daily to practice magic together, so Anna won't feel isolated. He vows to give both girls as normal a life as possible, and he truly means it. Meanwhile, Roland's days become almost boring now that Carl Van Bate has taken over the construction project. Roland spends his afternoons hosting tea time sessions, while teaching Anna and Nana how to control their magic. Every so often he checks on the progress at North Slope Mountain, and is consistently impressed by how smoothly things are going under Carl's guidance. But then Barov arrives with troubling news. Hiring so many craftsmen and laborers is draining Roland's coffers far faster than expected. At this rate, Barov warns they may run out of money before spring. Roland panics internally. He is completely broke and has no idea how to fund the massive project any further. As Roland frantically brainstorms solutions, Barov studies him with unease. The prince has changed drastically, almost unnervingly so. The old Roland knew only luxury and indulgence. Barov had only stayed by his side because the king promised him the position of Minister of Finance after the succession struggle. Originally, Roland had no intention of running Bordertown, much less competing for the throne. He dumped every responsibility onto Barov and spent his days reveling in pleasure. But ever since he saved Anna, everything has changed. Roland now handles affairs with maturity and foresight, speaking in a cool, composed tone that makes Barov question whether the prince might have been possessed by a devil. But Barov dismisses the thought. After all, no devil-possessed man would casually handle a cursed retribution locket with his bare hands. The story shifts back to Bordertown's port, where two nobles and a red-haired ambassador are chatting. One noble complains that it's been a whole year since they last visited, and the town is still a lifeless pile of rocks. The redhead corrects him. It's only been 6 months. He adds that Duke Ryan sends different envoys each season. Last time he came, the place was full of exotic furs floating around, though he suspiciously chooses not to elaborate. Instead, he speaks optimistically about Bordertown's potential. With the right investments and defenses, the land between Bordertown and Longsong Fortress could be incredibly profitable. Suddenly, one noble panics when he discovers the ore stockpile is empty. Bordertown was supposed to prepare ore today for shipment before the demon season. These visitors came to collect it, in exchange for providing shelter at Longsong Fortress. Now, something has gone wrong. The ambassador sighs and insists they take the issue directly to Roland. Riding toward the castle, the purple-haired noble wonders if Bordertown has found a new trading partner, perhaps Willowtown or Fallen Dragon Ridge. He suspects Roland is behind the shortage. The redhead, thinking deeply, fears Roland may have already formed alliances downriver along the Redwater. If so, their old monopoly tricks won't work anymore, and they might lose significant profits. When they arrive at the castle, they are greeted not with chaos or excuses, but with an extravagant feast. The ambassador awkwardly picks up chopsticks, glances at Roland for guidance, and attempts to imitate him, but he can barely pinch anything. His food slips repeatedly and falls back onto the plate, drawing embarrassment and muffled laughter. Roland casually comments that chopsticks are easier and cheaper to make than forks. Once he introduces them to Bordertown, no one will have to worry about getting sick from eating with unwashed hands. As the sun begins to set and a warm golden glow fills the castle hall, Roland is just about to enjoy dessert when the ambassador finally brings up the purpose of their visit. They came to collect the usual ore shipment, only to find the dockyard empty. Roland drops the news without ceremony. A landslide recently hit North Slope Mountain. The miners have been clearing rubble for days, but there's no chance the mine will reopen until next year. When the ambassador asks about the ore production from previous months, Roland shrugs. It was barely enough to feed their own people. Even if they scrape together what little they have, the quantity would only buy 2 months of wheat. So Roland proposes changing the deal entirely. The ambassador stiffens. Sensing the prince slipping away, he apologizes for past mismanagement and offers a new proposal. The 6 noble families of Longsong Fortress can pool resources to lend Bordertown enough food for 1 month. They will repay it next year. Roland turns him down instantly. If they sell their ore to Willowtown, they won't owe anyone anything, and Willowtown is offering payment in Gold Dragon coins. Not only that, they are willing to trade wheat, cheese, bread, and honey, all at fair, transparent prices. Anything you can buy with gold, they will sell. Compared to Longsong Fortress's old exploitative system, this new arrangement is far more appealing. Roland then questions whether the ambassador even has the authority to renegotiate food loans on behalf of the 6 noble families. With one glance at his emblem, Roland identifies him as a member of the Honeysuckle family. He acknowledges that the ambassador has some influence, but asks if he can truly sway Duke Ryan and the other families. The ambassador's expression sours. Roland has hit the mark. A flashback reveals why the young man looks so troubled. Earlier, the ambassador tried to warn his father that the 4th prince was unlikely to accept their outdated trade deal. They should purchase ore at 30% below market price, still profitable but not brazen robbery. His father, however, brushed him off arrogantly, insisting that the lazy hedonistic 4th prince would never involve himself in trade matters. They could keep swindling Border Town with cheap bread and temporary shelter. Back in the present, the ambassador finally admits Roland has a point. He couldn't even convince his own father, so how can he speak for all 6 families? Still, he tries one last desperate move. He offers to buy Border Town's ore and gemstones at 30% below market price, claiming his offer must surely beat Willow Town's. After all, Willow Town is far away, and seeking shelter there during the demon season would be dangerous. But mid-sentence, he slips. He starts describing how hazardous the route to Willow Town is, bandits, beasts, broken roads, and then suddenly realizes he has practically threatened a prince. Panic flashes across his face. Roland simply chuckles. He explains that he never planned to take shelter in Willow Town at all. The ambassador freezes. Roland then drops the real bombshell. He isn't going anywhere. Not to Longsong Fortress, not to Willow Town, nowhere. Border Town will stand its ground. Roland declares Border Town will no longer be treated as a disposable outpost. It will become a true fortified part of the Grey Castle Kingdom, and soon it will boast a massive defensive wall stretching from North Slope Mountain to the Redwater River. The ambassador's jaw hits the floor. He asks if he heard correctly. Roland confirms it. They are building the wall right here, right now. The ambassador recalls a noble banquet months ago where everyone roasted the 4th prince for foolishly launching construction projects right before the demon months. They treated it as spoiled nobles teasing a hopeless prince with no sense of timing. He now realizes Roland was serious, dead serious. What shocks him even more is how drastically the prince has changed. The 4th prince, once known only for chasing pleasure, avoiding responsibility, and failing every task laid before him, is suddenly overseeing construction, reforming trade, rescuing witches, challenging long-standing systems, and discussing fortifications like a seasoned ruler. Something is happening in Border Town, something big, and the entire kingdom is about to feel its impact. The ambassador, visibly shaken by the scale of Roland's plans, promises that once he returns to Longsong Fortress, he'll try to convince the 6 noble families to cooperate. He hopes desperately that things somehow swing in Roland's favor. That night, Roland feels the downside of living in a frontier town. Nightlife here is non-existent. People go to bed early unless they're busy with certain intimate recreational activities. Though Roland could easily summon company to ease his boredom, he refuses. He does have morals after all. Suddenly someone appears behind him. He whirls around to find a robed woman praising his clever handling of the ambassador. She hints that Prince Roland may not be the hedonistic fool everyone assumes. Before he can bask in the compliment, she drops the bomb. She is an assassin. Roland reacts instantly, attempting to bolt out of the room, but a dagger flies past him and pins his escape route shut. The woman calmly tells him to relax. She only wants to talk. Freezing in place, Roland asks her who she is. She tells him she has no real name but is known as Nightingale, a title given to her by her sisters. She thanks him sincerely for treating witches kindly. As Roland studies her more carefully, he notices an emblem identical to the one Burrove showed him, marked with the insignia of the Witch Cooperation Association. Nightingale praises his sharp eyes again. Roland asks if she came for Anna. Although he has no idea how she learned about Anna, he assures her the girl is alive and well. Nightingale replies that she already knows and adds that even if Anna had been executed, the Witch Association would never retaliate by assassinating a prince. They refuse to get entangled in politics. Still, she warns him not to underestimate them. Roland repeats that Anna is thriving under his protection. Nightingale casually adds that she's also aware of Mana. Then she leans in and tells him she has been spying on him for 2 weeks straight, watching everything he does. Roland's stomach drops. He had absolutely zero idea he was being observed. She gestures for him to come closer, assuring him she will not harm him. Hesitantly, Roland sits. She moves uncomfortably close, noting with curiosity that he has no fear, not of her, not of witches at all. She leans even closer, and Roland recoils, half joking that she should keep things PG unless they want YouTube slapping age restrictions on their lives. Fortunately, she withdraws. Then she gets to the point. She steps here to take Anna and Nana. Roland refuses instantly. He insists they are happy and safe here. Nightingale argues that they would be safer under the protection of the Witch Association. where every witch is treated like family, Roland counters that the association doesn't even have a permanent home. His soldiers found traces of one of their camps in the forest last month, its tracks leading north into barren mountains. Living there would mean no food, no shelter, no resources. Nightingale insists they live in desolate mountains to avoid persecution. Roland shakes his head. Without supplies or stable shelter, life would be far harder for the girls. He also recalls Barov explaining the association's true goal: to unite all witches and eventually find the legendary Holy Mountain, where witches can live safely. He asks Nightingale if she holds this same goal. She replies cryptically that she cannot answer. Roland grows irritated. He states firmly that he will not allow Anna or Nana to live in barren lands ravaged by demons, lands unfit for human life. Then an idea hits him. He proposes that the entire witch association come to Bordertown for the winter. He beams with pride, thinking himself brilliant. They can wait out the months of demons together, safely behind the walls he is building. Nightingale is stunned. She reminds him that while he may not fear witches, the townspeople definitely will, and the church will descend like vultures if they learn witches are living openly under his protection. But Roland refuses to back down. He wants the world to see that witches aren't evil, especially if they are helping Bordertown survive the demon season. Nightingale then reveals the real reason she wants to take Anna. The girl is approaching coming of age. Roland is confused until she clarifies. Most witches awaken their powers near the months of demons. When the gates of hell supposedly open, coming of age marks a witch's final transition. If a girl has not awakened by 18, she never will. But for those who have awakened, the months of demons trigger a violent reaction. During this period, demons influence a witch's mind. The pain is indescribable, like something inside them is clawing out, trying to tear through their bodies. Every vein strains, every muscle burns. If they survive, they recover in 4 or 5 days. Those who don't die horribly. People believe witches are devil spawn because their agonizing deaths during maturity, combined with church propaganda, make it look as though demons possess them. Roland, still trying to make sense of all this, asks what happens after witches reach adulthood. Nightingale explains that once they survive their coming-of-age ordeal, their powers stabilize and often grow stronger. Some even gain entirely new abilities. Roland then questions the truth of the old records claiming witches can find eternal peace on the Holy Mountain, safe from demonic influence. Nightingale admits the Holy Mountain is little more than myth, mentioned only in cryptic texts. Taking Anna to headquarters might slightly improve her odds, but as long as witches are hunted and forced to hide, demonic attacks during maturity remain severe. Roland realizes something crucial. Anna and Nana are essential to his long-term plans, but if keeping them here puts them in danger, those plans mean nothing. After a moment of thought, he agrees to let Nightingale take Anna, if Anna herself wants to go. As for Nana, he'll speak with her the next day. Nightingale is delighted by Roland's apparent wisdom, but when Anna is summoned and asked for her decision, she rejects the offer immediately. The adults freeze in shock. Nightingale tries to reason with her. She tells Anna she can already sense the demonic energy stirring inside her, a sign maturity is close. She reminds Anna about the puberty talk Roland awkwardly gave her earlier. Anna, however, stands firm. She reminds Roland of his promise to give her an ordinary life. But that's not what matters most. She wants to stay by his side. She insists she'll survive her maturity and conquer it. Demonic energy won't stop her. Nightingale sighs. She gives up trying to persuade the stubborn girl but announces she will stay nearby and watch over Anna throughout the winter. She thinks Anna is too naive to understand the deadly risks ahead. Roland doesn't love the idea of being watched all season, but he doesn't argue. Before leaving, Nightingale faces Anna directly. She speaks of the hardships she has endured, the friends she lost, and her vow not to let Anna share their fate. With those words, she vanishes, literally fades out of existence. Roland is stunned. Her assassination skills are beyond anything he imagined. Once alone, Roland gently pats Anna's head and tells her it's late, time for bed. The next day, Roland addresses the people. Morning comes, and Roland greets the townsfolk with surprising cheer. He gathers everyone for a critical announcement. He explains that 4 days ago the ambassador from Longsong Fortress arrived to collect the usual ore shipment, but as everyone knows, the northern quarry collapsed a month earlier, halting production. The crowd grows fearful. Their last output was half the usual amount, and they still remember the starvation and suffering that followed. Roland then exposes Longsong Fortress's hypocrisy. He tried to negotiate for supplies, but the ambassador rejected him outright, just like 2 years ago. People panic again, recalling the families lost to hunger, the children buried, the grief they were forced to swallow. Roland asks how long they intend to endure this misery. The crowd begs him to save them. Roland nods solemnly and promises he will never let them fall into that pit again. After a dramatic pause, he drops a bombshell. 2 months of ore should have been enough to buy nearly a year's worth of food, but Longsong has been cheating them all along. Outrage explodes through the crowd. Their resentment toward Longsong Fortress boils over. Roland raises his hand and continues. Instead of repeating the same unfair deal, he traded their minerals to Willowtown and secured enough food to feed everyone through the winter. Cheers erupt, but Roland quiets them. There steps a catch. Cutting ties with Longsong means no evacuation. They must stay in Border Town during the months of demons. Fear spreads again. But Roland cuts through it with conviction. He reminds them of the wall they are building. Demons, he says, are no worse than forest beasts. They cannot scale a properly built wall. Then he gives them a choice. Seek refuge in Longsong Fortress and starve, or stay in Border Town and fight to protect their families. He asks who will stand with him on the wall. He promises fair silver wages for all defenders, and if someone falls, he pledges 5 gold coins to their family. The crowd erupts with determination. One by one, then all at once, they shout their resolve, ready to defend their homes. Meanwhile, in Longsong Fortress, laughter echoes throughout the castle halls. Nobles mock Roland's decision to stay in Border Town and build a wall. To them, the fourth prince is still a joke, an incompetent fool playing ruler in a backwater town. But they have no idea how wrong they are. The nobles in Longsong Fortress continue mocking Roland. One man with a thick mustache jokes that Roland will probably just stack rocks together, smear some dirt, and call it a wall. Eventually, he says the foolish prince will beg Longsong for help, and when he does, they can squeeze him for everything he has. But the committee leader isn't as dismissive. He turns to the ambassador for a proper report. The red-haired ambassador, still rattled by Roland's unexpected competence, explains their original plan: maintain the monopoly as always, buy Border Town's ore at a price 3 times lower than market value, easy profit. But Roland ruined this simple setup with a completely different strategy. Instead of selling exclusively to Longsong, Roland plans to sell to multiple buyers. He's even willing to cut ore prices by half to stimulate demand, drive production, and grow Border Town's long-term revenue. And while lowering prices reduces immediate gains, Longsong would still earn far more over time by tapping into a thriving border economy. On top of that, Roland aims to mass-produce iron tools, items that would sell anywhere. It's an entirely new industry, and a lucrative one. And there's more. If Roland successfully holds off demons at Border Town, Longsong Fortress won't need to deal with annual monster cleanup, and when the 5-year throne competition ends, Longsong could easily inherit the kingdom's 3rd largest territory if they help Roland develop it now. The ambassador suggests they support Roland's wall project. Help now, profit massively later. The white-haired elder snorts at the idea. To him, this isn't about economics. He doesn't want to share any power or territory with a prince, especially not the 4th one. The steam engine reveal. The next day, the knight's jaw nearly hits the floor when he sees Roland's latest invention. Roland proudly credits Anna, who helped him weld the metal pieces. It sets a steam engine. Roland hugs the machine like it's his firstborn child. To him, it's the spark that will ignite an industrial revolution. Anna fires the furnace beneath it. The knight watches wide-eyed as the gears begin to turn. Slowly at first, then faster and faster. The mechanical wheel spins with growing force. The knight is astonished. This is the natural power Roland described. Strength equal to 10 trained knights. And unlike knights, this machine doesn't set get tired, doesn't sit need food, doesn't set care about weather, and can set be hurt by blades or arrows. Training a knight takes 15 years. Building this contraption took 3 days. For the first time, the knight wonders if knights themselves may become obsolete. Roland, meanwhile, is thrilled. His farming and manufacturing capabilities just jumped forward by centuries. Nightingale returns and takes the blueprints. Later that night, Roland opens his bedroom door and finds Nightingale once again, this time casually reading through his private blueprints. He scolds her for sneaking into his room, but she just laughs. She says the 4th prince was rumored to be useless with a horrible temper, yet the inventions in his notebooks are on a master craftsman's level. She asks if the blueprints are for the machine he unveiled today. Roland, disheartened by her rummaging through his secret plans, credits Anna again, explaining the machine could handle heavy labor and production tasks. Nightingale smiles. She announces she'll be taking the blueprints back to the Witch Association. Many witches could use the fire-based tech. Before Roland can object, she tucks them inside her robe. Roland's eyes accidentally dip downward. He panics and stutters in embarrassment. Nightingale smirks. "You'll get payment," she says, pulling a letter from inside her clothing and tossing it to him. Roland tears it open eagerly, only to find a message meant for his servant, Tib. The letter commands T not to fail a second time, and orders him to assassinate Prince Roland during the months of demons. Roland's mind spins. He remembers the old Roland's cruelty toward Tai, exploiting her whenever possible. The memories unsettle him deeply. Nightingale explains she intercepted the letter from a pigeon. There's no signature, but she suspects one of his siblings sent it. She asks whether she has his permission to investigate further. Roland gives her a firm yes. With a respectful gesture, she accepts the order, and declares she'll be taking the blueprints as payment. She vanishes moments later, leaving Roland staring at the empty air, aware that his life is now entangled in a much larger conflict than he ever imagined. The next day, he was still hung up on last night's letter when the knight arrived. The boy immediately dropped to his knees and confessed that TA had kicked the bucket during the night. Apparently, she had taken a tumble from her balcony. There were no signs of a struggle, and the guards swore they never saw anyone come or go. Visibly upset, the boy told the knight to have the head servant take care of the situation. Once the knight left the room, our hero called the assassin woman back, and she appeared right on cue. She quickly revealed that the servant had killed herself the moment she laid eyes on her. The boy couldn't hide his disappointment, muttering that he expected her to handle such things better. The woman countered that she had restrained T with ropes, but the servant had hidden poison inside a fake tooth. Once the poison took effect, the assassin threw the servant from the balcony to make it look like an accident. Even though the interrogation had reached a dead end, she pulled out another note she had found in Ty's apartment. With a sly grin, she pointed out that the sender called Ty Big Sister and mentioned a seaside view repeatedly. She hinted that there was a strong chance the third princess from Clearwater Port might be involved. She suspected that Princess Garcia Wimbledon could be holding Ty's family hostage, using her as a pawn to eliminate our hero. Judging by how Ty had chosen to end things, it seemed she had been trained for years before being assigned here. The boy felt deeply disappointed that his own siblings were so quick to eliminate each other for the crown. Suddenly the woman leaned close to his ear and whispered that she had to go because someone was approaching. He blushed slightly, perhaps catching a glimpse of her shirt straining before she vanished into thin air. Just then, the old consul arrived with good news. A number of people had volunteered to face the demons during the demon months. This put a broad smile on the prince's face, and he decided to see them for himself. Before he could leave, the old man genuinely asked whether he truly intended to send regular townsfolk to fight demons. Outside, the hero's mood sank further. The consul's concerns were absolutely valid. These people didn't look like fighters at all. They resembled street thugs at best. The knight, however, was thrilled, insisting he had gathered them according to the prince's wishes. But looking at their frail bodies, it was clear the knight had completely missed the point. The prince face-palmed, realizing he had expected too much from people who were barely surviving as it was. Even the consultant suggested they look for other recruits instead of relying on commoners. But the hero was determined to use them anyway. He believed he had already cracked the code. Building a strong army depended on people power, whether they held medieval swords or modern weapons. The knight suggested starting sword training the next day, but the hero waved him off. He told the knight to group the volunteers, then hit the jogging trail. He also requested that the Iron Axe hunter be brought along. The prince assured him to sit back and enjoy the show. By noon, the hunter had joined the cause, though the knight was unimpressed by the new training methods. Coming from a proud warrior family, he found it ridiculous that these recruits were being rewarded with eggs simply for standing around all morning. Eggs were expensive after all. But once again, the hero told him to relax. He knew that building a top-notch army could not be done in a few medieval months, and he wasn't trying to create muscle-bound fighters. All he wanted were disciplined soldiers who could deliver results quickly. He was using military techniques he had learned in college, methods that united people fast. He believed these villagers would adapt just as well. Before long, carriages arrived and everyone lined up eagerly for their eggs. Many still didn't understand why eggs were being given out as rewards. The knight banged his plate loudly to get their attention, and ordered everyone to form 4 lines. Food would be distributed in order, and stragglers would have to wait. Nervous but compliant, the crowd lined up. The knight still couldn't understand why the prince bothered teaching such basic discipline. Suddenly murmurs rippled through the crowd as they chanted the name Iron Axe, who evidently had quite the reputation. The prince announced a break after lunch, followed by a trip to the town guard barracks. Iron Axe was appointed as their captain, tasked with teaching them how to pitch tents. As soon as the hero finished speaking, the crowd buzzed with disbelief over someone like Iron Axe being placed in command. To calm them, the prince reminded everyone that Iron Axe was not a local, just like the witches who didn't belong to Greycastle. In Border Town, everyone was treated equally. As long as they were not criminals, they were welcome. Then the prince unrolled a sheet of rules so long it could rival a year's worth of grocery lists. He told the chief knight to focus more on these rules than on who became captain. Everyone needed to memorize and follow them if they wanted their daily egg. The chief knight scratched his head, wondering how visiting teacher Carl was supposed to help with any of this. After dinner, the knight wondered aloud how reading and writing could possibly help in fighting demons. The prince brushed off his concerns, insisting that a well-educated army was always more effective, and that history had proven this many times. Next, we arrive at City Hall in Border Town. Our hero staggered out of his room, still half asleep, When Nightingale suddenly appeared out of nowhere, she teased him about his newfound habit of sleeping so much lately, and it seemed she had also helped herself to his breakfast. The boy was not exactly thrilled to see her eating his food and waltzing into his room uninvited. He muttered, wondering if she had ever been taught to behave more subtly around royalty. As he took his seat, she adopted a respectful posture and asked if she was being polite enough. Then, just as casually, she mentioned that she knew the prince wasn't the type for unnecessary formalities. He was startled that she understood his preferences so well. With a sigh, he told her to finish the entire breakfast so he could at least request another serving. While she dug into the food, the prince began flipping through his new blueprints. Nightingale, curious, asked why he had been ordering so much iron lately, especially since it was the dead of winter. If he wanted to cool his whiskey, she pointed out, he could simply leave it outside. When she saw his order book wide open, Roland realized she must have seen all of his recent requests, so he fed her a story. He was trying to make cheese, and for that he needed temperatures below freezing. The girl praised him for his cleverness, but inside our hero admitted that this was a lie. He was hiding something far more confidential, something he did not entirely trust her with. Unlike Anna or Nana, he wanted to gather more information about Nightingale before revealing his actual secrets. In truth, he was developing guns, which were much easier to produce than steam engines. If anyone uncovered his methods too soon, it could derail his entire plan. The ion he had ordered was actually saltpeter, commonly used by wealthy nobles to cool their drinks in summer. Its fancy name disguised its more important function. It was a key ingredient in gunpowder, making secrecy even more critical. Changing the subject, the boy asked whether witches also trained assassins, aside from their search for the Holy Mountain. Nightingale explained that a group of oddballs had gathered together because of that shared dream. She herself had joined the Witch Cooperation Association 2 years ago. Hearing this, he asked if she had worked for someone else before joining the association, and whether anyone accepted witches at all. Setting down her plate, she laughed at the idea, calling it ridiculous. If her previous owner had known she had become a witch, he would never have allowed her into the front door. Worse, had she not proved useful to him later, he would have quietly disposed of her. The boy grew more curious and pressed her for details, but she fell silent, promising to explain everything when the time was right. She reassured him not to worry, saying she had been free for the last 5 years and had no intention of becoming anyone's pawn again. He stayed quiet, looking somewhat downcast. 5 days passed since their chat in the courtyard, and by then our hero had finally finished his first gun after a series of production challenges. He was thrilled to keep it to himself. One major reason he had been pursuing steam engines was to create a way to mass-produce guns, but he needed a working prototype before scaling up. At this pace, he worried he would only manage to make 4 guns before the demon months arrived. The knight, meanwhile, was scratching his head, trying to understand how these so-called muskets would help in fighting demons. The boy simply told him to gather the village's best hunters and form an elite squad to wield them. But the prince shuddered when the knight suggested using patrol guards instead. Considering how frail and puny they were, his reluctance to hand such valuable weapons to them was more than justified. Deep beneath Roland Castle, a few soldiers marched through the tunnels. Suddenly one of them leapt into the air and attacked another. The scar-faced soldier ordered the thin-mustached man to surrender or meet the same fate as their fallen comrade, Greymutt. Remembering his friend, the thin-mustached soldier grew furious and swore he would never let these hooligans set foot in the castle. With a burst of strength, he flung the scar-faced man back, sending his sword flying. He then drove his own blade into the man's left shoulder, declaring it was for Greymutt. Bleeding heavily, Scarface scoffed, shocked that an ordinary patrol guard could injure him. The thin-mustached soldier grew even more irritated at the remark. He made it clear that while Scarface had spent his time gambling and sleeping in taverns, he and his friends had been training daily to protect their hometown. He swore he would not allow Long Song and his cronies to disturb their village's peace. As he leapt forward to finish his opponent, another cocky figure joined the fight and stabbed him straight through the chest. The poor soldier writhed in pain from the dagger wound and collapsed to the ground. The intruders stood confidently over him. Shockingly, the thin-mustached man managed to pull the dagger from his chest despite the agony. With one swift motion, he hurled it toward a nearby torch. The blade shattered the torch, extinguishing the flame and plunging the corridor into darkness. Up in the castle's food storage, the thin-mustached soldier hid inside one of the bins. He was certain the infiltrators were here to sabotage the food supply. If they succeeded in spoiling everything, Border Town would be forced to evacuate to Longsong Fortress. The thought crushed him. While the prince worked tirelessly to improve the town, he had failed to protect a vital food reserve. Suddenly the door behind him creaked open. His face drained of color as the same rowdy soldiers stormed in. One of them grabbed him by the collar and slammed him to the ground, ordering him to stop running and surrender to Duke Ryan's demands. In case anyone had forgotten, Duke Ryan was the white-haired aristocrat determined to keep the prince far away from his territory. Despite the threat, the soldier stood his ground, he boldly declared that his prince would foil Duke Ryan's plans. The intruders laughed at the idea, brushing off the prince as insignificant. Their leader ordered his men to finish off the soldier and ruin the food stores while they were at it. Without hesitation, a lackey struck the thin-mustached soldier on the head. As consciousness slipped away from him, he wondered if this was how he would die. But fate had other plans. Nightingale appeared in the doorway. She coolly asked whether the intruders were enjoying themselves in someone else's territory, then warned that their little party was about to end. They demanded to know who she thought she was. Nightingale replied that she was simply a local from Border Town, then mocked them for looking like sewer rats sneaking out of the drains. The intruders clearly had no idea how outmatched they were. Their leader barked at his crew to attack the mysterious woman. She only smiled. In a blur of motion, she swung her hand and bodies immediately hit the ground. With fading vision, the wounded soldier watched this enigmatic figure dispatch the intruders effortlessly. Before he could understand what had happened, he slipped into unconsciousness. The next day, their corpses lay scattered across the food storage. The knight inspecting the scene scratched his head, trying to piece together who could have taken out the intruders so cleanly. He knew the injured thin-mustached soldier could not have done it. The only explanation was that some outsider had intervened, an expert who required no assistance. Their moves were so precise that the enemies stood no chance. Not a single barrel was toppled, no blood smeared, not even a scratch marked the floor. The knight began to suspect that someone with extraordinary skill in the sword arts was nearby. Feeling a surge of pride, he thought of his clan's long history of knightly tradition. The investigating soldier added his report. The autopsies were finished, and the bodies identified. 8 were from Longsong's guard, and 1 remained unidentifiable. When asked about survivors, he explained that Captain Brian was receiving special healing, while Scarface had been thrown into the dungeon and locked away. The knight ordered Scarface to be awakened immediately for interrogation. Meanwhile, the prince was irritated. He had barely made any progress in his new initiatives, yet enemies were already trying to undermine him. Still, he felt grateful that Nightingale had intervened. She reassured him that the intruders never would have reached him anyway, not with Anna sleeping right beneath his floor. That was when the prince had an idea. He proposed that Nightingale become his secret bodyguard. He offered generous pay, living quarters with a garden, 2 days off per week, and paid vacations. Despite the enticing deal, she politely declined, explaining that she could not leave the association or her friends. The prince suggested bringing her entire group to Border Town, insisting that there was plenty of room after the recent expansion. He promised they would face no discrimination and could live freely. Once again she declined, saying she might consider it in the future. The prince was left feeling awkward after being turned down so directly. He then asked if she had safely escorted Nana home after healing the soldiers. Nightingale confirmed that she had. Nana had been frightened by the sight of so many wounded people, which was understandable. She was used to tending chickens, not treating human injuries. Returning to the conversation, the boy asked Nightingale whether she had figured out which of his siblings might be behind the infiltration. She shook her head. This time, it wasn't one of his siblings at all. The culprits had bribed Border Town's patrol guards, and their plan was so sloppy they even left 2 witnesses alive. Witnesses who didn't even have the nerve to take their own lives before being caught. She assured him they would uncover the truth soon, since the chief knight was already interrogating one of the infiltrators. She also pointed out how surprisingly weak and tearful these intruders were compared to the third princess's assassin. While peace returned outside the castle, our hero walked beside the chief knight to visit the thin-mustached soldier. When the soldier saw the prince enter the room, he was shocked and scrambled upright in bed. The prince began by praising Brian for his bravery and the fight he put up, but Brian grew emotional, insisting that the real hero was his fallen friend, the one who had sacrificed himself. The prince reassured him that his friend's funeral would honor him properly. As for Scarface, he would face full punishment. He was scheduled to hang in 3 days, and the prince hoped Brian would recover in time to witness it. Thin Mustache then mentioned that Scarface supposedly had noble blood, hinting this might cause trouble with Longsong Fortress. The prince dismissed the concern. Scarface might have been distantly related to the Elk family, but he had no title or land. Besides, he had tried to burn down Border Town's food stores, an act too serious to overlook. After promising that someone else would handle patrols, the prince ordered Brian to focus on healing. Once the demon months arrived, he intended to honor him as a brave knight of the prince. Next, we moved to the city wall, where the new recruits were training under Hunter Ironaxe. When Ironaxe spotted the prince approaching, he barked for everyone to stand at attention. The prince, however, seemed to have no idea what to say during an inspection. Awkwardly, he walked up to a random soldier and asked, with a friendly smile, how training was going and whether he was eating enough. The soldier looked terrified, while the prince appeared to be imitating something he had once seen on TV. Suddenly, the soldier dropped to his knees, leaving the prince confused and more than a little unsettled. Tears welled in the soldier's eyes, and not just his. Many recruits were overwhelmed that the prince had personally come to check on them. The prince gently urged the soldier to stand. It was clear the meals he had been providing had lifted their spirits and strengthened them. He reminded everyone that they were free to share suggestions or complaints, and promised they would always have enough to eat. Out of nowhere, the shy boy from earlier raised his hand. He pointed out that their civilian army was too small, and with the way they were training, they might not stand a chance against the demons. Murmurs spread through the crowd as others admitted they felt the same. Some wondered if the prince planned to hire mercenaries. But the hero raised his hand and cut off the speculation. With a grin, he asked the boy for his name. Nervously, the soldier introduced himself as Vanner. The prince praised his insight and agreed that relying solely on a civilian army made little sense. However, he reminded them that demons were simply mutated beasts, not nearly as intelligent as humans. Iron Axe backed him up, confirming the beasts behaved just as the prince described, though he noted that hybrids posed a more formidable challenge. The prince then explained his idea. They would use fences, ditches, and hills to guide the dumb beasts into carefully prepared traps. He was confident the strategy would work, given how simplistic the creature's instincts were. Iron Axe still looked uneasy, reminding everyone that bows and spears would be useless in close combat. The prince smirked, knowing exactly why traditional weapons would fail. That was why he had created a new kind of weapon, stronger and more reliable than an entire squad of armored knights. The crowd buzzed with excitement. At the testing grounds, a massive explosion suddenly tore through the area. The blast shook the earth, stunning the recruits. While everyone else was horrified, the prince was ecstatic. His gunpowder experiment had worked perfectly. Iron Axe muttered that it felt like the wrath of God itself had struck the land. The explosion left a huge crater and obliterated the test rabbits. The prince told everyone to come closer and examine the scene so they could record useful data. He was thrilled that mixing a few elements in the right proportions could produce such power. With everything wiped out by the blast, Iron Axe suggested they wouldn't have to fear monsters at all if they had access to such a weapon. But the prince reminded them that they would never have enough gunpowder. Before the month of demons arrived, the prince was still excited about relying mainly on guns and crossbows while using gunpowder weapons as their trump card. In the next scene, Nightingale described how the world looked through her eyes. Everything appeared in black and white, with no fixed boundaries. Paths twisted and overlapped, shifting direction at will. Up, down, left, and right were meaningless. By navigating these ever-changing lines, she could soar through space with a bird's-eye perspective, passing through anything that wasn't black or white. At times, she could see faint hints of color. Witches especially stood out. They carried the essence of magic, and she could sense that magic flowing within them, waxing and waning like a pulse. Among all witches, only they possessed something truly extraordinary. Anna's magic, however, was unique and vibrantly rich. Her presence glowed more brightly than any other. Suddenly Anna called out to her, pulling her back into the real world. When Anna asked what she was doing, Nightingale smoothly changed the subject, offering fish cakes she had brought along. Anna's face lit up instantly. Nightingale hesitated, saying she needed to wash her hands first, but instead of using water, Anna simply cleansed them with a burst of flame. Nightingale was stunned. It hit her then that Anna was the only witch among them with such exceptional dangerous power. That realization filled her with dread. With the month of demons approaching, Nightingale feared Anna might suffer unbearable pain during her coming-of-age transformation. She gently suggested that Anna join the Witch Cooperation Association, where the others could support her. Everyone would be thrilled to welcome someone as powerful as Anna, but her tone shifted when she quietly admitted that she herself might not survive the winter. Anna then asked where Nightingale had lived before joining the association. Nightingale replied that she once lived in a large city east of the capital. When Anna asked if she had been happy there, Nightingale's mind instantly flashed to her past. Cold shackles, a magic-suppressing locket, and a life of misery. Rather than answer, she turned the question back to Anna. Anna opened up. She had lived a harsh life in the slums of Bordertown. Her father had sold her to the church for 25 golden royals. It was the prince who had freed her. Now she was genuinely happy to be in the castle. Nightingale gently reminded her that leaving wasn't an option, given the hatred most people held toward witches. But Anna remained hopeful, believing the prince could change things for them. Their conversation was abruptly cut short when Nana burst through the door, crying and clinging to Anna. Something terrible was about to happen. Meanwhile, our hero was fast asleep, dreaming of glorious exploits. Nightingale violently shook him awake, furious. Nana's father was on his way, and he suspected his daughter was a witch. Shocked, the prince scrambled to prepare. Perhaps he now had a chance to keep Nana in the castle. He imagined the father pleading for help, begging the prince to protect her secret. Reality shattered those expectations instantly. When the prince stepped outside, Nana's father was livid, demanding his daughter be returned at once. After they sat down, the restless father called Nana over. Terrified, she asked if he planned to sell her to the church again. Her father scoffed, saying the church would never accept someone as clueless as her. He ordered her to come home. But the prince intervened, reminding him that Nana was a witch. The man rejected the idea entirely. Even when Nana confirmed it herself, he grew angry and suggested Teacher Carl must be misleading another child. The prince looked at Anna and gave a small nod. Anna raised her hand and demonstrated her fiery powers. The old man froze, shocked beyond words. The prince urged him to calm down, promising to explain everything. Gradually, Mr. Pine began to understand. His daughter wasn't being harmed. She was here to learn how to control her abilities. Still, the prince felt unnerved when he realized Mr. Pine had assumed he was luring little girls into the castle for inappropriate reasons. Finally, the prince got to the point Nana had healing powers that would be invaluable during the demon months, when the wounded would desperately need her help. But Mr. Pine declined. The danger was too great. The prince countered that opportunities always came with risks. He reminded Mr. Pine of his own family lineage. Nana's grandfather and Mr. Pine's father had been courageous knights, earning their family noble status through heroic deeds. Mr. Pine agreed proudly, recalling how his father once killed an unusually powerful demon. The creature's massive horns still hung above their fireplace. But then the prince gently pointed out that the Pine family was not as prestigious as it once had been. Now, they were simply working-class citizens. Mr. Pine sadly admitted that the prince was right about his family's decline. The prince then noticed the man's rough, calloused hands, evidence that Pine had never abandoned his warrior spirit and still trained daily to hone his sword skills. Seeing an opportunity, the prince cleverly suggested that Pine join the town's defenses. If he helped protect Border Town, the prince promised to grant him enough land to restore his family to true noble status. It was a tempting offer, but Pine shook his head. He refused to gamble his daughter's life for any reward, and insisted Nana would be safer in Longsong Fortress. The prince reminded him that Longsong was far from safe. The church had eyes and ears everywhere there. If word got out that Nana was a witch, not even he could protect her. He assured Pine that if things grew dangerous, he would prepare a small boat for a quick escape to Longsong, ensuring both Nana and Anna could flee without risk. Finally, Mr. Pine exhaled, placing his trust in the prince. He bowed respectfully and pledged his loyalty, declaring he would fight for the prince's cause. Relief washed through the room. Everyone smiled, except Anna. She pouted in clear frustration, furious that the prince would even consider sending her away. She declared that she wasn't going anywhere. The next day, the old constable arrived, looking distressed. He fretted that they had burned through almost all their money on weapons and training. At this rate, he feared the entire town would starve within months. The prince face-palmed and told him to dip into his personal savings to cover the budget. The old man agreed, but pointed out that this still wouldn't fix their long-term financial problems. The prince shrugged, saying that if their defenses failed, they would simply evacuate the town. Then he sent the constable away to handle the matter. Once he left, the prince felt crushed. Every coin he had saved was now gone, and if the defenses still collapsed, everything would fall apart. His mood lifted only when Nightingale suddenly appeared. She immediately noted that he had lied to the constable about evacuating. The prince admitted it. He didn't want to spread fear among the already anxious townspeople. Nightingale told him he should spend more time with Anna rather than worrying about politics. She confessed her fear that Anna might not survive the winter, but the prince insisted she would. Anna had promised she would defeat the demons no matter what. Nightingale asked how he could put such trust in a witch cursed by demonic influence. He simply shrugged, saying he believed in her, and in Nightingale as well. Her expression softened. For the first time she realized his faith wasn't an act. He added that he never lied without a good reason. Suddenly, a noise outside caught her attention. She glanced through the window, visibly tense. It was snowing. Winter had officially arrived. The prince decided to check on Hunter Ironaxe at the shooting range. Ironaxe was firing the guns with precision, hitting bullseye after bullseye. When the prince greeted him, Ironaxe lit up with excitement. He proudly reported that he had mastered all the basics he'd been taught. The prince wasn't surprised. Ironaxe had always been a natural warrior capable of mastering any weapon placed in his hands. The hunter praised the iron pipe of the gods, marveling at its devastating power. He grit his teeth, saying that if he'd had such a weapon during his encounter with the hybrid beast, it wouldn't have survived a second. Overwhelmed, he dropped to his knees, vowing he would never betray the prince's trust. The prince then checked in with Chief Knight Carter, who looked tense. They needed more than just the 2 guns currently available. The prince understood and assured him that 2 more were already being built. He admitted they had rushed the gunpowder development simply because the month of demons had arrived so fast. Up on the city wall, soldiers bowed their heads when the prince arrived. He felt embarrassed, wishing he had taught them proper military etiquette. Ironaxe pointed out that demons were rare after the first snowfall, but the prince warned him not to relax. Then they spotted something in the distance. A demon alone, approaching slowly. Panic flickered among the soldiers. One asked if he should sound the alarm. The prince told him to decide for himself. He had more experience now. After a moment, the soldier chose not to sound the alarm and lowered his bow. The prince felt relieved. Their training was finally paying off. The creature picked up speed, charging toward the wall. Squinting, the prince wondered if it was a mutated fox. Iron Axe confirmed that the beast had recently been possessed and posed minimal danger. Still, as it prepared to leap over the wall, Iron Axe drew his bow. Carter stepped in front of the prince protectively. The beast lunged. Iron Axe's arrow flew through the air and struck the demon instantly, dropping it dead on the spot. The prince leaned over the wall, observing the strange black blood oozing from its corpse. He wondered why demonic beasts bled like that and why witches could recover from demonic influence while animals never could. Curious, he asked whether someone bitten by a demon could transform into a mindless ghoul. Iron Axe scoffed, insisting no such creatures existed. The prince let out a sigh of relief, comforted that he wouldn't have to deal with a zombie apocalypse on top of everything else. He then asked if the demon sep's meat was edible. The knight almost had a heart attack. Why on earth, he demanded, would the prince even consider eating cursed meat? The hunter agreed, recalling the time he once fed a chunk of demon flesh to his hunting dogs, which immediately killed them. The boy sighed in disappointment, thinking it was a total waste of good meat. Both the knight and the hunter were stunned that the prince had actually considered eating it, but our hero reminded them how scarce food had become. It would have been a blessing if they could have eaten the meat they were hunting down. Suddenly a soldier burst into the room, shouting that someone was hurt. It wasn't a guard this time, but a worker from the northern mines. Meanwhile, Nana sat alone until Nightingale appeared out of nowhere, asking if she was bored. The little girl nearly jumped out of her skin, terrified by the sudden appearance. Nightingale quickly apologized and explained that Anna was still busy with her work, and might return soon. When Nana asked if Anna was still dealing with those dirty mounds, Nightingale nodded. Nightingale then sat down and absent-mindedly grabbed Anna's tea without asking. It was clear that Nana was feeling discouraged about her new assignment. The prince had tasked her with healing the wounded guards. It wasn't that she disliked the work, but seeing the injured men left her shaken. She wanted to overcome her fear so she could keep using her ability properly and wished she were as brave as Anna. Suddenly, Nightingale spotted someone approaching, and a soldier rushed in, urgently telling Nana to come downstairs at once. A severely injured patient needed her help. In the infirmary, the wounded man screamed in agony, begging his prince to end the unbearable pain. Seeing the miner so desperate made our hero uneasy. He wondered whether the man's burns came from the steam engine malfunction at the northern mines. Nana stepped into the room, trembling as she approached the charred miner. Her father gently placed a reassuring hand on her head. Nana swallowed her fear, steadied herself, and declared she was ready. Once the curtains were drawn, she took a deep breath, summoned her power, and began healing him. Moments later, the man was completely recovered, looking as fresh as a newly picked cucumber. Her father, witnessing her healing ability for the first time, was stunned and proud, calling it nothing short of a miracle. Knight Brian happily chimed in, saying that Nana had once saved him from the brink of death too. The prince immediately panicked, signaling him to keep quiet. Nana had healed him in secret, without her father knowing, and he wasn't eager to face the man's anger over it. Now fully conscious and healed, the miner couldn't believe he was alive. Prince Roland assured him it was real and revealed that Nana, one of the witches, had saved him. Later that night, when our hero returned to his room, Nightingale greeted him and demanded to know why he had revealed Nana's secret so soon. This led him to recall the moment when the miner learned she was a witch and panicked, shouting about witches being devils. Nana's father quickly shut him down, reminding him that his daughter had saved his life and had nothing to do with devils. Overwhelmed with guilt, the miner dropped to his knees before Nana, apologizing and thanking her profusely. Back in the present, our hero explained that revealing her identity had been the right move. If they planned to use her powers against demons in the coming months, hiding the truth would become impossible anyway. Besides, the church forces had already departed for Longsong Fortress, leaving no one behind to harass the witches. Nightingale asked if he had planned all of this from the beginning. The boy confirmed it. With the snow blocking the roads and the seaports under his control, the church had no way of learning what was happening in Border Town, let alone taking action. This gave him 3 full months to change the public's view of witches. He pointed out how Nana was now seen as an angel by the soldiers she healed. As she continued treating the wounded, morale would rise, and the townspeople's prejudice would slowly fade. Nightingale still didn't understand why he was doing so much for the witches, so she asked him directly. Our hero repeated that Border Town did not judge anyone by their origin. Even those as hated as witches deserved to live on this land just like everyone else. The woman's eyes widened as she heard our hero's grand plans. It was clear she had something important to confess. She admitted she hadn't been entirely honest with him earlier. The prince was caught off guard, and she began explaining how her sisters in the association had been wandering for years, losing hope along the way. Now all they wanted was a safe place where they could be happy, even if it was just a single castle. At first, the boy didn't understand what she meant, but then the realization struck him. she was actually open to bringing all the witches to Bordertown. Before he could get too excited, she grounded him with a warning. If witches gathered at the castle, he would eventually have to face the church. The boy calmly reassured her. The church's main headquarters was far away, and even if they learned that witches were living in Bordertown, they wouldn't march all the way to Greycastle just for him. He was already planning to gather enough influence to rival the church, and create a world where witches could live alongside ordinary people. He dreamed of expanding that world throughout Greycastle, and maybe even across the entire kingdom. The scene then shifted to the capital of Greycastle. Soldiers on horseback marched through the streets until their captain suddenly called for a halt. The man looked eager, finally returning to the castle. Fireworks lit up the sky as the people welcomed the one approaching the city gates. Gerald Wimbledon, the first Prince of Greycastle. It was amusing how these people had enough explosive material for fireworks, even though it had only been a few chapters since our hero invented gunpowder in this primitive world. The gates lowered, and Prince Gerald entered the city with his entourage. Once inside, he wasted no time announcing that he had come to claim what was rightfully his from his father. 3 shady figures appeared, bowing before him and reporting that they had completed their assigned task. Gerald asked if they had managed to replace the royal guards as planned. The lackey admitted there had been complications. They had only managed to replace the guards in the king's chamber. Gerald dismissed the issue, saying that as long as he and his men could enter the castle, everything would go according to plan. The lackey reassured him that no one would be able to stop their entry. An old man stepped forward, mentioning that Gerald's fate star, the Heaven Star, was leaving the equinox, and would disappear from this hemisphere in about 4 months. He asked Gerald if he remembered what the movement of that star signified. Gerald drifted into his childhood memories of playing with his younger siblings, then snapped back and said he understood perfectly. It meant the time had come to break the rules of the challenge their father had set, and Gerald would take the throne of Greycastle. Approaching the king's room, Gerald suddenly noticed a strange metallic scent. He asked about the smell of blood. The old man explained that the king had summoned a servant girl, who realized the guards had been switched. They had to dispose of her. Strangely, the king hadn't called for any women since their mother passed away. As they approached the door, the old man pointed out the absence of patrols, which made moving around the area easier. Gerald scoffed, saying he wasn't sneaking around like a rat but walking in proudly to discuss inheritance. And if talking didn't work, he had other methods in mind. He gripped his sword, leaned closer to the door, and the blood smell intensified. He peeked inside, then smashed the door open. Inside, he found his father lying dead with a dagger in his chest, and standing over the body was his younger brother, Timothy Wimbledon, the second Prince of Greycastle. Seeing his brother, Timothy claimed he hadn't wanted to do this, but he had no choice, just as Gerald apparently had no choice but to come here. Almost immediately, soldiers emerged behind Gerald, surrounding him and catching him by surprise. Gerald demanded to know how long Timothy had been planning this. Timothy explained that their father's decree was like a chess match. He had intended to follow the rules, but the third princess had started playing dirty. He accused Gerald of doing the same, pointing out that the first prince wouldn't have rushed across the kingdom without being tipped off by his astrologer lackey. It became clear that the lackey had betrayed Gerald as well. The old man insisted he hadn't lied. When the Heaven Star leaves the equinox, it symbolizes a seeker losing their way, but it also foretells downfall. Infuriated, Gerald shouted at his brother, reminding him that he had always been their father's favorite, given every advantage, yet he was the one who killed the king. Timothy only grinned, shamelessly pointing out Gerald's hypocrisy. After all, Gerald had also come here prepared to kill their father if negotiations failed. Gerald trembled, shaken by the brutal truth. He asked Timothy if he had lured him here intentionally to eliminate him as well. Timothy simply shrugged, saying he never planned to confront their sister. He only needed to wait in place to kill his older brother. He even admitted he was impressed that their sister had foreseen all of this before the decree was ever written. Timothy went on to explain that he wanted to end the royal decree early because his Valencia city wasn't like their sister's Clearwater port, which was producing warriors like rabbits. He needed an army, one big enough to challenge her, and that would only be possible if he possessed the Greycastle crown. The first prince, enraged, charged at Timothy, but the surrounding soldiers quickly intercepted him. One struck him from behind with a spear, forcing him to his knees before his brother. Timothy coldly informed Gerald that he would be framed for killing the king and condemned as a murderer, destined to meet the guillotine. The soldiers pinned Gerald down as he protested furiously, demanding to know whether Timothy even had the right to judge him. He vowed to expose Timothy's crimes to the world, but Timothy had already prepared for that. He revealed a potion called the Silencer. Once someone drank it, their voice would be permanently stolen. With Gerald executed and no other heirs in line, Timothy planned to play the grieving son flawlessly and claim the throne without resistance. He even urged his brother to curse their sister for the cruel fate he was about to suffer. As soldiers dragged Gerald away, his mind drifted to childhood memories one last time. The astrologer servant, the traitor, began addressing Timothy as king, proudly proclaiming the crown was now his. Timothy praised the man for his loyalty, then immediately pulled out a deadly pill and ordered him to swallow it if he wished to avoid becoming a future liability. Timothy then turned back toward his father's corpse, gritting his teeth in frustration. A flashback revealed the truth. When Timothy had warned the king that Gerald was heading for the capital with plans to forcibly seize the throne, the king simply grinned maniacally. Before Timothy could make sense of it, the king drew a dagger and plunged it into his own chest, killing himself instantly. Now in the present, Timothy was infuriated, desperate to discover who was manipulating the chaos behind their fight for succession. He was determined to hunt down whoever had interfered. The women who had visited the king earlier were likely involved. Back in Border Town, things had been peaceful. The steam engine prototype in the mines had been repaired, no accidents had occurred, and no demons had shown up recently. Our hero had been enjoying a rare moment of calm, brainstorming ways to grow the town's economy and refill his empty coffers. But that peace shattered when a night burst in with alarming news. A massive horde of demons was swarming outside the walls. At the border, below the fortress wall, monstrous howls echoed through the air. The soldiers stationed atop the wall looked horrified by the sheer number of creatures. Among them was Vanner, a former miner who had joined the army simply to eat eggs. One of the beasts charged the wall, slamming into it with tremendous force and shaking the entire structure. The impact left a noticeable crack in the stone, though the monster collapsed moments later. A pack of wolf-like demons began advancing next. Hunter Ironaxe barked orders, telling everyone to brace their spears. As the wolves scaled the wall, Vanner gathered his courage and thrust his spear on command. One wolf managed to leap onto the rampart, but the captain quickly drew his gun and shot it through the skull. With the immediate threat neutralized, Ironaxe warned everyone to remain alert. Suddenly a soldier cried out as a creature pierced his abdomen, spilling his innards. The sight nearly sent Vanner into shock. Fortunately, the knight and the prince arrived in time. The knight reminded Vanner of his training, snapping him back to his senses. Vanner immediately ordered the wounded man taken to the hospital while the others held their ground. The prince couldn't help but smile at Vanner's discipline. All those eggs had not gone to waste after all. They had helped build a competent civilian army. Then something unexpected caught everyone's attention. Even our hero recoiled at the sight of it. The hunter, equally horrified, drew his gun. They had encountered a monstrosity unlike anything they had seen. A massive behemoth that defied the rules of biology. Our hero had never imagined facing such a mutant creature. The soldiers released a barrage of arrows, but it was like firing toothpicks at a tank. The arrows bounced harmlessly off its thick armor-like hide. The troops looked toward their leader in panic, uncertain of what to do. The monster's steps shook the earth as it lumbered forward. Realizing they needed more firepower, our hero ordered the muskets loaded. When the creature drew close enough, the soldiers opened fire, but it was about as effective as trying to stop a T-Rex with a water gun. The soldiers began panicking when even the muskets proved useless against the monstrous behemoth. The prince quickly ordered them to calm down, then instructed Vice Captain Vanner to gather a few men and fetch dynamite from the storage room. As he was giving orders and trying to regain control of the situation, bam! The colossal monster smashed through the very wall they had worked so hard to build. At this point, the prince was certain they were in serious trouble. He had never expected the creature to be this powerful, and immediately ordered a retreat before the situation spiraled completely out of control. As the wall crumbled beneath him, Nightingale swooped in and caught him just before he fell, carrying him safely back to solid ground. Once they landed, the boy asked why she had come. Nightingale explained she had rushed over because she was worried, and clearly her fears had been justified. She then asked how he planned to deal with the monster. Our hero assured her he still had a trick up his sleeve. Right on cue, Vanner returned carrying a bundle of dynamite. The prince shouted for Vanner to light the fuse and toss the explosives beneath the monster's legs. Poor Vanner, shaking in terror, struggled through the moment, but eventually got the fuse lit. He dropped the dynamite and ran for his life as the fuse sizzled down. Seconds later, boom, a massive explosion rocked the battlefield, hitting the behemoth square in the abdomen. The soldiers erupted in cheers as the giant creature collapsed, lifeless. The prince grinned like he had just aced an exam, but their celebration ended abruptly when they saw more beasts approaching, not mutants, but regular demonic creatures, and plenty of them. The soldiers scrambled to raise their shields as panic spread. In the chaos, a massive demon boar charged toward them. One soldier lying on the ground stared in disbelief as a girl stepped directly into its path. That girl was Anna. Not just any girl, Anna, the witch he had tried to keep away from danger. Anna stood fearlessly, eyes fixed on the raging boar. She summoned her power, and flames burst from her hands, engulfing the beast and roasting it alive. Our hero's jaw dropped. He had been so focused on using her only for construction and town projects that he had never imagined her potential on the battlefield. No wonder he had kept her in the sick bay. He wanted her protected. He had no idea how she had gotten past everyone. Knight Brian dropped to his knees, reporting that Anna had been worried about the prince's safety and insisted on coming to the wall. He couldn't stop her. Originally, the prince had planned to slowly shift public opinion using Anna's healing abilities. Once the people accepted witches, he would reveal Anna publicly, but now the secret was out, whether he liked it or not. He ordered Brian and Nightingale to protect Anna at all costs. Meanwhile, Anna stepped forward as soldiers instinctively formed a protective circle around her. With fierce determination, she raised her hands again. Flames ignited and surged upward, forming a blazing wall within the breach, blocking the monsters from advancing further. Our heroes stood stunned by her magnificent display, but the monsters kept emerging through the fire. Their eyes met, and in that moment, the prince knew exactly what he needed to do. He grabbed the knight's gun and began firing at the monsters, aiming straight for their heads. His sudden burst of courage shocked everyone. Raising his weapon high, the prince rallied the troops, commanding them to ready their spears and charge. His voice echoed across the battlements, urging them to defend their wall and protect Bordertown. The soldiers roared in response, filled with new determination. Together they fought fiercely until the last wolf fell, riddled with arrows. Only then did the soldiers finally savor their victory. The knight was astonished by how effectively they had defended their territory, but as the adrenaline faded, the prince suddenly remembered Anna. Panic washed over him. How was he going to explain her identity as a witch to the civilian army? He frantically searched for her, but then something surprising caught his eye. The soldiers weren't calling her a devil or a cursed being, they were showing her respect, gratitude, admiration. Her fiery power, terrifying as it was, had earned their trust. Anna approached the prince, completely drained from the battle. She barely managed a few steps before collapsing into his arms. The scene then shifted to Clearwater Port at Garcia's residence, where the third princess received shocking news. The king was dead. According to the letter, their older brother Gerald, the first prince, had been accused of assassinating him, and was now imprisoned. They claimed the king hadn't died by suicide, but had been executed under the orders of the officials. Garcia's knight was completely thrown off and found the entire situation far too suspicious. After a moment of hesitation, Garcia admitted that her brother Gerald could be foolish at times, but he certainly wasn't foolish enough to wish for death. She explained that Timothy was trying to shift the blame onto Gerald to deceive the public, but taking full control of Greycastle wouldn't happen overnight. She had adjusted her plans accordingly. Her knight still couldn't understand why Timothy would pull such a reckless stunt, especially when their father had always favored him. That was when the princess dropped a truth bomb. Timothy feared her. At the mere sight of her black flag, he trembled. She pointed out that Timothy's actions were unnecessary. Yes, he was laying the blame for their father's murder on Gerald, but he couldn't fool the kingdom forever. If he hoped to seize all of Greycastle, he would need a long-term plan, not a desperate frame job. So she decided she would not sit back and watch. She was setting sail for Greycastle the next morning. Her knight nervously asked whether she intended to confront Timothy. Garcia told him plainly, if Timothy wasn't going to wait for the 5-year decree to end naturally, neither would she. The knight anxiously mentioned that the entire kingdom must be mourning the king's death by now. Garcia casually asked if he expected her to shed a tear as well. He quickly said no and knelt, awaiting further orders. She commanded him to fetch the captain of the Black Fleet. They would depart as soon as possible. Meanwhile, back in Bordertown, things had calmed down after the massive monster raid. No further attacks had occurred, and the injured soldiers were treated and returned to duty quickly. The chief knight was tasked with using the hybrid monster's shell to reinforce the broken wall, merging it into the existing barrier. The largest factor in their victory had been Anna's devastating power, but weeks had passed since Anna collapsed, and she still had not awakened. Nightingale reminded everyone that today was supposed to be Anna's maturity day. She feared Anna might die in her sleep, since witches could only survive the pain of maturity while conscious. Somberly, she revealed she had seen far too many witches die, treated like animals, burned, tortured by nobles for twisted entertainment. The lucky ones lived in exile, endlessly chasing the mythical Holy Mountain, a dream they never reached. But Anna was different. Unlike the sisters of the association, Anna was cared for here, valued, respected. Nightingale explained that this was what the Holy Mountain truly represented, a life free from prejudice. Anna had already achieved it. Memories of Anna flooded the prince's mind. Her strength, her determination, the day she vowed to remain at his side. He clutched her hand firmly, refusing to let her slip away. As midnight struck, Nightingale sensed the start of Anna's maturity. Magic pulsed within her body. A candle nearby began glowing with an eerie green light, startling the prince. He wondered whether it was the influence of demonic spirits. Yet nothing seemed to happen to Anna herself. Suddenly the candle's flame shrank to a faint spark, triggering a wave of panic, especially for young Nana. Then the flame flared back to life, glowing brighter than before with vivid green energy. And then, without warning, Anna opened her eyes. Everyone froze in shock. Prince Roland rushed to her side asking how she felt. Anna seemed perfectly fine. She reached out her hand toward him, and the prince braced himself, only for a flame to flicker to life in her palm, glowing that same vivid green. Everyone stared, stunned. Gathering his courage, the prince carefully reached out to touch the flame, and the scene shifted abruptly to the office, where our heroes sat in complete shock. Nightingale had just informed him that she was planning to leave Bordertown. She explained that Anna's awakening was miraculous in more ways than one. Not only had Anna survived maturity, but she had also survived demonic possession, something unheard of. Nightingale added that Anna's new green flames responded perfectly to her will. She could control their temperature, shape, and movement within a radius of 5 meters. Still, Anna had somehow avoided the excruciating pain that came with maturity, which Nightingale found baffling. The prince theorized that Anna must have depleted her magic completely during the battle at the wall. With her magic tank empty, the pressure inside her body wouldn't have built up enough to cause unbearable agony. Witches normally kept their magic hidden, causing it to accumulate dangerously before maturity, like a pressure cooker waiting to explode. Nightingale nodded, admitting the explanation made sense, which meant she had no time to waste. Winter was coming, and that meant countless witches across the land would soon face their own painful transformations. She needed to return to the association immediately, gather any survivors, and bring them back to Bordertown, hoping the prince would give them the same protection he had given Anna. But Roland urged her to stay, at least until the demons stopped appearing, and the weather settled. Nightingale smirked. Arriving at the association even a day early could save lives, she said. Besides, the demons wouldn't detect her. She would be fine. And with that, her departure was set. The prince then asked Nightingale about her own awakening, but she brushed it off, explaining that spring was beginning and she had long grown used to the pain. Still, he advised her to take care on the road. After offering her respects to Roland one last time, she vanished abruptly as always. Her sudden disappearance, as usual, unsettled him. He had never gotten used to her habit of appearing and disappearing without warning. Left alone, Roland sank into deep thought. If his theory about witches was correct, it could change everything, but his reflection was cut short when he glanced at his impossibly long list of pending tasks. Just as he wondered where to begin, his consultant burst in with urgent news. A messenger from Longsong Fortress had arrived. The ambassador was unusually anxious. Roland immediately sensed something was wrong. His suspicions were confirmed when he read the message. The king was dead. The ambassador quickly clarified that he had come under Duke Ryan's orders. The 5-year royal decree had ended, and Timothy Wimbledon was now recognized as the new king of Greycastle. Then came the final revelation. Timothy intended to reward Prince Roland with new territory and a new official title. Roland was stunned. Moments later, his consultant expressed sorrow over the king's death, supposedly at the hands of the first prince, and asked what their next move should be. Roland answered that the entire situation felt suspicious. He intended to make decisions only after observing the movements of his 2 sisters. He admitted he knew little about the 5th princess, but he was sure she wasn't the type to take reckless risks. Following her lead seemed logical. He also suspected chaos would grip the capital during this power shift. Their top priority had to be securing the safety of their families. He ordered the consultant to instruct the chief knight and castle staff to write letters home and have their families escorted to other towns for protection. The consultant thanked him for his consideration. Roland then announced more changes. He would stop exporting metals, and would sell only gemstones and minerals to Willowtown. He wanted the metals for himself to build more machinery. Additionally, he planned to recruit more civilians into the army and expand military training. In a way, the ambassador's news had become a blessing in disguise. Roland felt confident that simply staying in Bordertown would eventually draw trouble, especially from Duke Ryan of Longsong Fortress. After the months of demons, Ryan would no doubt attempt to extend his influence into the Western Territory under the new administration. But that was precisely what Roland wanted. His top priority was industrialization, and what he lacked most was manpower. Bordertown had barely 2,000 people, far too few to fuel his expanding projects. Buying slaves, recruiting high-level talent, or boosting birth rates were unrealistic. However, taking Longsong Fortress could grant him thousands of freed citizens and a massive boost in wealth. Assimilation would be easy, and it was the fastest way to grow the population and economy. Roland understood the challenges of confronting the entire fortress, but he would wait patiently for Nightingale to return with the witches. That was also why he desperately wanted to expand his civilian army and build more machinery. The scene then shifted to the northern mountain range, where Nightingale descended into one of the tunnels. Her path was suddenly blocked by roots sprouting from the ground. She introduced herself, and the roots withdrew. The witch controlling them, Leaf lit up with joy at the sight of her friend. After exchanging greetings, Leaf delivered grim news. One of the 2 younger witches, either Erin or Ashley, had failed to survive her maturity. They chose not to dwell on the tragedy and moved inside. Nightingale was eager to reunite with Wendy. When Wendy was called over, she immediately spun around and greeted Nightingale warmly, teasingly calling her Veronica. Taking Nightingale's hand, she made her blush. But Nightingale firmly insisted she wasn't the weak girl she once was, and no longer wished to be called by that name. Wendy gently reminded her that denying her past wouldn't change it. It was still part of who she was. Despite that, Nightingale was happy to see her, and the two embraced tightly. Wendy then asked about Anna and whether Nightingale had helped her through her maturity. With a smile, Nightingale revealed that Anna hadn't needed saving at all. In fact, what had happened to Anna could change the fate of all witches. Moments later, Nightingale told her sisters everything about the prince, how he allowed witches to live in Bordertown without discrimination, how he had personally saved Anna and Nana, and how he rejected the church's belief that witches were possessed by devils. He believed their powers came from within themselves, not from any demonic influence. To seal the truth, Nightingale reminded the group of her ability. She could smell lies, so they could trust every word she said. When Nightingale insisted the prince was serious, she revealed his plans to protect witches and even oppose the church if necessary. Then she pulled out the steam engine blueprints, proof that they could build a thriving sanctuary, one strong enough to rival the Holy Mountain itself. Just as she painted this hopeful picture, a green-haired woman barged in and demanded everyone be quiet. She seemed to be their teacher, and Nightingale immediately bowed her head in respect. The teacher gave her a cold stare, questioning whether Nightingale was calling the Holy Mountain something they had chased for generations, nothing more than a lie. The scene shifted to the new king, Timothy. A knight presented him with a stone known as Divine Judgment, supposedly the ultimate weapon against demonic forces. The knight boasted that the church had long proven its effectiveness in subduing witches. But Timothy was irritated. He blamed witches for his father's suicide and ordered the knight to continue capturing them and scour the capital for more. Back with Nightingale, she awoke tied to a pillar with a witch suppression stone locked around her neck. She tried to figure out how she ended up in this position. A flashback revealed the moment the green-haired teacher exploded at the suggestion of the prince aiding witches. She ranted that witches had suffered persecution for ages, and claimed that Nightingale had been deceived by the prince. To her, the agonizing pain of witch maturity was a sacred trial, one that shaped the mind and body of a true witch. Only those who endured it earned the right to ascend to the Holy Mountain and achieve peace. Nightingale was horrified. To the teacher, every fallen sister, every witch who died enduring that agony, was simply disqualified. Their suffering meant nothing. The teacher then offered Nightingale a final chance at forgiveness. If she repented, she would be shown mercy. But Nightingale refused. She would only leave with sisters who believed in her. As she attempted to walk away, a snake shot forward, coiling around her feet. Venom surged into her body, petrifying her instantly. She woke to find herself tied up, facing the teacher. Nightingale questioned why the woman was using Divine Judgment, a forbidden tool within the association. The teacher dismissed her concern. It was nothing more than a disciplinary tool for rebellious children, she said. She reminded Nightingale that Wendy had once saved her from the aristocrats. And now, instead of repaying that kindness, Nightingale was betraying them, handing them over to nobles just to repair her own relationships. Nightingale denied it. She insisted she only wanted her sisters to live free, without starvation, without persecution, without the torment of maturity. She emphasized that everyone deserved the right to choose their own fate. She even brought up the steam engine blueprint as proof that miracles were possible. The teacher scoffed. She tossed the blueprint into the fire, mocking the idea that a hunk of steel could ever move like a living creature. Then she grabbed a heated dagger and held it inches from Nightingale's throat. This would be Nightingale's last chance to beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, she would die as an example to all. Even facing death, Nightingale stayed defiant. She would rather be stabbed than bow. Wendy suddenly stepped forward, reminding everyone how many sisters they had already lost. They couldn't afford to lose another. The teacher, growing more frantic, demanded to know whether Wendy believed Nightingale's story. Wendy said she didn't plan to go to Bordertown herself, but she agreed that everyone should choose their own path. She asked if any witch wanted to leave with Nightingale. No one spoke. Seeing this, Wendy suggested letting Nightingale go alone. She had harmed no one, and there was no reason to kill her. Several sisters agreed and asked the teacher to release her. But the teacher snapped. She refused to let Nightingale go, fearing she would reveal the association's location to the church. She raised her dagger to strike. Before she could, Wendy hurled a coin at Nightingale, shattering the suppression stone. The teacher lunged at Wendy. Her snake struck and clamped onto Wendy's hand. But Nightingale reacted instantly. A metallic flash, a scream, and her sword pierced the teacher's chest. The woman collapsed before anyone could move. Nightingale and Wendy vanished into the shadows and fled the tunnels. But Wendy's condition quickly worsened. The poison spread from her bitten hand. To stop it from traveling further, Nightingale, heartbroken but determined, took out her dagger and severed Wendy's hand. She kept the severed hand, confident Nana could heal it later. Their journey was brutal. It took them 3 days just to reach this far, and carrying an injured Wendy slowed Nightingale even more. Wendy's blood loss made the situation dire. Nightingale feared she wouldn't last another 3 days. But just when all hope seemed lost, a mysterious newcomer appeared, ready to help. The newcomer looked like a boy at first glance, but she was actually a girl. She told Nightingale not to freak out. Her name was Lightning, and she had recently joined the Witch Association. Nightingale remained guarded, and asked if Kara had sent her. Lightning shrugged, saying Nightingale probably didn't recognize her because she was rarely around the base. She explained she wasn't there on orders. She came because, just like Nightingale had said earlier, everyone deserved to live life their own way, and Lightning had chosen to follow Nightingale. Simple as that. She added that she was thrilled by all the machinery and explosive dynamite Nightingale had talked about. She was an explorer at heart. After all, confused, Nightingale wondered why someone who loved adventure so much would join the association. Lightning explained that searching for the Holy Mountain was an adventure in itself, though the association was mostly about books, and Kara always had her nose buried in them. Nightingale asked if Lightning could fight. Lightning proudly said she could, and she could fly too, or so she thought. With Wendy slung over her shoulders, she struggled to stay off the ground. After a long moment of effort, she finally managed to float slightly. As they traveled, Lightning asked how long Nightingale had known Wendy, mentioning how Wendy had called her Veronica back at the base. Nightingale confirmed they went way back. She revealed that before joining the association, she had lived in Silver City where people treated her like a puppet. Wendy had shown her what it meant to truly live. She told Lightning she once had a family. At 13, her parents vanished during a commoner uprising. Her uncle took her and her brother Hyde in. That same year, her witch powers awakened. Her uncle realized she was a witch immediately and separated her from Hyde, locking her up and forcing her to train. He threatened Hyde's safety so she would use her abilities for his dirty work. She became an assassin, poisoning, ambushing, killing. The Gillen family grew rich, while her hands grew bloodier. Her powers were disturbingly suited for it. When she finally reunited with Hyde, he rejected her coldly, saying he wished he didn't have a witch for a sister. Heartbroken, she survived maturity alone. Her powers intensified, enabling her to break free. She killed her uncle and fled, lost in the world. Then she found Wendy, the first warmth she had felt in a long time. Wendy took her to the association, where Kara provided solace for their wounded souls. In the present, Lightning admitted that Kara had gone off the rails. She still couldn't believe a prince genuinely cared about witches. After a long journey, they finally reached Bordertown. Inside the familiar cottage, the prince kept sneezing, wondering who was thinking about him so intensely. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted. The trio Nightingale, Lightning, and the unconscious Wendy crashed into the cottage. Anna immediately prepared for combat, but Nightingale shouted for the prince to fetch Nana. As Nana worked on Wendy's injuries, Roland tried to understand what had happened. He feared the association had been wiped out by demons, and only 3 had survived. Lightning appeared from the infirmary, reassuring him that she wasn't hurt. She admitted she hadn't believed Nightingale's claims about the prince at first, but now she knew he truly cared about witches. She joked that the world was full of weird people, so a weird prince wasn't the strangest thing she'd seen. Roland didn't appreciate the comment, but let it slide. At least he now knew the association hadn't been attacked. Lightning explained everything, how Wendy had been wounded by their own teacher Kara, and how they ended up fleeing. Later that night, Roland returned to his room and nearly jumped out of his skin. Nightingale was lying on his bed in her nightclothes. He immediately panicked, wondering if she was planning something intimate, but she got up and walked toward him, her expression serious. He backed nervously into the door, insisting she needed rest. Instead, Nightingale, Veronica Gillen, knelt before him. She formally swore her loyalty. She vowed to follow his commands, stand at his side in battle, and face demons or any danger until her final breath. Roland wasn't shocked. After being betrayed and disillusioned by the association, it was clear she was turning to him and placing her future and the future of witches in his hands. Without hesitation, he took the sword from her and officially appointed Nightingale as his right-hand woman. The prince asked Nightingale if her real name was Veronica, and she nodded, saying there was no need to hide it from him anymore. We then caught up with Wendy, who had just been offered a contract. Roland told her she could stay in Bordertown and work for him. If she agreed, she could sign on the dotted line. He promised fair pay for her magic. He also revealed he'd discovered a possible method for witches to pass through maturity without feeling any pain. The idea shocked the new witches. Outside, Roland admitted it was just his theory. He explained that witches were vessels for magic, and as they grew older, their magic accumulated until it overflowed during maturity, wreaking havoc on their bodies. He pointed to Anna as an example of someone who survived that transition. He dismissed the church's belief about demonic possession as nonsense. Instead, he proposed that witches could ease their pain by continuously releasing magic, which would prevent dangerous buildup. He promised that Bordertown would become a safe haven where witches could openly practice their magic without fear or discrimination. If everything worked out, he believed they could build their own version of the Holy Mountain right here in the Borderlands. Wendy, already convinced, asked where to begin. Roland told her to keep using her magic mastery would come with practice. While Roland got busy training the newcomers, Nana and Anna had a quiet conversation. Nana admired Wendy's wind magic and lightning's flying, which had helped save Wendy's life. Anna was thrilled to have more sisters around, but Nana teased her, pointing out how warmly Nightingale seemed to look at Roland. Anna didn't get what she meant, but Nana warned her that if she didn't make a move soon, Nightingale just might win the prince over. Suddenly an alarm blared. Something was wrong. A report came in. A demon monster had appeared. Roland rushed to the wall, joining the soldiers. He strained to see the creature, but nothing was visible at first. He wondered if it was a false alarm, but the hunter who raised it insisted he look closer. As the mist thickened, a dark, shifting blob came into view. When Roland focused, he froze. It was a hybrid monster. The hunter revealed it was the same one that nearly killed him years ago. Roland pieced together the truth. This creature was no ordinary beast. It had intelligence. It retreated when endangered. It survived for years. It learned. When the beast reached the wall, it halted. Everyone grew tense. Without warning, the monster launched into the air. Roland shouted for his soldiers to attack, but the creature was already airborne. It landed directly on the wall above him, smashing into its weakest point. That confirmed his suspicions. This monster was thinking. Once it breached the wall, soldiers reported it was heading toward town. Roland ordered his 2nd Civilian Division to follow him, while the backup division held the line. He marched toward the town, regretting he had underestimated the creature's cunning. When they finally reached the site, they were greeted with horrifying news. The monster had already devoured someone. A trail of blood snaked across the ground, sending a chill down Roland's spine, but he forced down his fear and commanded everyone to stay sharp. Moments later, the monster emerged again, snatching another civilian. Soldiers hesitated. They couldn't fire without risking innocent lives. Iron Axe quickly ordered them to take higher positions. Soldiers scrambled up rooftops, aiming from above. They fired, their shots grazing the monster's oversized skull but missing the vital point. The creature turned, glaring furiously. Before it could attack, Iron Axe rushed in and fired at point-blank range, blowing its head apart. He finally avenged the innocent lives the creature had taken. Meanwhile, far to the north near the Hermes perimeter outside Grey Castle, another threat loomed. A colossal, mutated creature crawled toward the towering defensive wall. The knights atop the wall trembled as it approached. When it finally climbed onto the rooftop, it drooled heavily, its eyes lighting up at the sight of the humans nearby. Without warning, the monster opened its enormous jaws, unleashing an entire army of creatures pouring out of its belly. The soldiers realized they were trapped. With nowhere to run, they broke into a desperate sprint, fleeing in the opposite direction as the horde surged forward. A creature soared overhead, shadowing the fleeing soldiers as they raced toward the inner city's north wall. When they finally reached the gate, they had no choice but to wait for it to open. The young woman with them revealed that the entire outer city had already fallen to the monsters. Their objective now was to defend the church, but with only a handful of soldiers and an army of hybrids at their heels, it looked like a hopeless task. Then the girl pulled out a red pill and ordered the soldiers to take it and destroy the enemy without hesitation. They obeyed. As soon as they swallowed the pill, a powerful surge shot through their bodies, filling them with strength. They marched forward, ready to fight to the death. But before these reckless soldiers threw themselves into certain doom, the gate finally slammed open. A cocky figure strode out, announcing himself as part of the Judgment Army. Fully armored knights followed behind him, their heavy plate gleaming like they were elite warriors straight out of legend. The woman stared in disbelief. She had no idea who these so-called Judgment soldiers were, and she doubted mere humans could stand against hybrid monsters. But she was about to get her answer. As the monster and the Judgment Army clashed, the flying beast swooped down. One knight grabbed its enormous claws mid-air, while another took his stance and hurled a spear with godlike speed. The spear pierced straight through the creature's skull. The woman was stunned. Their speed and strength rivaled the hybrids themselves. As these terrifyingly powerful knights tore through the monsters, the scene shifted to a church spire, where 3 archbishops watched the battle using a telescope. They were pleased to see the monsters falling. Archbishop Ton noted that the worst part of the fight had already passed. The reinforcements sent by the 4 great kingdoms had been completely annihilated. Archbishop Heather chuckled, mocking the kingdoms for sending thousands of soldiers who became nothing more than cannon fodder. To her, this proved that the kingdom's forces could never compare to the church's mighty Judgment Army. A 3rd archbishop interjected, however, reminding them of the cost. Many Judgment soldiers had died, and they had used a massive number of the red pills, the same pills that formed the core of the church's military strength. Tun gritted his teeth. He insisted they had no choice. The beasts of the wasteland had risen exactly as foretold in scripture. He warned that unless the continent unified, complete destruction awaited them. Heather scoffed, arguing that humans were just as monstrous as demons, so wiping them out might not be such a loss. Her irreverence enraged the old archbishop, who snapped at her to stop her blasphemy and defiance of God's will. Heather simply shrugged, pointing out that God never promised humanity's survival. She even questioned whether God cared more about humans than demons. The old man bristled but stayed silent, perhaps because her words struck too close to the truth. Even Archbishop Maine, though quiet, privately agreed with her, but he also believed the only ones God favored were the victors. Back in Bordertown, they laid the fallen soldier to rest. Roland gathered everyone and announced they were there to honor Mr. Aggie of the 2nd Civilian Division. He spoke of the man's bravery and sacrifice in protecting their home before giving him a final farewell. The soldiers covered the grave with earth. Chief Knight Carter was deeply moved. He had never seen someone of noble birth honor a commoner so sincerely, especially one whose name he hadn't even known. Roland explained that it felt right. Bordertown had never held proper funerals for those killed by monsters. They deserved more than unmarked graves. Funerals, he said, were not only about decency, they strengthened morale. When people remembered what they were fighting for, their resolve grew stronger. He wanted to ignite that resolve. As they talked, the fallen soldier's wife appeared with her 2 children. The men wondered how she would survive now, but a bald soldier reassured them she would receive her husband's wages, extra compensation and essentials. While they spoke, Vice Captain Vanner suddenly sensed something nearby. When the bald man asked what was wrong, Vanner said he felt a presence, but dismissed it as his imagination. Back at the cement-making cottage, Roland checked in with Anna about the progress on the blunderbuss barrels. Anna sweetly explained that thanks to the new steam-powered boring machine, the blacksmiths could handle the heavy work. Meanwhile, lightning bounced around the forge like a hyperactive spark, bombarding the blacksmiths with non-stop questions about everything she saw. They could barely keep up. Roland had been wondering why he hadn't seen her around lately. Now he understood. And judging from her excitement, he already had another project in mind for her. Roland showed Anna a rough sketch of a 12-pound gun, a massive weapon he planned for their sweet Nana to use one day. He dove into the technical details of how the weapon functioned, but everything he said went completely over Anna's head. Then he instructed her to use 2 holes in the ground as molds to cast cannonball dies. Anna got straight to work, pouring molten metal into the molds. Roland warned her not to look directly at the glowing hot metal. She immediately squeezed her eyes shut, which made Roland blush. He stepped forward to wipe the sweat from her face. It was hilarious. Despite the freezing temperature, both of them were sweating. The knight nearby clearly saw that this was more than just a prince wiping sweat from a worker. Roland's red face made it obvious, and Anna was blushing too. Meanwhile, someone else was watching. A man stood hidden nearby, horrified by what he was witnessing. The 4th Prince of Greycastle, openly sheltering witches. He sprinted away, determined to report everything to the new king. This was the presence Vanner had sensed earlier. A spy sent by Timothy. The man couldn't wrap his head around what he had seen. Witches treated like normal citizens. A giant wall that seemed to appear out of nowhere. Metal sticks used to shoot demons. It was all so bizarre he almost believed the town was cursed. If the pay hadn't been so high, he would have never agreed to spy on this nightmare of a place. Too bad for him. He was terrible at spying. In the background, Vanner spotted him immediately and shouted for him to halt. Word spread like wildfire. They had caught a spy. The terrified man had no idea what to do as angry townsfolk swarmed around him. All he could think was that the 4th prince must be dabbling in devil magic. Inside the castle, Roland's consultant was tearing his hair out again. The prince's newest demand? Buy 2 boats, but don't hire captains or crews. How am I supposed to sail them? The old man yelled, completely exhausted from Roland's impossible orders that somehow always worked out. A knock interrupted his despair. A soldier announced they had caught a rat. Cole, also known as Groundhog, a spy sent by Prince Timothy. He had lived under a fake identity for months. They found money and letters on him, and he was now being interrogated. The consultant coldly ordered them to extract every drop of information and then execute him. This wasn't even the first spy. They had caught 4 already. Roland had anticipated more spies would come. He instructed the consultant to spread a rumor that someone was trying to sabotage the food reserves and offered rewards for turning in suspicious individuals. The consultant was endlessly amazed. In his eyes, Roland was a brilliant devil, fearless even of the stone of divine judgment. Back in the Greycastle capital, Timothy asked about the responses to his decrees. None had replied. His advisor reported that the 4th Prince, Roland, sent a message saying he would return once the months of demons ended and his people were safe. Worse, Roland still referred to Timothy as prince, not king. Timothy scoffed, labeling Roland a fool for rejecting his generosity. He had intended to offer Roland land and comfort. Instead, Roland insisted on opposing him. Timothy asked about the 3rd and 5th princesses. His lackey reported the 3rd princess was missing, gone with her butler and servants. Timothy facepalmed. Despite their differences, he didn't want commoners harming his sister. He then asked about Garcia Wimbledon, the stubborn pirate. Before the advisor could answer, a knight stormed in with breaking news. Garcia had defeated Duke Joseph's forces at the southern border and seized control of Hawk City. The revelation horrified Timothy. It worsened when the knight added that Garcia had crowned herself Queen of Clearwater, backed by the local dukes, and the entire southern half of Greycastle had split away. Down by the river south of Bordertown, two exhausted captains were dismantling the giant cannon they had just assembled. Both men complained bitterly. It was insanely heavy. The chief knight wondered aloud why he was stuck guarding such a monstrosity. No one could move it, let alone steal it. Roland sighed and explained that this wasn't just a weapon. It was a masterpiece forged from blood, sweat, and steel. He couldn't understand why no one else appreciated its beauty. Lightning, on the other hand, was thrilled. She eagerly asked to clean the barrel, and Roland gave her permission. She practically skipped toward it, happy as ever. The knight looked confused and asked why Lightning hadn't signed a labor contract like the other witches. Roland explained that she insisted on working for free, so long as he kept inventing interesting things. Food and clothes were all she needed. For a broke prince, that was too good a deal to refuse. After Lightning finished cleaning the cannon barrel and proudly reported it was empty, she bounced in place, eager for the next step. Roland reminded the soldiers of the basics: always check the barrel first to ensure nothing was stuck inside. Next came the gunpowder, packed tightly, followed by the cannonball pushed down firmly to eliminate air gaps. Finally, they inserted the fuse. Once everything was set, the prince ordered everyone to clear out. He lit the fuse himself. It crackled to life, and the soldiers quickly covered their ears. Boom! The cannonball blasted forward, tearing straight through the dummy target and punching a clean hole through its chest. The hunter muttered a prayer at the sheer destructive power. Vanner was speechless. Even after smashing the dummy, the cannonball traveled another 100 meters. A 12-pound cannon could theoretically shoot several kilometers, so for a first test, this was more than promising. The knight acknowledged the weapon's power but worried about its weight and the hassle of moving it, loading it, and transporting cannonballs and powder. Roland agreed but insisted it was worth it if it allowed them to slay hybrid demons effortlessly. He already had ideas to solve the weight problem, like mounting cannons on ships. He'd even asked the consultant to acquire sailboats from Willowtown. Wendy's wind control ability would boost travel speeds for civilians and weaponry, making it easier to launch a surprise attack on Duke Ryan's army from behind. But the consultant shattered Roland's dream. Willowtown's ships were far too expensive. A double-masted sailboat cost 120 gold royals, not including the 200 royal cost for the crew. Even if they emptied their entire treasury of 3,155 gold, they'd only afford boats, nothing left to pay the civilian army. Back in the office, Roland argued with the old man again, insisting he didn't need crews. The consultant refused, saying Willowtown didn't sell boats without them. Roland suggested buying ships from other ports, but the old man shot that down too. Every major port was too far, and transporting boats inland would cost a fortune. Then Roland's eyes lit up. Why not build their own boat? They didn't need a fancy ship, just something that floated. Wendy could handle the steering. A simple flat-bottomed barge would be enough. But the old man raised another concern. Materials. Roland confidently suggested light wood, until he realized a log raft wouldn't survive heavy loads. He even considered having Anna weld a full metal boat, but they lacked the steel after producing guns and cannons. Then inspiration struck. They still had plenty of leftover concrete from building the wall. He proposed a wooden base reinforced with steel rebar and a concrete hull. It was ridiculous, but so were most of Roland's great ideas. With that, he marched off to draft the blueprint. Before long, they were down by the river at a makeshift boat workshop. The basic structure was already assembled. Lightning stared at the giant shape and joked that it looked like a massive bathtub fit for a king. Roland laughed and explained it was a boat, not a tub, but Lightning remained doubtful. It didn't look like any boat she'd ever seen. As they bantered, Wendy smiled, happy to see Lightning and Roland getting along. Nightingale pointed out that Lightning had always been like this, energetic, friendly, and easy to bond with. But the mention of the association darkened Wendy's expression. She couldn't help worrying about the sisters they had left behind. The scene then shifted to the mountain range, where the remaining witches marched downhill. One sister warned that demons were nearby. The teacher ordered Leaf to lay her down and help the others. Leaf gently placed the injured teacher on the ground as monstrous shadows emerged. The witches stepped forward to confront them. Meanwhile, the teacher seethed with resentment. She blamed Nightingale for their current suffering and vowed to get revenge once she found the holy mountain and gathered more witches. She wasn't done with Wendy and Lightning either. She saw them as traitors. When the monsters leaped toward them, Leaf summoned her magic. Roots burst from the ground, ensnaring the beasts. Zephyr sucked the air from their lungs, suffocating them. Seeing her students overpower the monsters brought a fierce smile to the teacher's face. With witches like these, she was certain they would topple the church once they reached the holy mountain. The teacher decided they should rest for a moment, but she suddenly froze in shock at the sight before her. Towering structures rose in the distance, skyscraper-like shapes so massive and unnatural that no human could possibly have built them. Her eyes widened, and she whispered in disbelief, wondering if they had finally reached the holy mountain. A radiant smile spread across her face. To her, this was it, the sacred place they had been chasing all their lives. But the other witches were far less convinced. According to every book they'd ever studied, the holy mountain was supposed to be serene, peaceful, and overflowing with life. What lay before them now looked nothing like that. An eerie, desolate landscape dominated by colossal monoliths. Leaf, still uncertain, tried to speak, but the teacher was already losing herself in excitement. She insisted these towering shapes were proof they had found the holy mountain at last. Leaf hesitated to argue, remembering what the teacher did to Nightingale for disagreeing. She knew opposing her again could be dangerous. With no other choice, Leaf reluctantly began walking forward. She realized that unless they explored, the teacher would never let them rest. As they advanced across the strange terrain, one of the witches suddenly collapsed, dead before she even hit the ground. Shock rippled through the group. Leaf knelt beside her fallen sister, wanting to mourn, but the teacher snapped at her sharply. She ordered Leaf to keep moving, warning them that stopping even for a second could mean death for all of them. Fearful and grieving, Leaf stood and pressed forward, the surviving witches following her toward the unknown. At nightfall, Leaf breaks down in tears, torn between grief and the teacher's urgent commands. The teacher insists that staying here any longer will only invite demon attacks, so they push forward. But soon another witch realizes the mountain they had been heading toward has completely vanished. The sight shocks the teacher, who, let's be honest, behaves more like a tyrant than a caring leader. She sinks into despair, recalling a city that appears like an unreachable illusion in the sky, fading every time the sun sets. The Snake Woman declares that what they saw was nothing but an illusion, something she has heard rumors about, usually seen over open seas, never on land. Before they can process this revelation, something begins to approach. Another witch confirms it. 3 demons are heading their way, but it soon becomes clear that this new threat is far from ordinary. A mysterious entity launches a weapon at one of the witches, striking her down instantly. A long spear pierces her chest, leaving Leaf frozen in terror. When Leaf looks toward the direction it came from, she sees hybrid creatures riding demonic beasts. With bodies twisted beyond recognition, it is no surprise they felled a witch with a single blow. One witch quickly unleashes her power, turning the ground into a swamp, but the creatures leap off their mounts with unnatural ease and land directly in front of the women. One monster swings its massive hand and smashes a witch with brutal force, blood splattering across the ground. The survivors are left trembling, petrified. Another monster fixes its gaze on a redhead among them. Her face drains of color as the grotesque tongue-like appendage dangles from its jaws, looking nothing like a normal tongue. Before it can reach her, a fireball slams into its body. The attack does little more than irritate the creature, but it buys the women a moment. The redhead grabs the hand of the traumatized orange-haired witch, trying to pull her to safety, but the terrified girl cannot even remember how to move. Another witch attempts to stand her ground, pulling out her tiny bow, a weapon that looks more like a toy. The monster retaliates with a savage kick to her chest, sending her flying. She crashes lifelessly to the ground, likely killed instantly. Despite watching her friends fall like insects, Wendy calls upon her root magic again. Vines erupt and wrap around one of the monsters from head to toe. The Snake Woman's summoned serpent coils around it as well, and together they manage to force the monstrous creature to its knees. Wendy shouts for the others to run while she holds the creature in place. Meanwhile, the second monster retrieves a spear from its back. As it prepares to throw, its feet sink slightly into the swampy ground, but still it hurls the weapon with incredible speed, leaving a trail of pink light as it hurtles forward. The impact is so intense that the target is briefly lost in a haze. Miraculously, Wendy narrowly dodges the attack. Suddenly, the remaining monster unleashes a surge of electricity, zapping everyone within range. When the crackling light fades, only Wendy and the arrogant Snake Woman remain conscious. Wendy refuses to accept how quickly their world has fallen apart. As the monster advances toward the Snake Woman, it extends its massive hand and grabs her effortlessly. Dangling in the air, she unleashes her poisonous serpents. One snake bites into the strange tongue-like appendage protruding from the monster's mouth. The moment its fangs sink in, a red fog begins leaking from the appendage. The enraged monster grabs the snakes and crushes them in its bare hands. Tears fill the teacher's eyes while Wendy watches helplessly. The demon abruptly drops the Snake Woman as it begins choking, its movements faltering. Honestly, the Snake Witch had been insufferable from the moment she appeared, but even this is a brutal sight. The creature's legs buckle, and it collapses. The red mist drains completely from the container on its back, and the giant beast falls lifeless to the ground. Wendy begins piecing things together. She turns to the remaining monster thrashing helplessly in the swamp. She spots the same strange appendage and takes a desperate gamble. Running to her fallen sister, she grabs the crossbow. Determination hardens her expression. She aims directly for the creature's weak point and fires, shouting with all her remaining strength. When the arrow hits, red mist gushes out, confirming her hunch. The monster's body slumps in defeat. Wendy drops the bow and falls to her knees, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of her sisters. Tears stream down her face as her sobs echo through the devastated clearing. Meanwhile, back at the hospital in Bordertown, it appears Nana has reached the moment of magical maturity. She lies in bed, frightened, asking whether she is going to die. The prince and the others immediately reassure her, explaining that because she has been releasing her magic daily, it will not turn against her. Wendy gently pats her hand and supports the prince's words. Nana's anxious father moves closer, telling her to squeeze his hand if the pain becomes too much. The others join in, trying to lighten the mood with coin tricks and storytelling. Their cheerful chatter helps lift Nana's fears as the moment of transformation approaches. Anna steps forward next, gently reminding Nana that everyone is right beside her. She kisses her forehead with the tenderness of an older sister. As midnight approaches, the group remains gathered around Nana's bed, patiently waiting for her moment of maturity. Lightning, true to her nature, is the only one who doesn't look bored. The prince, however, looks like he might collapse at any moment, yawning uncontrollably. Just watching Lightning's boundless energy is enough to exhaust him. He turns to Nightingale and quietly asks if she has sensed any magical fluctuations in Nana's body. Nightingale shakes her head, admitting that the wait has been long and nothing unusual has occurred yet. The prince gives himself a sharp slap on the cheeks to stay awake and mutters that once the months of demons are behind them, he wants to build a clock tower so they won't have to pass time in such tedious uncertainty ever again. Suddenly, Nightingale hears a rooster crowing. The prince pulls aside the curtain and is blinded momentarily by the morning light. Anna startles awake as sunlight floods the room. It becomes clear that the next day has officially begun, and to everyone's delight, Nana awakens. Lightning bursts with joy. Nana's father breaks into tears, and the entire group lets out a collective sigh of relief. Nana has passed safely through her maturity without any complications. After the excitement settles, the prince leans toward Nightingale and quietly asks if she is absolutely certain today is the correct day for Nana's maturity. Nightingale nods. The change was subtle, she explains, but unmistakable. She agrees with the prince's theory. Daily magic practice strengthens witches and eases the dangers of their growth. If witches receive proper training each day, reaching adulthood would no longer be a life-threatening ordeal. Wendy joins in, pointing out that since the prince is the only ruler welcoming witches, Bordertown could become a sanctuary for them. She pledges her full support. The prince brightens immediately, admitting he has been contemplating this for a long time. Still, openly inviting witches would provoke backlash from the kingdom. His plan is to quietly spread rumors of a haven, allowing witches to find their way here on their own. But if he one day becomes king, no one would be able to stop him from officially offering them protection. Wendy drops to her knees, promising to help him become king. She swears her loyalty and declares her life his from now on. The next day, the prince's sailship finally reaches shore. Two soldiers inspect it closely, pointing out all sorts of technical oddities that make this boat unlike anything they've ever seen. Once they finish, they head back to cannon training. Meanwhile, a group of daydreaming soldiers following Vice Captain Vanner start chatting loudly about their desire to become as formidable as Hunter Ironaxe. But one of them grows serious, complaining that they've been training endlessly without ever firing a real shot, and wonders when the prince will finally send them into actual combat. Another mentions how the Flintlock team has already begun practicing battle tactics atop the walls. This gets Vanner thinking, could it be that the prince intends to use the cannon team against demonic beasts? But considering the cannon's weight and bulk, hauling it onto the walls seems impractical. Suddenly it clicks. Their commander's true strategy is to use the cannon aboard the sailing boat, not just against beasts, but potentially against enemy forces on the western shore of Redwater River. Back in Bordertown, the cannon team is undergoing intense training under Hunter Ironaxe. Their task: aim the cannon precisely in a designated direction. The chief knight notices their determination, and the prince agrees, explaining that both teams are pushing themselves hard because 5 silver coins are on the line. The reward fuels their ambition. The prince announces that once ground training is complete, operations will shift to Littletown. The knight asks whether he means the concrete ship they built, and the prince nods. Yes, that is exactly what he means. Workers had made quick progress during the lighter snowfall. They finished the anti-rust treatment, built a storage shed for cannonballs, and even set up a platform for Wendy to practice using her wind powers to maneuver the boat. The chief knight finally understands why the prince has been so insistent on training Wendy, but then the prince drops a bombshell. He appoints the chief knight as the ship's commander. The knight panics, protesting that he has never sailed a day in his life. The prince merely shrugs and tells him not to worry. The witches will be the ones operating most of the vessel anyway. When the soldiers finally fire a cannonball, The explosion echoes across the training ground. The prince can't help feeling smug. With the shattered glass bottle marking their first successful shot, Lightning eagerly inaugurates their upcoming voyage. The boat is ready, the crew is assembled, and she proudly takes her position as Littletown's navigator, setting the stage for the next chapter of their journey. Meanwhile, Taigu Pine, ever the overprotective father, takes charge of communications. The knight, reluctantly forced into the role of captain, looks anything but thrilled. Lightning pats him on the shoulder and assures him that navigating the ship is no problem for her. After all, she's a seasoned adventurer at sea. She even brings up her father, Thunderbolt, who was also a natural sailor. As she explores the ship, Lightning is astonished by the strange materials it is built from. Unlike anything she has ever seen, the chief knight is pleased that the weather is perfect for their test voyage of Littletown, a deliberate choice by the prince. Once the boat hits the water, everything goes surprisingly smoothly. Brian has been assigned as helmsman. Lightning tells Brian to turn the rudder fully to the right, and the knight echoes the command word for word. Curious, Lightning asks why he keeps repeating her. He explains he is simply following the prince's instructions. Brian, however, seems utterly confused by what he is supposed to do. Lightning face palms, then takes over herself, grabbing the rudder and spinning it sharply to the left. Both men nearly fall over in panic. After her fun, Lightning marvels at how much detail the prince built into the ship, even details that seasoned sailors like herself might overlook. She then calls to Wendy, reminding her to start generating wind, since she has officially been assigned as the ship's movement power support. Before arriving in Bordertown, Wendy had barely trained her magic. Early attempts were so weak she could only blow dry small pieces of meat, but thanks to the prince's guidance and the intense practice she endured, her magic has matured. Now she channels her power and gives the boat a mighty push, sending it gliding across the water with ease. Lightning and the knight cheer, amazed at the boat's momentum. Pine, meanwhile, drifts into philosophical awe. He mutters that the prince has turned rocks into boats and made them float, and at this point he's starting to believe there is nothing the prince cannot accomplish. As the ship sails smoothly, the chief knight even compliments Brian for becoming a sailor in less than half an hour. Brian shyly credits Lightning for guiding him so well. But on the pedestal, Wendy begins to waver. Her energy drains rapidly and she struggles to keep generating wind. She tries to push through it, determined to last until they reach shore, but instead she collapses, losing consciousness. Lightning immediately orders the crew to steer toward shore. When they get Wendy down, they discover her entire body covered in icy sweat, dangerously close to freezing. They scold her for not warning them sooner. At the same time, their luck turns again. The boat crashes against rocks, damaging the hull. The captain issues urgent orders. Lightning must take Wendy back to the castle immediately, while the others stay behind to gather the sails. As Lightning departs with Wendy in her arms, the captain stares sadly at the damaged ship. Their test run of Littletown wasn't a failure, but it wasn't a success either. At least two major flaws are now clear. Wendy needs to be kept warm on the pedestal, and the ship desperately needs shockproofing. Meanwhile, far from Bordertown, a lonely carriage rattles down a desolate road. The driver is a one-legged man. Inside the carriage, a priest savagely beats a young girl. She is not alone. Several girls are packed inside with her. The carriage driver can't help feeling sorry for them. Still, he believes the priest is their savior. Without him, these children would have frozen to death on the streets. When the priest steps out, the driver asks if the girls are orphans from Wolfart Kingdom. The priest nods, explaining that churches often take in children when food and clothing grow scarce. With so many mouths to feed, the church welcomes any help, and the driver's reliability is appreciated. The driver is grateful for the job too. 20 silvers to ferry orphans is a fortune, especially for a man with one leg. Driving suits him perfectly. What he doesn't know is that these girls are not ordinary orphans. They are witches. That is why the priest pays him so generously. But the priest keeps this hidden, urging the driver not to ask questions, and promising more money upon arrival. At a roadside hotel, the priest casually tells a woman he has brought her some tender kids to take care of. The driver watches, horrified, as the priest handles the girls like livestock. Unable to stomach the sight, he closes the curtains. The scene shifts. Archbishop Maine descends into a vast underground chamber. Once again he stops to absorb its magnificence. No matter how many times he visits, the grandeur of the enormous stone dome leaves him breathless. He gazes upward and declares that this dome, this colossal, ancient structure, is surely a natural creation crafted by the Lord himself. The Archbishop explains that while the Hermes Church above ground symbolizes steadfastness, the heavily guarded depths beneath it may be the institution's true heart. Once he enters the restricted underground complex, a knight guides him deeper. As they walk, we learn that these knights are the church's most loyal hounds, rewarded with living quarters inside these tunnels. Any misconduct is dealt with harshly, often resulting in lifelong confinement within the very dungeons they guard. Other tunnels house libraries filled with church literature, historical documents, and more grimly, the prison where criminals spend the rest of their days. Through another heavy door, they enter the prison itself. Desperate voices echo throughout, prisoners begging for freedom and offering anything in return. The priest stops before a particular cell secured with a massive lock. He orders the knight to wait outside. Once alone, he urges the man inside to eat properly, reminding him that these meals are among the best available, aside from alcohol, of course. The prisoner is revealed to be none other than King Wimbledon. He bitterly asks if the priest even has anything to eat in a place like this. He laments 6 months of isolation with no news of his children. The priest hesitates, but under the kingcept's pressure finally reveals the grim truth. Gerald Wimbledon, the king's first son, was executed on Timothy's orders for attempted regicide. Garcia Wimbledon, the third child, has proclaimed herself Queen of Clearwater, preparing for inevitable war with Timothy. As for the fifth princess, and our hero, they are alive. But nothing major has changed. The king is devastated. He demands to know why the priest waited so long to imprison him. Then he reveals what he already knows. The priest used a witch to create a body double in order to frame and eliminate his first son. He acknowledges the church's rising influence, but demands an explanation for why they are forcing his beloved children into a brutal struggle for the throne. The priest responds calmly. His children are adults. They act of their own accord. Garcia seized Clearwater Port 5 years ago, and would not sit idle while her brothers fought. The church, he continues, cannot afford delays. To tighten their grip on the kingdom, removing King Wimbledon was necessary. He then outlines something even more alarming. The 4 major nations Dawn, Wolfheart, Everwinter and Greycastle will soon cease to exist. The entire continent will be united under the church's rule. The king collapses to his knees, blood dribbling from his mouth. With his remaining strength he snarls that he'll be waiting for the priest in hell. Unfazed, the priest brushes it off as irrelevant. Everything is part of the church's grand design. Moments later the king dies, almost certainly poisoned. The priest sees the king's death as a pivotal moment. Now they can focus on their true enemy, the demons threatening humanity's survival. Back in the mountains, the Witches' Association mourns the sisters who died failing their maturity trials. Anxiety looms. Their food is dwindling, and the scouting group searching for the Holy Mountain hasn't returned in 2 weeks. Suddenly, footsteps echo through the tunnels. Lady Leaf appears, exhausted, staggering and finally collapsing face first onto the floor. Rewinding a bit, we see Leaf wandering alone through a desolate landscape. Her face is pale, hunger gnawing at her body. Her maturity suddenly hits in the middle of her journey, and before she can recover, a monstrous figure looms behind her. She cries for help, and awakens with a gasp. It was only a nightmare. She had been unconscious for 2 days. Hummingbird informs her of this as the other witches gather around. One apologizes for dumping serious news on her immediately, but the discussion is unavoidable. If Kara doesn't return, Leaf must take over as teacher. Their association is on the brink of collapse. Without hesitation, Lady Leaf announces she will go to find Nightingale. The camp falls silent. Nightingale's story about Bordertown seems impossible to believe. Could witches really find safety there? Leaf reassures them. She will go alone to confirm whether Bordertown truly is the sanctuary Nightingale described. She instructs the purple-haired witch to take leadership if she does not return. If Nightingale's information is real, Bordertown might replace the Holy Mountain entirely, giving them a genuine home at last. Meanwhile, in Bordertown, another battle erupts. A monster vaults over the wall, and Vanner drives his spear into its belly. But when he tries to lift it, the weapon snaps clean in half, and the creature crashes to the ground. He quickly orders the musketeers to fire, and they respond instantly, cutting the monsters down. A soldier hands Vanner a new spear. He's surprised to see a young boy, Claw, among them. Claw simply says he goes wherever he's needed. As the corpses of the monsters lie scattered, Vanner reflects aloud. Individually, these creatures aren't much of a threat, but they must never grow complacent. Still, he's thrilled. Ever since the prince took command of Bordertown, they've been able to repel these terrifying enemies. Before, only Longsong Fortress could manage such feats. Now even common townspeople can fight back, thanks to the prince. Vanner notes that the prince is always there on the front lines, standing side by side with ordinary soldiers whenever danger draws near. Bordertown, once fragile and forgotten, has become something extraordinary, and the true battle for its future is only just beginning. A hybrid monster suddenly appears. A winged lion, and a soldier immediately identifies it. Lightning eagerly volunteers to take it on, but the prince stops her from charging in recklessly. They have a plan. Lightning will act as bait, keeping the demon's attention while maintaining a safe height. The monster lands on the wall, and Lightning, full of confidence, assures everyone she won't disappoint. The prince officially initiates the hunt, but Lightning's confidence wavers for a moment when she blurts out that the prince's fierce battle cry sounded more like a whimpering dog. The ladies look at him and hesitantly agree. Before he can react, Lightning vanishes, leaving him baffled and slightly offended. He reminds the witches to stick to the plan. They nod with amused smiles. Up in the sky, Everything is unfolding exactly as he hoped. The winged lion grows increasingly irritated as lightning pummels it with pebbles, darting around it like an annoying sparrow. She taunts it relentlessly, treating the deadly creature as if it were a playful cat. It roars and slams its claws into the ground, but Lightning stays just out of reach, clearly enjoying herself. Meanwhile, Nightingale rushes through her hidden dimension. Lightning has successfully lured the lion into town square, the kill zone. Nightingale warns Anna that even inside her fog-like dimension, the monster can still sense them. Anna must approach cautiously. Her flames have a 5-meter radius, and they only get one clean shot, no mistakes. Lightning continues her reckless game of tag, keeping the lion's focus. When the women spot their chance, Nightingale pulls them out of her dimension, and Anna unleashes her green fire at point-blank range. The flames are so intense that even Nightingale, standing at a distance, feels the heat. Lightning cheers, bragging that her fire could melt steel, so roasting a monster is nothing. The winged lion collapses and disintegrates into ash. The prince notes with satisfaction that Anna didn't even need backup. Then something strange happens. The remaining monsters begin to retreat. Confusion ripples through the defenders. Demons never retreat without reason. The prince looks up, stunned. The dark, oppressive clouds above are breaking apart, sunlight tearing through them. The months of demons have ended. Word spreads quickly. Cheers erupt from every corner of Border Town. The prince gathers everyone for a speech as soldiers and townsfolk roar with excitement. They shout proudly that no one starved this winter under his rule. He praises their bravery and resilience. Border Town survived the darkest season with minimal losses, thanks to their civilian army, something unimaginable back when Longsong Fortress threatened them with hunger and cold. Today, Border Town stands strong on its own. The crowd cheers wildly. The prince grins and declares a massive celebration, a victory parade with honey-glazed beef, for anyone who joins the town square dance. When the festivities begin, the chief knight carries out a giant slab of beef, and Hunter Ironaxe fires up the grill. Flames roar, the scent of sizzling meat fills the air, and villagers leap into a lively circle dance. Hunter shouts the rules: those who dance get meat, and the longer they dance, the more they earn. People rush in, dragging friends along. No dancing means no beef. The chief knight worries about giving away too much of their limited meat supply, but the prince, though disappointed, decides the people deserve this joy. They survived the months of demons peacefully for the first time in their history. Tonight will be remembered for years. Meanwhile, the prince hurries back to the castle for a private feast with the witches. They have been waiting eagerly. Lightning immediately announces the start of the banquet. Anna uses her flames to roast sweet chicken to golden perfection, making Nana nearly drool at the aroma. Nightingale elegantly slices the meat into delicate, even pieces. The long winter has ended, and for the prince and his witches, the real celebration is just beginning. Meanwhile, Lightning and Nana are having the time of their lives. An outdoor barbecue party is pretty much the greatest thing they could imagine, and our hero is enjoying himself just as much, especially seeing how happy everyone is. He believes these women, with their incredible abilities, deserve nothing less than this kind of luxury. Then, out of nowhere, Lightning leans in and plants a big kiss right on his face. Nightingale and Anna freeze in shock. Even the prince is left stunned, blinking in disbelief. When questioned about the sudden kiss, Lightning casually explains that during celebrations, it's perfectly acceptable for women to kiss the territory's ruler. It's simply tradition. Nightingale feels herself bristle with jealousy, while Wendy quietly notices the tension bubbling beneath the smiles. Anna looks unusually downcast, clearly wishing she'd had the courage to make her own move. As midnight arrives, the prince, tipsy from drinking, starts feeling dizzy. Suddenly he spots Anna standing alone nearby. She walks toward him, cheeks flushed, and he blushes instantly. He stammers an explanation that Lightning's kiss was an accident. Anna nods softly. He adds that Lightning is very young and that he doesn't see her romantically. Gathering her courage, she steps closer. Inches from him, she whispers that she waited until they were alone because she isn't as bold as Lightning. Then she gently kisses him on the cheek. Upstairs, Wendy sits curled up with a book, lost in confusion. She's baffled that books about the church's origins don't mention any gods, just a long line of popes. It doesn't make sense. While she's still puzzling over it, Nightingale walks in, startling her. Wendy snaps the book shut, happy to see her friend. She casually mentions how Lightning fell asleep while calling for Daddy like a child, which makes Nightingale laugh. She also warns Wendy not to strain her eyes reading in dim light. But Wendy suddenly hits her with a question that catches her completely off guard. Is Nightingale upset about Lightning's kiss? Nightingale blushes bright red and denies everything. Wendy doesn't buy it and pushes gently until Nightingale grits her teeth and admits, yes, the kiss is bothering her. Wendy tries to soothe her. Roland Wimbledon is the fourth prince. Their mission is to help him seize the throne and become king of Greycastle. As witches, they'll be protected under his rule. Eventually, though, he will need to marry a princess or a noblewoman to secure an heir. Witches, Wendy reminds her, cannot have children. It's the price of their powers. She hopes Nightingale understands the implication. Outside, after the celebration winds down, the townsfolk begin cleaning the square. They're already reminiscing about how unforgettable the months of demons were, thanks entirely to the prince's inventions and leadership. They wonder aloud what the artillery division will do now that the threat is gone. Vanner assures them they'll find out tomorrow. The next morning, horns blare, summoning all soldiers for an important announcement. Hunter Ironaxe stands before them and explains that because they protected Bordertown through the months of demons, every member of the civilian army is now officially part of Prince Roland's private army. They may choose to leave, but those who stay will become professional soldiers sworn to the prince and his territory. A knight asks if joining the private army means becoming actual knights. Ironaxe clarifies the private army is a trained military force with stricter discipline, continuous training and higher pay. Some soldiers remain doubtful, until he spells out the military ladder. Exceptional performance in battle will lead to promotions. Officers will earn more silver and even be granted land of their own. The troops instantly light up at the idea. But Ironaxe's tone hardens. Being in the private army requires strict discipline. Any violation of the code of conduct, fighting, disobedience, stealing, will result in severe punishment, from forced labor to execution. The soldiers tense at the warning. Ironaxe challenges anyone with doubts to walk away now. No one moves. Vanner stands tall, unwavering in his loyalty to the prince. Seeing the squad's resolve, Ironaxe bellows that from this moment on, they are Prince Roland's private army. Training begins immediately. And with that, Bordertown takes its first step toward becoming a true military power. Back in the castle, Lightning reports the latest updates about the newly formed private army. Because snow still blankets the outskirts of the city, she explains, the soldiers will be crawling rather than running through their 4-mile daily drills. As Lightning admires the new blueprints the prince has drawn, he sits deep in thought, wrestling with the enormous challenge ahead. Creating an entire military structure from scratch, regulations, ranks, training systems, rewards, punishments, is a monumental task. He once enjoyed playing military chess as a child, but those memories are far behind him. Now he must innovate and build something the world has never seen. As they examine the blueprints together, the word bayonet catches Lightning's eye, and she grows curious. Before they can discuss it further, a knock interrupts them. Both witches vanish instantly. The prince calls the visitor in. The old custodian appears, reporting that an aristocrat named Chris is demanding an audience. Chris had left during the months of demons and only now returned, furious because his mansion was demolished during the construction of the new walls. When Chris enters, he sternly demands answers. He claims his mansion cost 150 gold royals, a fortune, and demands compensation. The prince calmly asks if he means the westernmost house in Bordertown. Chris confirms it. Roland apologizes, explaining that the house was too close to the wall and blocked troop movement, but assures him he will be reimbursed. Chris immediately brightens and asks how much. The prince tells him 20 golden royals. Chris is outraged. After some grumbling, he reluctantly accepts and asks where to collect the payment. The prince tells him the compensation has already been issued to the actual owner. Chris slams his hand on the desk, insisting he is the real owner. The prince smoothly asks why. If that were true, he never once returned during the months of demons. Chris hesitates, then admits he stayed in Longsong Fortress because he didn't want to die in Bordertown. That is all the prince needs. He leans in and asks if Chris is openly admitting to deserting his ruler during wartime. The chief knight steps in, clapping a heavy hand on the noble's shoulder. He warns Chris that this can still be treated as a simple misunderstanding. If he walks away quietly, otherwise, he will be charged with treason and executed immediately. Chris begins sweating profusely. He quickly admits the house was not truly his. Roland waves it off casually and allows him to leave without further trouble. Before Chris flees back to Longsong, the prince sends a message with him. If any other nobles come back thinking they can dodge their responsibilities, they should reconsider. Outside the city, Chris punches a tree in frustration. He convinces himself that once the Duke of Longsong regains control of the territory, Roland will be forced to step down, and he will be there to gloat over the prince's downfall. But his anger evaporates when he sees a mysterious veiled woman approaching Bordertown. Her grace and beauty stun him. He wonders if she could be the prince's wife. As she strides through the streets, bustling and lively even though the months of demons just ended, she briefly lowers her veil, then covers herself again. She reaches the castle gate, hesitating. Was Nightingale telling the truth about this prince? Could Bordertown really be sanctuary for witches? After weighing her options, she decides she can handle at least 2 guards if things go wrong. The knights react instantly, shouting at her to step back. Commoners are not allowed near the castle, but the woman stands her ground. She pulls down her hood, revealing her face, and boldly states her identity. She is a witch. The soldiers stare at one another, shocked and unsure what to do. Lady Leaf swallows nervously and requests to meet Nightingale, Nana, or Anna. One guard reluctantly goes inside to report. Watching him walk away, Leaf's stomach twists. What if he's fetching reinforcements? What if Nightingale lied? What if Anna and Nana were never here at all? Lost in anxious thought, she suddenly feels two warm arms wrap around her, and another pair join from the side. Leaf looks up. It's Stets, Nightingale and Wendy. They cling to her with trembling relief, tears filling their eyes. Wendy whispers softly into her ear, "Welcome home." Leaf breaks down in sobs, overwhelmed by the reunion she had feared she would never live to see. Meanwhile, our hero is seen yawning as Wendy gently brings him a cup of tea. During their quiet tea break, he casually asks about Nightingale. Wendy brightens immediately and reveals that Nightingale is busy welcoming a newly arrived sister. The prince nearly chokes on his tea. Wendy happily continues, explaining that several witches from the association have made it safely to Border Town. Shocked and excited, the prince asks whether they were not searching for the Holy Mountain. Wendy lowers her gaze and explains that only 7 witches remain. The rest were killed by monsters during their journey. She apologizes for allowing the newcomers into the castle while he slept, hoping he will forgive her. To her surprise, the prince is thrilled. More witches, no matter their powers, only strengthen Border Town. Wendy then hints at Lady Leaf's concern that these new sisters aren't warriors. Under the influence of the Stone of Divine Judgment, their powers are weak in combat, but the prince doesn't mind. A witch who can generate electricity means no more dark nights. One who can sculpt or preserve materials means skipping entire production steps. His mind races with possibilities. Using their abilities, he could drag this ancient world into a new era of technology. Right then, Nightingale breezes into the room, snapping him out of his daydreams and reminding him everyone is waiting. Soon after, all the witches gather for dinner. The prince warmly welcomes them to Border Town, inviting them to enjoy the food and ask for anything they desire. Lightning enthusiastically chimes in, boasting about how generous their prince is, and how he's always happy to accept new witches. One witch scolds Lightning for being too casual, but the prince waves off the concern. Titles and rigid formalities mean nothing here. They should all eat before the food gets cold. The newcomers watch with fascination as Nana and Anna use chopsticks, strange little sticks they have never seen before. Still, confusion does not stop them from devouring the delicious meal. After dinner, the prince retreats to review the documents detailing each witch's abilities. As he scans through the profiles, he is disappointed to find none capable of sculpting materials or generating electricity, 2 skills that would have accelerated his modernization plans. But even without those, the talent before him is far from lacking. First is Lady Leaf, who can dramatically increase fruit yields and manipulate plants at will, perfect for agricultural expansion. Second is Scroll, gifted with an inhuman 24-hour memory who can recreate any book she has ever read, ideal for building a proper education system. Third is Hummingbird, the adorable witch capable of adjusting weight, making transportation and cargo lifting effortless. Fourth is Sazen, daughter of a merchant family from Grey Castle's capital. Using her magic brush, she can recreate any landscape in perfect detail, without paint or paper. She's essentially a living camera. Fifth is Echo from the southern continent, able to mimic any sound flawlessly, turning her into a master of sonic illusion. Sixth is Lily, who just turned 16 and can prevent food from rotting, opening the door to large-scale food preservation, though the prince isn't yet sure whether her ability can kill bacteria. But after Leaf, the most intriguing witch is the 7th, Moon. Quiet, withdrawn, often bullied by her former teacher Kara for being useless. Yet her ability after maturity is astonishing. She can magnetize metal, almost any metal. For our hero, magnetism means one thing: electricity, the oldest engineering trick in the book. Thank you, Faraday. With electricity comes light. With light comes industry. Another miracle is about to bloom in his territory. He decides not to sort the witches into battle and non-battle groups. Instead, he organizes them into 3 categories. First category: self-reinforcing abilities, passive powers unaffected by the Stone of Divine Judgment. Second category: summoning abilities, magic projected outside the body with an area of effect of 5 meters or less, powers easily weakened by the Stone of Divine Judgment. And thus, the foundation of Border Town's future, its military, its science, its agriculture, its education, is slowly taking shape under the prince's careful hands. The third category, power attaching, involves linking magic directly onto a target. The process is slow, drains a massive amount of magic, and can be interrupted by the Stone of Divine Judgment. But once the transformation is complete, the enhanced properties become intrinsic to the object. Even the Stone of Divine Judgment cannot strip them away. After sorting all this out, the prince finally calls it a night, knowing life is about to get much busier. While Roland prepares to sleep, the witches have gathered together in one room, huddled in a lively discussion. They're grilling Nightingale, asking whether they can avoid the agony of maturity by using their magic every day. Nightingale fires back confidently that Anna and Nana are living proof that this theory works. She explains that she has observed changes in their bodies through her fog. Their consistent magic use strengthened their magical vitality and softened the pain of maturity, known to witches as the antiphase. She doubles down, insisting that if they burn through their magic before awakening, they'll breeze through antiphase with almost no pain at all. Wendy joins in, saying that in the past, they never exhausted their magic because they were always running from the church and frightened to use their powers freely. That's why maturity was always agony. Lady Leaf finally understands why she felt no pain during her own antiphase. Her magic was drained during her battles with those devils. But as she realizes the truth behind their suffering, and the fact that the holy mountain they chased so desperately never existed, terror flashes across her face. Wendy immediately reassures her. The holy mountain doesn't have to be a mythical paradise. Border Town itself is more than a holy mountain because here, witches face no discrimination. Another witch wonders aloud whether witches elsewhere might have also found ways around antiphase, but she confesses she sent letters to the associations in Wolfheart and Dawn and never received replies. Nightingale then reveals that Roland is spreading rumors around the kingdom, claiming Border Town is the holy mountain to give other witches hope and encourage them to come here. One witch admits she still doesn't understand why Prince Roland cares about them. Another speculates he might want to use them like nobles use dancers. Nightingale bristles with anger, defending Roland fiercely. She insists that once they live here longer, they'll understand him. Wendy backs her up, explaining that from her experience, Roland has never treated them as tools. She warns them that tomorrow they'll sign work contracts with the prince, and they should be prepared. The next day, in the dining room, Roland lays out the rules. Everyone must read the contract carefully before signing. Afterward, they should begin practicing their abilities according to the outlined plans. Lady Moon timidly raises her hand, worried she'll mess up again, just like the time she nearly knocked Lily out with a floating iron pan. Roland gently reassures her that he will personally help with her training. He then tells Scroll, Leaf and Sei Zhen to meet him privately. In the Princeps office, Roland begins questioning them about the tragedy that struck the association, the monsters that slaughtered nearly all of them. Only 7 witches survived, including their teacher, who later died in the Badlands. He wants to know whether the creatures they saw were hybrids. Silence fills the room. Lady Leaf trembles slightly but eventually speaks. The monsters weren't demons, she says. They were devils, tall, terrifying beings who controlled demons and wielded magic just like witches. The prince turns to Sei Zhen, asking if she witnessed them too. Nervously, she confirms it. Roland slides paper toward her, and asks her to draw what she saw. If anyone is confused how Sei Zhen saw the devils while Leaf was the last to escape, Leaf had allowed some witches to retreat before she faced the devils alone. Sei Zhen summons her magic brush. Roland is mesmerized by her ability. She sketches rapidly, and the moment the final stroke lands, Roland and Nightingale both recoil. The creature on the page is horrifying. Sei Zhen slumps with exhaustion. Leaf points at the drawing and confirms it. The monsters she fought looked exactly like this. She describes one devil who hurled javelins at lightning speed, and another who conjured lightning itself. Their physical strength was monstrous, but they had a weakness. They couldn't maintain their special attacks for long. That sets the flaw she exploited. Roland is stunned. Lady Leaf fought these devils alone. Leaf continues. Under their masks, she discovered a vulnerable tube. When Kara's snakes bit through one of those tubes, the devil died instantly. Although Kara died soon after, Leaf used the same discovery to kill another one. She noticed red gas inside the tubes. Once that gas leaked out, the devils collapsed. The prince immediately recognizes the implication. A system of tubes filled with gas, essential for survival. It sounds like a respiratory system, he murmurs, staring at the sketches in disbelief. And the realization sends a cold, creeping dread through the room. Roland is unsure what to make of these creatures. If they were aliens, their behavior, weapons, and biology don't quite match any descriptions he knew from his former world. Then Lady Leaf reveals something even stranger. They encountered a floating city in the sky. No matter how far they walked toward it, the city never came closer. She believes it was likely a mirage. Roland asks if Sei Zhen can draw it, because if the city truly was an illusion, then the devil's real location could be somewhere in the Badlands, and the red mist floating above the city might be the very air the devils breathe. Sei Zhen begins sketching once again, while Roland considers the idea. The flatlands west of the mountain range are largely unexplored, so it would not be surprising for unknown species to exist there. He then turns to Scroll, asking about the ancient text Kara once read to justify her obsession with the Holy Mountain. Scroll explains that Kara never allowed anyone else to examine the book. She only managed to glimpse a few passages. The text was sloppy, disorganized, and filled with bizarre ramblings. Roland instructs her to recreate the ancient script from memory. Scroll hesitates, insisting it contains incoherent nonsense and could be dangerous. Reluctantly, she conjures a book for him but immediately shuts it, warning that he alone should read it. Others might fall into madness as Cora did. Roland accepts this and later, in his study, pores over the strange text while Nightingale casually snacks nearby. He asks if she isn't curious to see the book herself. She walks away, uninterested in anything that might scramble her mind. Roland argues that mere writing can't drive anyone insane, but she refuses to engage. He examines the text. Its archaic grammar and unusual symbols make it difficult to understand. There's no mention of a holy mountain, only repeated references to a bloody crimson moon and a massive stone door. He can decipher individual words, but the meaning resists interpretation. Then one line leaps out at him, widening his eyes. Humans stand no chance against the devils. The text continues, describing how the divine stone of judgment was unable to endure the devil's relentless attacks. With brute strength alone, the devils destroyed the holy city of Tequila. Survivors fled in all directions, across mountains, through rivers, escaping what the text calls the door to the underworld. The writer says she is dying, being eaten alive by the devil's power. No medicine can save her. Before death, she writes to her friend Natalia, asking a final favor. She explains that Alice's Judgment Army experiment, designed to create warriors capable of fighting devils, has succeeded, but she fears that even victory would bring ruin. She begs Natalia to shut down the Judgment Army, believing only Natalia holds that authority. Roland finishes reading in stunned silence. Confusion floods his mind. Perhaps Kara believed witches were the same as devils, and thought they were destined to overthrow the church. But her logic is flawed. Devils do not share the weaknesses of witches. The divine stones can suppress witches, but they do nothing to devils. At the very least, Roland now knows the monsters Leaf fought were a different species, not witches. Still puzzled, he wonders when the church fought devils, and what kind of place Tequila was. He curses the original Roland for being such a useless student. If only he had studied instead of wasting time, he wouldn't be so lost now. He asks Nightingale if she knows where Kara found the book. Nightingale explains that Kara already possessed it before joining the association. According to Wendy, their group began in a seaside town called Seabreeze. Kara, Wendy, and Scroll were the earliest members. They once explored ancient underground ruins in the eastern forest near that town. Only Kara went deeper inside and claimed to have found the book there. Afterward, the association grew. The church eventually discovered their existence and began hunting them. Kara fled toward the mountain range, searching for the Holy Mountain. That's the full history of their group. Nightingale then asks if Roland wants to inspect the ruins. He shakes his head. The eastern forest is too far. His focus must remain on strengthening his territory, not chasing ancient mysteries. However, he shares a new idea, forming a proper organization, not an obsessive cult chasing mythical mountains, but a witch union, a structured group devoted to supporting witches legally and peacefully. No crimes, no persecution, no fear, just cooperation, purpose, and freedom. Meanwhile, at Longsong Fortress, a grand noble gathering is underway. Ambassador Perov marvels at how the event rivals the extravagant banquets of the capital. The Elk family clearly worked hard to gather nobles of such high status at Longsong Fortress. In the corner, a blonde nobleman urges his sister to approach the ambassador. She reddens in embarrassment, unable to bring herself to do it. The blonde noble finally musters his courage and casually calls out to Ambassador Perov, addressing him as buddy. The ambassador bristles at such informal treatment, but the newcomer insists they're old friends, and tells him not to be so stiff. He teasingly asks whether Perov wasn't appointed by the Lord of Longsong Fortress and jokes about the supposedly profitable mines near Border Town, implying they must be squeezing money out of the locals. Perov dodges the question, but the loudmouth keeps rambling. He explains how he was on his way to the Holy City, but got trapped in a blizzard. That blizzard likely saved his life. Curious, Perov asks what he means. The blonde reveals shocking news. The new Holy City nearly fell, with demons breaching the inner sanctum. If the church had not deployed their strongest warriors, the entire clergy would have been wiped out. He adds that the armies of all four major kingdoms suffered devastating casualties. Soldiers barely survived the Frost Valley campaign, and within a single month, countless women became widows. Widows now vulnerable to exploitation for as little as 2 silver coins. If you recall the church set's elite soldiers appearing earlier, this ties directly to those clashes. The blonde insists this was all part of the church's plan. With the major kingdoms weakened and their generals dead, Hermes can dominate unchallenged. Then, leaning closer, he asks if the ambassador noticed a handkerchief in his invitation. Perov frowns, wondering if this is some kind of prank. The blonde assures him he's not teasing. After all, if he wanted to mock him, he'd have included socks. He explains the handkerchiefs were sewn by his younger sister, who just turned 16 today. Clearly, he's trying to set her up with the red-haired ambassador despite their age gap. Before Perov can respond, a sudden outburst erupts across the hall. A furious noble is hurling insults at Prince Roland, every vulgar name in the book. Perov steps forward to investigate. A man explains they are arguing about the ruler of Border Town, who has seized noble property. A curly-haired noble clarifies the situation. He lives in Bordertown but takes refuge in Longsong Fortress every winter. This year he claims Roland demolished the noble's houses to build a defensive wall without compensation. Even worse, Roland labeled any noble who fled to Longsong as a traitor, and anyone returning now risks execution. Perov quickly realizes what Roland is doing. He's severing all dependence on Longsong Fortress and turning Bordertown into a self-sufficient territory. The nobles continue complaining, begging Ambassador Mehdi to appeal to Duke Ryan for support. Mehdi steps in, telling everyone to calm down. Duke Ryan is already taking action. He's building an army, and the Elk family is on board. The nobles collectively sigh with relief. If the Duke himself is involved, they believe nothing will go wrong. Perov, however, is not comforted. Mehdi drags him aside, shrugging off his concerns. In his eyes, Roland is just a prince with a patch of dirt. Once faced with a real army, he'll surrender immediately. But Perov isn't convinced. Mehdi insists that once the Duke marches in with overwhelming force, the farmers and miners of Bordertown will scatter like ants. Still, Perov feels uneasy. Something tells him Roland won't lose so easily. Later, Perov returns to the Honeysuckle family estate. His father greets him and orders him to review their import-export logs and available manpower. They must prepare to support the Duke's spring military campaign. Perov is stunned. They're seriously preparing for war against Bordertown. His father explains that Duke Ryan has already called for recruits. All 5 major families must contribute knights and workers. Perov asks how many they plan to send. His father lists the numbers, over 100 men in total. Perov jumps to his feet, begging him not to join the battlefield. The old man, baffled, asks why. Hyberv blurts out that he's terrified something will happen to him. His father bursts into laughter, amused by his son's concern. To him, Longsong Fortress is an elephant, and Bordertown is an ant. There's nothing to fear. He reminds Perov that Prince Roland only has a handful of knights and perhaps 50 guards in total. But Perov stands firm. Everyone underestimated Roland's mud walls, predicting they would collapse after one rainstorm, yet they held strong. Everyone thought Bordertown would crumble during the months of demons. Instead, Roland not only survived, he earned the respect of soldiers and civilians alike. And that lingering fear inside Perov refuses to fade. Back in Longsong Fortress, the Honeysuckle Patriarch grows increasingly irritated by Perov's warnings. He snaps at his son to keep quiet and jabs a finger toward the portraits of their ancestors, battle-hardened warriors who never back down. As their descendant, he refuses to flee from any battlefield. Perov swallows the scolding silently, knowing his father still cannot grasp how unpredictable Prince Roland truly is. In Perov's mind, Honeysuckle is marching straight into political turmoil, and may end up swallowed whole by the prince he keeps underestimating. Back in Bordertown sits Castle. Roland reflects proudly that he has fulfilled a promise granting land to Nana's father Taigu Pine, making him a Viscount. The forested region south of the river is still undeveloped, but Roland promises it will be the first area expanded when Bordertown grows. Every business share on this land will belong to the Pine family. Taigu Pine agreed happily, content to use the wilderness for hunting until development begins. Roland also officially knights Brian, declaring that with each military achievement he will earn new land. With this, Roland has found a way to use the surrounding wilderness efficiently. The river will mark the boundary. The area between the river and mountains will become a military training ground, while land across the river will be reserved for future factories and agriculture. The western forest, rich in lumber, wild fungi, game and medicinal herbs, will also be incorporated into the territory's expansion. Just then, someone arrives. Sister Sazen. Roland greets her warmly and motions for her to sit. He asks about her progress at City Hall. He had asked her to draw passport-style portraits of every resident in Bordertown to create identification records. Each person was paid 10 bronze coins simply for sitting while she drew their likeness, and though confused by the purpose, Sa completed every portrait diligently. Today, however, Roland has a new task for her. When she asks what he needs, Roland eagerly slaps his hands on the table and announces he wants her to draw a few trinkets, just for fun. Although puzzled, San agrees. She asks whether she should invent them from imagination. Roland instructs her to draw a soldier holding a heavy crossbow. She activates her magic pen, and Roland adds more specifics, include armor, background details, pose, everything. Sa draws nervously while Roland watches with fascination. When she is done, Roland is impressed by the realistic outcome. Then he instructs her to draw a small circle near the top center of the card. She follows along as he continues to dictate exact markings. After one card is complete, he tells her to create an entire deck. Once she finishes, Roland reveals his plan. He will teach her how to play a card game. They end up spending the entire day playing. In the final round, Roland wins dramatically by slamming down his strongest card, an ace. Sax is stunned and demands a rematch, but Roland postpones it since it's already late. She leaves reluctantly though still excited. Morning in Bordertown. As dawn's golden light fills the castle halls, A soft melody drifts through the air. Say recognizes it immediately. Lady Echo is singing. She remarks that Echo must have learned the poem she taught her. We catch up with Anna as she pauses to enjoy the music. Scroll enters the room and informs her that Sai is calling everyone. Anna sighs, wanting to read a bit more while savoring the song. Scroll then reveals that Echo admires Anna's abilities more than any witch here. Surprised, Anna asks why. Scroll explains that Echo isn't originally from Greycastle. She was born on the southern continent, but was kidnapped by slave traders and brought to Clearwater Port. There, she was trained in seductive techniques to fetch a higher price at market. Although life is better now, her past is filled with sorrow, torn from her family and transported far from home. Anna feels a pang of sympathy. Scroll adds that Echo considers Anna's power a blessing beyond measure. After all, beautiful singing alone is hardly a reliable livelihood. Scroll gently pats Anna's shoulder, reassuring her that she has nothing to worry about anymore. Witches here are safe, valued, and no longer forced into desperate survival. Anna, being the first witch Prince Roland ever met, unknowingly became the symbol of hope for all the others. Then Scroll notices something amusing and slightly unsettling for Anna. She points out that Anna's hair has grown long. Anna blushes and admits she always cuts it herself. Scroll cheerfully declares that she will give Anna a proper haircut, proudly mentioning that she used to cut every sister's hair back in the association. After a while, Scroll returns with her tools, ties Anna's hair with a cloth, and begins trimming it with practiced ease. She explains that she once made a living as a barber before joining the association. Anna hesitates, then asks something that has clearly been weighing on her mind. She mentions that the books she read last night always tell stories where the prince marries a princess or a noble lady. She asks why it always has to be that way. Scroll replies calmly, "It's simply how the world works." But Anna immediately challenges the logic, asking what happens if a prince doesn't like princesses or noble ladies. Scroll explains that personal preference doesn't set matter. A prince, especially one expected to become king, must marry into nobility. A kingship's marriage is political, not romantic. And more importantly, royal bloodlines must remain pure. The realization hits Anna like a stone. She quietly processes the fact that witches cannot bear children. Even Scroll knows this well, and she tries not to let Anna feel discouraged. Once Scroll finishes cutting her hair, Anna looks cute and refreshed. Scroll promises that from now on she'll choose stories with less rigid endings. She heads toward the door, but tells Anna to visit her anytime if she reads something she doesn't understand. Before she can leave, Anna speaks again, softly but with conviction. She says Roland is not the kind of prince found in those stories. He always does what he believes is right, regardless of expectations. Scroll raises a brow, asking why Anna thinks that. Anna replies simply, if he were like any other prince, he never would have saved her. Later we see Roland holding a sheet of paper with the Pythagorean theorem written on it. He teaches Scroll basic algebra and tells her he'll write more equations for her to memorize. When he asks if she understands, Scroll nods, inhales deeply, and activates her power to imprint the knowledge into her memory. Roland knows what he's doing. As an engineer in his former world, he carries a vast reservoir of math and physics knowledge. But memory fades, and he fears losing crucial concepts, so he pours everything he can onto paper, relying on Scroll to preserve it for future generations. With her perfect recall, she can safeguard an entire scientific foundation. Still, he hasn't unraveled what magic really is. In this world, magic bends natural laws in ways he cannot compare to electricity or any known energy source. To truly understand magic, he must understand the universe itself. His mind wanders to Einstein's theories and wonders whether magic existed in his old world unnoticed, simply because there were no witches to reveal it. His daydream breaks when Scroll interrupts. Hours have passed, so Roland ends the study session. Before leaving, Scroll turns back and asks something serious. Why did he ever take in witches? Wasn't he afraid of the church? Roland nods, expecting this question, but then Scroll asks a second one that makes him almost choke on his tea. Would you ever marry a witch? He sputters, asking why she suddenly brought that up, but as he wipes his face, his thoughts drift. He imagines briefly what life would be like if he did marry a witch. Anna's smile flashes before him, and the images warm him. After a moment he answers honestly, yes, he would absolutely marry a witch. Outside, Nightingale walks the halls in her nightclothes, looking unusually cheerful. Wendy asks what she's smiling about. She rarely sees Nightingale so distracted and happy. We shift back to earlier. Nightingale had been quietly eavesdropping on the conversation and heard Roland's declaration. The moment he said he'd marry a witch, a spark of hope lit inside her. Back in the present, Wendy keeps pestering her. Guessing she must have won a game of cards, Nightingale deflects with a small smile. The next morning, training intensifies. Iron Axe drills the soldiers mercilessly, barking orders while they push their limits. The chief knight is impressed, These men used to be miners and hunters with sluggish attitudes. Now they move with the ferocity of true fighters. Still, he knows that only real battle will forge them into proper soldiers. Roland arrives and asks Knight Carter about their progress. Carter answers proudly, then asks about the woman beside him, wondering if she's a witch. Roland confirms it, and orders him to gather everyone. He has an announcement. The knight calls the troops to attention. Once assembled, Roland begins speaking, greeting them warmly. Then, out of nowhere, Iron Axe lunges forward like a man possessed. Knight Carter immediately leaps to defend Roland, but Iron Axe doesn't attack. Instead, he drops to his knees before the witch beside Roland, and bows. Clan leader, he whispers reverently. Everyone stands frozen. The scene cuts sharply to a burning battlefield from years past. A young man with a massive axe slaughters enemy after enemy, fire reflecting off his brutal swings. Nearby, the same witch, now revealed as the clan leader, screams in anguish as this savage man cuts down her loyal companion. The past and present collide, and the soldiers realize something profound. This witch is not just another newcomer. She is part of a history soaked in fire, blood, and vengeance. Iron Axe's memory continues. The arrogant invader stands over Lady Echo in the past, demanding to know whether she is the last surviving member of the Osha clan. He declares a sacred duel, insisting that her father and brother died by his hand, and that by the ancient rules, her fallen clan must now become slaves under his rule. When he reaches out and forcefully lays a hand on her, her loyal subordinate, Iron Axe, steps forward, shouting for him to stop. But before either can act, someone crashes a heavy blow into the back of the attacker's head, dropping him instantly. Even so, the brute recovers quickly and continues humiliating Lady Echo. Stepping over her as though claiming victory, he orders his men to haul her off to Clearwater Port, believing they've found a prize worth fortunes. Meanwhile, Iron Axe collapses from his wounds. As his consciousness fades, he watches helplessly while the intruders load their spoils and prepare to flee. Back to the present. Iron Axe finishes his story. After losing his clan leader, he refused to join any other tribe. His only mission became finding and rescuing Lady Echo. He searched countless slave markets across the far south and Clearwater Port, but found no trace of her. He falls to his knees, swearing before the three gods that he will follow Prince Roland for life. He admits he lost control when he saw Lady Echo and accepts full punishment. Roland steps forward and tells him to rise. With a measured tone, he hints that helping Iron Axe avenge his clan may not be impossible. Iron Axe's eyes widen with hope. Roland confirms it. Not now, but one day. Overwhelmed, Iron Axe thanks him fervently. Lady Echo, however, softly states that she is no longer a clan leader. The weight of her past lingers heavily on her. Roland reflects quietly. Everything Iron Axe described about the extreme south fascinates him, especially the black tar-like substance that seeps from the ground and burns for days. Suddenly his eyes widen. He recognizes it instantly. Oil, not a mere deposit, an oil fountain. His mind races: engines, fuel, machines, an industrial revolution waiting to ignite. Calming himself, he tells Iron Axe that once he becomes king, he will allocate resources to reclaim the southern territory for the Osha clan. Iron Axe nearly bursts with joy, swearing loyalty again. But Roland's tone hardens. Iron Axe still broke the First Army's rules. He is sentenced to 2 days of imprisonment. Iron Axe accepts the punishment without hesitation. Later, soldiers chat quietly during training. One asks about Captain Iron Axe's absence. Another corrects him: he's team leader now, per the prince's new ranking system. They discuss Iron Axe's situation, and hope the prince won't punish him too harshly. Just then, Roland arrives with Knight Carter and his entourage. Carter calls the troops to attention. The soldiers whisper among themselves about Iron Axe's punishment. Roland steps forward. He announces that training was paused for a reason, and will resume once he finishes. He introduces the woman beside him, Witch Echo, Iron Axe's long-lost clanmate. He explains that Iron Axe is imprisoned for insubordination and reinforces that following orders is the foundation of soldiering. The troops shout their acknowledgement. Echo then pulls back her hood. Roland explains her ability. She can mimic any sound, instruments, drum beats, commands, or full marching anthems. Her sound illusions will guide the formations from now on. The soldiers look confused, unsure what a marching song even is. Echo removes her robe dramatically, and Roland continues: on the battlefield, she will serve as their battle banner, the symbol to rally around. Protecting her will be their top priority. Then Echo begins to sing. Her voice sweeps through the air, clear, powerful, and uplifting. It isn't random singing, it's a battlefield anthem. The soldiers find themselves standing straighter, steadier, energized by her song. Late that night, soldiers on guard duty tense at the sudden thunk of an arrow. One man collapses instantly. More arrows rain down, piercing the defenders before they can shout a warning. Standing before a vast army of armored knights is none other than Prince Timothy, clad in shimmering gold from head to toe. His entourage praises him for striking in the dead of night, but he corrects them. His sister is certainly awake by now. He reveals the trap. He sent a decoy army down the main road, while he led elite knights through the dark eastern route to flank her position. Even if she wishes to retreat, she cannot. Night withdrawals are taboo. Her forces will crumble instantly. Timothy smirks. He knows his sister well. He believes she'll abandon her citizens and flee like a coward. He vows to capture her, whether dead or alive, even if she reaches Clearwater Port. No escape. A knight outlines the next move. They will strike Eagle City with overwhelming force. While Timothy hunts for Garcia, the plan is already set. He rallies his soldiers, urging them to wave the Grey Castle Kingdom's flag high. His troops charge forward, crashing into the frightened enemy soldiers and knocking them down before they can even think of fleeing. The knight beside him grins at the unfolding chaos, vowing to their king that they will scatter their enemies like dust. Timothy scans the field, searching for his other knight, Francis, who is supposed to create a diversion. Since Francis has not returned yet, Timothy assumes the greedy fool must be off plundering Garcia's treasures for himself. But suddenly, the knight beside him goes pale and points ahead. Timothy looks in the indicated direction and freezes. A massive silhouette of an army stretches across the horizon. Leading them is Garcia Wimbledon herself, proudly waving her flag as the Queen of Clearwater. With a calm, confident voice, she rallies her soldiers not to fear. Spears rise in unison. She smiles with unwavering certainty. Her brother, however, is furious. The sight of her commanding an army infuriates him. No matter how confident she appears, he is convinced this will be the last time she dares act brave. He fully intends to destroy both her and her forces. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Garcia's Eagle City, Francis finally appears. As he enters, terrified locals immediately slam their doors and shutter their windows. Suspicion grows within him. He knows Garcia is not foolish enough to leave her city walls unguarded. A strange smell hits him. He wrinkles his nose and announces that something reeks. He orders his soldiers to head to the town hall. It turns out something truly is rotting inside the sewage. Once at the hall, Francis and his men search the place. A soldier reports that the basement holds nothing of value. Enraged, the Duke begins violently kicking objects around. Only then does the truth hit him. This was her plan all along. If she had retreated in a hurry, she would not have had time to strip the castle bare. She was prepared to abandon the city long before they arrived. Right on cue, more bad news arrives. The north gate is on fire. Francis rushes outside. Flames roar, smoke rises, and panic spreads. He orders his men to stay calm and try to extinguish the fire, but the soldiers shout back that the flames are spreading and water is useless. In fact, water only makes it worse. Another soldier arrives with the worst news yet. The fire has already reached the inner city, and their troops cannot contain it. Francis, horrified, jumps to the only conclusion he knows. Fire this unstoppable can only be the work of witches. He is convinced Garcia has enlisted them. Still, he forces himself to stay composed. He rallies his soldiers, declaring that this demonic fire cast by witches or not, will not kill them. They will charge through it and escape alive. He mounts his horse and leads the desperate retreat. They burst through the screaming flames, Francis shouting for everyone to keep moving. He believes the divine stone of judgment will protect them as they push through collapsing buildings and burning debris. But once he clears the worst of it, he turns back to reassure his men, only to see them completely consumed by the flames. His entire platoon is gone. Francis trembles, staring at the divine stone in his hand, unable to understand why it failed. If the stone offered no protection, then the fire was not caused by witches. Around him, the city collapses into blazing ruin. From a bird's-eye view, Eagle City is nothing but a charred wasteland. Francis eventually staggers out through the city gate. Bruised, trembling, and alone, he realizes the truth. This fire was no sorcery. As he collapses to his knees, a towering, axe-wielding warrior approaches. Francis instantly recognizes him as one of the Sand People. He barely has time to tremble before the axe comes down and severs his head. Back on the battlefield, Timothy's troops clash with Garcia's soldiers in a brutal melee. Blood spills as both sides hack and stab in a frenzy. Chaos rules the field. A brave soldier attempts to charge the queen, who sits calmly on her throne-like seat, surrounded by sand warriors. Without even speaking, she lifts her hand and casually flicks a finger. In an instant, the sand warriors sprint forward. They chop the soldier's horse legs clean off. The soldier hits the ground, and before he can react, an axe descends, ending him in one brutal strike. Timothy's forces begin to panic. Another army stands behind Garcia's troops. The people of the southernmost region, homeland of Lady Echo and Captain Ironaxe. The region is rich with oil, and suddenly everything makes sense. The inferno in Eagle City must have been caused by burning oil. No wonder Francis could not extinguish it. The sand warriors raise their axes and charge with ruthless efficiency. They slice through Timothy's soldiers as if cutting through vegetables. This is no battle anymore. It is a massacre. The Sand People dominate the field with overwhelming strength, and Lady Echo simply watches, smiling as the chaos unfolds. Timothy's face twists into pure terror. Horrified, he bites his nails, unable to think straight, and orders his knight to sound the horn and regroup the troops. But the knight grimly tells him it is already too late. Timothy keeps nervously gnawing his nails as he urges his soldiers to retreat. Then he bolts in the opposite direction on horseback, still somehow cocky even after being utterly crushed, convinced he'll get his sister next time. After that messy showdown between the two stubborn siblings, who fought over territories like kids arguing over ice cream, the story shifts back to Border Town. Prince Roland is preparing to face Longsong Fortress. He is certain they intend to strike now, believing Border Town must be at its weakest right after the demon months. But Roland has been ready for this. There isn't a massive amount of gunpowder in storage, but it is enough to fend off a siege. Roland debates whether he should move into Longsong Fortress after winning. Probably not. Dealing with those useless nobles would be a nightmare. Better to stay in his border town, develop it further, and use Longsong's resources to boost his territory. Just imagining all the laborers and skilled craftsmen he'll gain after winning puts a smile on his face. He's itching to outwit Duke Ryan and squeeze every last coin from him. The thought alone nearly makes him drool. Suddenly he senses something approaching. Lightning dives straight through his window and slams into him, knocking the air out of his chest. Once he recovers, he eagerly asks for an update. Lightning cheerfully reports that Longsong Fortress is advancing. Their army marches through the night, armor gleaming under the moon while Duke Ryan leads the charge. One advisor with sleepy eyes suggests they rest before attacking Border Town. Duke Ryan, however, boasts that he will sleep in his large castle bed tonight, after crushing Border Town, of course. He laughs that such a second-rate place will be easy to conquer. But the bald advisor beside him interjects. Their soldiers have been marching without rest, and are exhausted. He warns that since Prince Roland survived the demon months, he must have something prepared, so they should proceed with caution. The orange-haired noble scoffs, claiming the monsters must have been a weak bunch that couldn't even hop over Roland's half-built wall. The Duke agrees, recalling how Hermes was nearly overrun by demonic hybrids this year, while Border Town faced only a few stray creatures and somehow survived. With second Prince Timothy and Princess Garcia destroying each other's forces in Eagle City, and the entire city burned, Duke Ryan believes both siblings suffered heavy losses. He sees this as his golden opportunity to shine and unify the western region under his rule. He orders his lackey to send a message to Roland, offering safe escort back to the king's city if he surrenders. The knight returns with bad news. Roland's troops are already in formation and fully armed, clearly unwilling to surrender. The Duke lifts his telescope and spots only a small group of soldiers standing in scattered formation, their weapons unimpressive. Even the bald advisor looks confused. A smug grin spreads across Duke Ryan's face. With a simple gesture, he orders the entire army to march forward and crush this tiny group. As they advance, Vanner stares in shock at the sheer size of the enemy force. He slaps his cheeks to shake off the fear and rallies his comrades, reminding them that they have defeated demonic beasts before. These humans will be no different. As the enemy troops draw closer, Vanner fires up his squad with a fierce pep talk, urging them to face the oncoming challenge head-on. Up on the hill, Prince Roland feels confident. With his witch-empowered army, he believes winning this battle is key to changing the world. Lightning snaps him out of his thoughts, warning that the enemy is closing in. She quickly alerts the entire army. Roland finally gets serious, and gives the command, "Open fire." On cue, the soldiers ignite the cannon fuses. Cannonballs roar into the sky and slam into the frontline troops. Soldiers scatter in panic, unsure what just hit them. Some even think the prince has summoned actual thunder. Duke Ryan dismisses their fear, claiming it is all noise and theatrics with no real damage. He orders everyone to charge. But his confidence evaporates the moment a cannonball whistles straight toward them. It crashes down among the soldiers, dropping them like bowling pins. Still, the troops push forward while cannonballs rain from above like meteors from hell. Yet Duke Ryan remains oblivious to how disastrous the situation truly is. He convinces himself that if they just keep pushing, they will break through Roland's line and win. The knights advance dangerously, unaware of the devastating trap awaiting them. Vanner orders everyone to lower the firing angle and load grapeshot. The soldiers move quickly, and as the knights pass overhead, a cannon fires, its blast tearing straight through a knight's stomach and dropping him instantly. At last, fear grips the enemy riders. Sister Echo begins singing her anthem, filling Roland's troops with determination. They take aim and unleash a volley of gunfire, bullets striking enemy soldiers in the head and chest. Panicked, the soldiers break formation and run in the opposite direction, desperate to escape these terrifying unfamiliar weapons. Honestly, it's hard not to pity them. They are being slaughtered because their leader is a stubborn, arrogant old fool. While Duke Ryan grits his teeth, the orange-haired advisor insists they retreat. They have no idea what kind of sorcery the prince is using. The bald advisor agrees, noting that they will not run out of firewood in these hills, so withdrawing now is wise. Meanwhile, the troops continue to flee in terror. But Duke Ryan snaps, shouting at his men to stop retreating, He even cuts down one of his own soldiers for attempting to run. No matter how loudly he demands they stand their ground, the terrified men keep fleeing, trying to escape the blazing cannon fire tearing through their ranks. Back on Roland's side, the prince is pleased with their victory. However, the chief knight, Carter, does not share his enthusiasm. He feels there is no honor in this type of warfare. Roland immediately tells him not to dwell on it. They still need to pursue Duke Ryan. Whether Carter likes it or not, he must adjust to the new era of war, where knights are no longer the deciding force. As the prince sails downriver on his makeshift ship, he reflects on the battle. The results were even better than expected. If troop movements go as planned, Iron Axe and the Rifle Company will launch a surprise attack on Duke Ryan by morning. Roland is thrilled. He is leading the first army in the world empowered by technology and witches, each playing their part. Suddenly, Anna appears and asks why he is wearing such a creepy smile. Embarrassed, he brushes it off, but she steps closer and wipes a bit of drool from his face. Flustered, Roland snatches the handkerchief and insists on cleaning himself. She reminds him it is late, and they should get some sleep. He agrees. But when they reach the ship's shared room, Roland freezes. Everyone is sprawled out together. Even for a future harem, this feels excessive. As the ship glides through the moonlit night, the witches sleep peacefully. Roland, however, can't help noticing certain distracting features all around him. No matter where he looks, someone is too close for comfort. His unease grows, until he notices Anna awake, staring at him like a curious puppy. He gives her a gentle smile and playfully pinches her nose. He teaches her a trick to fall asleep. Imagine sheep jumping through hoops, counting one after another until she drifts off. Anna obeys immediately, quietly counting. The problem is that now Roland can't sleep at all. Nightingale seems awake too, sneaking glances at him from the shadows. Morning finally arrives. Roland dresses and Lady Leaf appears, still half asleep. She asks how everyone rested. It seems Anna had a rough night. She is still counting sheep and is about to reach the 100,000th one. The scene shifts to Duke Ryan's camp, furious. He smashes his wine glass on the ground, demanding to know how Prince Roland acquired such advanced weaponry. He interrogates his soldiers about the catapult-like machines with impossible range. Trembling, a knight admits he has no idea. All he heard were thunderous blasts, and then the knights hit some invisible wall that tore them apart instantly. The orange-haired advisor suggests witches may be involved, but Ryan scoffs. Their divine stone of judgment should have neutralized any witchcraft. He decides to retreat for now, before the situation worsens. Once he regroups at Longsong Fortress, he will block all trade on the Redwater River. Bordertown, he believes, cannot last a month without food. He orders everyone to prepare to return to Longsong the next morning. But their plans crumble instantly. Sister Echo's voice echoes across the camp, sending chills through everyone. Before the command tent can react, a massive explosion erupts, shaking the ground. Duke Ryan storms outside, demanding to know how the enemy caught up without anyone noticing during the night. A knight rushes over with a spare horse. Ryan leaps on and flees at full speed, only to skid to a halt moments later. Gun barrels are pointed directly at him. Captain Ironaxe stands before him with his troops. Before Ryan can even process the situation, a rifle cracks. The bullet slams into his chest, knocking him off his horse and face first into the dirt. Weak and fading, he barely glimpses Prince Roland marching forward with his forces before losing consciousness. After some time, Roland and his party make a grand entrance into Longsong Fortress. Local soldiers panic at the sight of them, especially unnerved by the witches walking confidently at Roland's side. Knight Carter reports that the Duke's family attempted to escape through the back door, but was intercepted by the First Army. Roland immediately lays down the law. All rebels and prisoners of war are to be locked in the dungeon. Then he blurts out, "First things first, let Sitz touch the corpse." Anna and Nightingale snap their heads toward him, horrified. They demand to know what kind of bizarre fetish he is talking about. Roland quickly backtracks, explaining he meant looting the body, not anything disturbing. With that clarified, the looting begins. They gather 300 shiny gold royals, a rare Clearwater port pearl necklace, premium wolf pelts from the Wolfheart Kingdom, and a stash of Hermes Godstones. But then they discover the jackpot, a hidden room. They open it to find a treasure vault overflowing with glittering riches. Roland practically drools as he stares at the gold piled high. He muses that the lives of the wealthy may be boring, but he'd happily cry in a golden carriage rather than stress about rent any day. Just then, Carter bursts in, announcing that Ambassador Petrov Hill of the Honeysuckle family has already arrived at the castle. Roland is surprised. He didn't expect the man to come so soon. The knight and the witches scramble to tidy up the loot. Outside the gate, Ambassador Hill reluctantly enters the fortress, anxious and imagining Roland demanding a massive ransom in exchange for his father. But when he finally meets Roland, he finds the prince calmly smiling. Roland assures him that his father wasn't harmed since he surrendered first. Grateful, Petrov offers to pay any ransom the family can afford. To his shock, Roland declines money. Instead he asks for livestock and people. Petrov quickly offers cows, sheep and horses, but admits the honeysuckle family is short on manpower. Roland becomes very specific, listing bricklayers, stonemasons, blacksmiths, farmers, and serfs. He also lists alternative goods for items they cannot provide. Eventually, he settles on a hefty demand: 1,000 sheep and 300 craftsmen in exchange for Petrov's father. Petrov is left scratching his head. He has only a day to find a solution. Then Roland adds a deadline. He won't stay in Longsong more than a week. He'll be returning to Border Town soon. This throws Petrov off. Without Roland or Duke Ryan, who will manage Longsong Fortress, he timidly asks if Roland wants someone to look after it. Surprisingly, Roland asks whether he is interested. Longsong will need a new overseer. If the Honeysuckle family accepts, they will owe Bordertown 30% of their revenue plus goods worth 1,000 gold royals. It steps a tempting proposition. Roland rests a hand on Petrov's shoulder, hinting at the influence the Honeysuckle family could gain. But before anything is finalized, Roland asks how Petrov plans to deal with resistance. Nervously, Petrov asks about Longsong's revenue and taxes, but Roland shuts him down. Those answers are his responsibility. Roland wants to hear the strategy he will use to provide monthly goods and secure steady income. He slaps the ransom terms onto the table and signals Carter to escort Petrov out. With a sly smile, Roland reminds him he'll be waiting for a proper answer and not to forget about the ransom for his father. Nightingale suddenly appears beside Roland. She remarks that Petrov seems sincere. Roland blushes, looking away as she leans closer. He admits he used to believe nobles were nothing but lazy pleasure seekers, but the Honeysuckle family's business sense has impressed him. Nightingale steps even closer, her breath warm on his ear, asking whether he truly doesn't want to stay in Longsong Fortress. Before he can respond, she darts forward, appearing again right in front of him, urging him to consider the wealth and prosperity of Longsong compared to Border Town. Roland shakes his head. Longsong is tangled in deep political roots and impossible to reform quickly. Border Town, on the other hand, is a blank slate, a place where he can build his vision like an endless game of Anno 1800. Besides, the church holds tremendous influence here, and discrimination against witches is strong. He wants witches to walk freely in the streets, something achievable only in Border Town. Nightingale admires his ideals. Her heart races as she struggles to contain her emotions. Suddenly she loses control, grabs Roland, and pulls him close. Both of them flush red as she kisses him. After that soft, lingering kiss, she quickly pulls away, leaving Roland standing there completely flustered and embarrassed. Nightingale vanishes just as Knight Carter enters, announcing that High Priest Tylo of the Longsong Fortress Church wishes to meet the prince. Roland, still blushing from the earlier surprise kiss, gives Carter permission to let the priest in. Inquisitor Tylo soon arrives and respectfully greets Longsong's new ruler. Roland is surprised the church seems unfazed by Duke Ryan's death, or by the sudden change in leadership. The priest simply shrugs, explaining that the church avoids political conflicts. As long as the ruler governs justly and improves the lives of the people, they have no reason to intervene. With a knowing smile, he adds that the church does not care about royal bloodlines either. Roland, with his usual sarcasm, asks whether Tylo is here just to offer blessings. The priest smirks, admitting that blessings are only part of his visit. He has a proposal that may interest the prince. Tylo explains that the conflict between Timothy and Princess Garcia has destabilized the southern region. The church wants to support a ruler with strong moral values, someone who can restore peace quickly. Roland's actions, he says, have already earned him a positive reputation across the western region, and the church is willing to back his rise. However, since they don't want to become too entangled in political affairs, the priest instead offers material support. From his coat, he produces a small box and sets it before Roland. Inside are 2 pills, one red, one black. The red pill grants temporary superhuman strength. The black pill boosts pain tolerance and resistance to extreme temperatures. After Tylo leaves, Roland reflects on the church's unexpected friendliness. He asks Nightingale whether she could detect the priest's intentions, but she shakes her head. His mind was shielded, likely by a divine stone of judgment. When she inspects the pills with her fog ability, she notices the same black void surrounding them. Though unlike the divine stone, it doesn't interfere with her senses. She suggests testing them on a death row prisoner to see if they actually work. Meanwhile, Roland cannot understand why the church wants him fighting his siblings for the crown, especially after Garcia's major victory at Eagle City. A succession war would bleed Greycastle dry. He wonders whether the church wants chaos to increase its influence. Setting politics aside, he decides to focus on reforming Longsong Fortress and using its wealth to improve Border Town, especially through new machinery. 3 days later, they return to the borderlands. Knight Carter wonders aloud whether entrusting Longsong Fortress to the Honeysuckle family was wise. Roland confidently insists they won't dare break the contract, and if they do, he'll simply take Longsong again. Besides, he respects their business skills and expects good results. Lady Leaf then spots figures in the distance. The first batch of serfs sent from Longsong. Roland explains their grim lives bound to the land for generations. Treated as property, beaten, starved, and controlled by their masters. Lady Leaf looks heartbroken, but Roland assures her that they will provide these people with basic needs and work toward freeing them entirely. He pledges to abolish slavery in the years to come. As their boat approaches shore, Roland suddenly smells something foul drifting from the seaside. His face goes pale. It is unmistakably human waste. He immediately doubles over, dry heaving as his hands tremble. Then he declares, with absolute seriousness, that today he will make the most impactful decision in Bordertown's history. They need toilets. Everywhere. Carter and the others freeze, startled by the announcement. Roland explains that the first toilets will be placed near the serfs' wooden shelters. He plans to enforce a law requiring everyone to use them and designate the land opposite the Redwater River as an industrial zone, completely free of foul odors. Carter, confused, asks why anyone needs a designated spot to relieve themselves. People are used to doing it outdoors, he argues, and the countryside smells bad anyway. Roland understands his perspective. He too used to shrug off hygiene, but insists that proper sanitation prevents disease and keeps the town healthy. Then the old man asks the big question, what are they going to do with all the collected poop? The prince calmly explains that they will store all human waste and use it as fertilizer for farming. Both the old advisor and Knight Carter nearly collapse at the idea. The mere thought of spreading human waste across the fields, and then eating food grown with it, makes them gag uncontrollably. They practically vomit rainbows on the spot. Roland clarifies that feces can significantly boost crop yield, especially when paired with Lady Leaf's improved wheat seeds, which grow faster and more abundantly. While he explains, Lady Leaf hears suspicious noises coming from Roland's room and scolds the gagging fools to vomit outside next time. That night, Roland falls asleep quickly. Nightingale appears silently beside him, gently pulling a blanket over his shoulders. Her expression softens. Warmth flickers in her eyes each time she looks at him. After a moment, she vanishes and slips back into her own room. Wendy, however, catches her emerging from Roland's quarters. Nightingale freezes, blushing. Wendy raises an eyebrow, reminding her that Roland is not a child. Sneaking into his room at night is questionable. Flustered, Nightingale changes the subject and mentions the troubling news that the Witch Union has disbanded. She fears some witches may hurt Roland because of it. Wendy reassures her. The castle is well guarded, and Roland even keeps a divine stone of judgment under his pillow. As Nightingale undresses, Wendy reminds her that witches cannot have children. Nightingale blushes again, whispering that Roland once said he wouldn't mind marrying a witch, and she believes he meant it. After washing up, Nightingale flops onto her bed and nudges Wendy to share what she knows about the church. Wendy asks why she's suddenly curious. Nightingale reveals that a well-paid priest visited Roland earlier and offered support for his claim to the throne, even though Roland wasn't enthusiastic. The priest also gave them 2 suspicious holy pills. Wendy explains her time in the abbey. She knows little of the church's inner workings. The high walls kept the girls isolated. They only saw the sky. Many were orphans or abandoned children, even some sold by their parents. They learned etiquette, singing, and reading until they became adults. Then the abbey expelled them without explanation. As the memories surface, Wendy shivers. Nightingale immediately hugs her, offering warmth and comfort. Wendy trembles but returns the embrace. Then she continues. She had spent 10 years in the abbey before everything changed. One day her teacher grabbed her by the arm and dragged her into a prison cell, shoving her into a dimly lit room. Before slamming the door shut, the stern woman warned her not to ask questions, just endure. Inside, Wendy saw a sight that froze her blood. Several priests, whips in hand, were mercilessly beating another girl. When they turned toward Wendy, a chilling dread washed over her. Their eyes gleamed with vile hunger. Once the tortured girl collapsed unconscious, they approached Wendy. To them she was simply another choir girl, another body to violate. They yanked her by the hair, slamming her into the gate. Tears ran down her face as one of the men covered her mouth, threatening her not to scream. His filthy hand slipped under her skirt. Wendy's soul shattered. Her gaze went blank as despair swallowed her. Then, impact. A brutal punch crushed the man's jaw, killing him instantly. The blow came from the very girl who had been tortured moments earlier. Somehow freed from her shackles, she moved with terrifying strength. Another priest lunged at her. She silenced him with a single punch, tearing open his gut. The next attacker fell seconds later. Wendy could only stare in horrified disbelief. One remaining priest, desperate, pulled out his divine stone of judgment, shouting that she must have awakened a witch's power. The girl responded by lifting her long stretchy leg and bringing it down with tremendous force, cracking the man's skull. When the slaughter ended, Wendy still trembled violently as the girl walked calmly toward the gate. Knights burst into the room. The sight of the mangled corpses shocked the arriving woman so much that she collapsed. One of the knights swung his sword at the girl, but she dodged every strike effortlessly, moving with lethal grace. The knight charges at the girl again, but she catches his arm and twists, with such overwhelming strength that she tears it clean off. The soldier standing by the gate freezes in horror. She doesn't even pause. She leaps forward and takes him down before anyone can react. Word spreads instantly. A demon has appeared in the cell. The girl fights every knight who enters as if they are nothing. Wendy watches in terror as the girl moves with ruthless precision, stabbing one knight in the back without a flicker of emotion. More soldiers rush in, trying to surround her. But the moment they charge, her expression hardens. She swings her sword so fast it becomes a blur, slicing through their defense, as if cutting cucumbers. Meanwhile, Wendy crawls toward her unconscious teacher, retrieving the key she desperately needs. The flashback ends. Wendy explains that thanks to that mysterious girl, she managed to escape the abbey. She used a few silver royals found on one of the bodies to survive and wandered from place to place until she eventually reached the Seawind region. 2 years later, she awakened as a witch. She never learned what became of the girl who saved her, or of the other abandoned girls left behind. The church later covered up the entire incident, claiming the abbey had burned in a fire. Nightingale is deeply moved by Wendy's story. She understands her pain all too well. She squeezes her friend's hand, offering warmth and reassurance. The scene shifts. Bailey is turning bright red, radiating an intense aura. Knight Carter is fighting him and struggling badly. It looks like the prince gave this bald inmate one of the power-boosting pills to test whether it truly works. Judging by Carter's difficulty, the pill absolutely delivers. Anna watches with excitement as the prisoner holds his own against Carter, one of the strongest knights around. Roland is impressed too, realizing the priest wasn't lying about the pill's effects. If a regular man can fight like this, a trained knight on the same drug would be terrifying. The duel continues. Carter eventually lands a heavy blow that makes the man spit blood, but the prisoner recovers almost instantly and charges again. Carter disarms him with a decisive strike. Acknowledging his impressive skill, he calls for another sword. But before anything else happens, the furious prisoner notices spectators above the wall. The moment he locks eyes with Roland, something snaps. He turns and sprints toward the prince, with murderous intent. Seeing the danger, Carter orders the soldiers to shoot. Bullets pierce the prisoner's back, but he barely reacts. Carter shouts for his horse, but it's too late. The man plants his feet and leaps more than 30 feet into the air. Just as he's about to strike the prince, Anna intervenes. She releases a surge of flame, burning him mid-air. When fire alone isn't enough to stop him, Nightingale flashes in and slashes him repeatedly, forcing him down. The chaos finally ends. Nana arrives quickly to treat the injured so no one suffers permanent harm. As for the prisoner, the pill granted him immense strength, but also severe side effects. Nightingale notes that the markings on his body resemble symptoms seen in those who were exposed to a divine stone of judgment. If the church truly produces pills infused with similar properties, their military potential is frightening, and it explains why Anna's flames barely affected him. This suggests the church is bold enough to distribute these power-enhancing drugs, without fearing retaliation from any future king. They must possess even stronger weapons or knowledge hidden away. Originally, Roland planned to focus this year on education, agriculture, and manufacturing, but now he realizes that weapons research must become a priority. He intends to develop breech-loading firearms, since they are simpler to produce. As for the cartridges, he only knows they require something called mercury fulminate. He will need a great deal of money, alchemists, and laboratories to bring these ideas to life. Lost in thought, Roland is snapped back to reality by the girls, reminding him that it's late. Work can wait until tomorrow. Nightingale has already fallen asleep, likely worn out from teaching algebra all day. Everyone smiles at the rare sight of her looking peaceful and vulnerable. Roland gently drapes a blanket over her, grateful she can finally relax. Meanwhile, Anna heats water in her room using her magic. When it reaches the perfect temperature, she slips into the bath, savoring the warmth. She reflects fondly on the prince's hygiene habits. While most people bathe only once a month, Roland insists everyone wash daily with clean water. She admires him, not just for his reforms, but for his curiosity. She recalls how he once explained that everything in the universe is made of countless tiny balls that can only be seen if magnified millions of times. Heat and cold, he said, depend on how fast these tiny particles move. In other words, atoms. Curiosity sparks in her eyes as she wonders whether she can peer into her own green fire to see these tiny balls for herself. Anna concentrates intensely, letting her mind drift somewhere distant. Green energy swirls around her, and for a moment not even she understands what is happening. When she finally returns to herself, she notices that her magic, once green, has turned red. Even she cannot fully explain it. The next morning, Roland is deep in a dream filled with tanks, aircraft, and futuristic mechas conquering the world. His glorious fantasy is abruptly cut short by Nightingale's voice. Half asleep, he groggily opens his eyes and immediately asks if a new witch has awakened. Nightingale shakes her head. Instead, she reminds him that Anna's abilities have changed again. This wakes him up instantly. Nightingale slaps a wet towel onto his face to hurry him along, urging him to go see Anna's latest transformation, something so strange it seems almost physical, almost tangible. As they head toward the office, Nightingale reveals what she saw earlier. Anna had been sitting at her desk, surrounded by metal objects. Nightingale was so shocked by Anna's altered magic that she dropped the bread she had been eating. The green magic she once sensed inside Anna had changed dramatically. Now inside Anna's core, Nightingale saw a cube. Roland is baffled. A cube? What does that even mean? Nightingale explains. When a witch awakens, her magic first appears like thin mist. Over time it becomes a swirling gas of color. Wendy's magic is white. Lady Leaf's is green. Anna always had dense, powerful magic, especially after adulthood, and her color was deep green. But now, Anna's magic has taken the shape of a solid, fist-sized opaque cube, something neither of them have ever seen before. Once everyone gathers in the office, Anna immediately turns to Roland. Without hesitation, he asks what happened. Anna explains everything. Last night she was thinking about Roland's lesson, that everything in the universe is made of tiny particles. She imagined her green fire as being composed of these small particles and began tinkering with how those particles connected. She reshaped and rewove them, transforming the flames into something like black silk. Now she can control it at will, and even cut cleanly through iron ingots. Using math, she managed to carve a perfect square. She beams proudly, practically begging for a head pat. Roland tells her to demonstrate. Right on cue, Anna summons her darkened energy. When Roland asks if she can change its shape, she snaps her fingers and turns it into a cube. Everyone is stunned. Then she withdraws her power and reshapes it into razor-thin strings. Roland touches them and is shocked. They are solid. She warns him they may look delicate, but they're sharp enough to slice through anything. Unlike her green flames, she can now control the temperature of different parts of these black threads. This confirms Roland's suspicion. Magic is simply another form of energy. Its limits depend on how much a witch understands and imagines. Just as it would be impossible to describe an airplane to someone who has never seen one, witches can only create what they comprehend. Anna's new ability came from understanding particles, so she could reshape them. Roland pats her head proudly and then makes a major announcement. Everyone in the Witch Union will now be required to attend education classes. The witches stare in shock. Roland appoints Scroll as the teacher of enlightenment. Scroll hesitates, unsure if she can live up to the role. Nightingale, trying to escape quietly, freezes as Roland gives her a deadly stare. Sister Morning expresses doubts about her performance too, but Roland assures her that knowledge will only strengthen their magic. He sets the schedule firmly. Study sessions every Monday to Friday after dinner, starting with reading and writing from the ABCs upward. Nightingale does not look thrilled. In the next scene, Roland informs a knight that he is establishing a poultry farm for chickens and ducks. He assigns land on the west border and orders the knight to learn animal husbandry and teach others. If the farm fails, the knight will be sent to labor in the slope mines. Once the knight leaves, Roland calls in the next person. Nightingale interjects, puzzled about why knights are suddenly being recruited to raise livestock. Weren't they supposed to pick people with basic education to become teachers instead? The prince explains that the knights all have ordinary hobbies, and since there is genuine demand for those skills, he has allowed them to pursue what they are best at. The lady calls up the next knight, and he steps forward immediately. This one looks educated and refined. He introduces himself as Furland Eltek, and expresses how glad he is that our hero has taken command of Longsong Fortress. He thanks the prince and offers assistance whenever needed. Our hero is startled by the knight's loyalty, especially since Furland serves Duke Ryan, but then Furland's expression turns serious. He reveals that he used to be Duke Ryan's top knight and had sworn loyalty only to him. However, the Duke abused his power, committed countless crimes in the Western Territories, and even took Furland's wife by force. Furland has been waiting for a chance to bring the Duke down. Although he could not kill the Duke himself, he is relieved that someone else finally did. Our hero then asks whether Furland is literate. The knight answers yes, and Roland immediately appoints him as a teacher. He will be given a house and a generous salary. Furland asks whether this means that all the illiterate people will end up working in the mines. Roland nods, prompting Furland to express concern. People over 50 are unfit for such labor, and there is an older knight named Halon among them. Roland clarifies that he does not see anyone as a slave. The mines are equipped with steam engines to lighten the workload, and the workers receive regular days off. Furland then suddenly stands, startling Nightingale, but all he reveals is that his family possesses a treasure map passed down through generations. The treasure marked on the map lies within the Misty Forest, northwest of their location, and the prince appears to be the only one able to access it today. Furland explains that his father never allowed him near the map, but he managed to sneak a look and take it because he was determined to find the treasure. The markings on the map have survived the passage of time without fading, clearly drawn with something extraordinary. After taking the map, he quietly left the territory to begin his treasure hunt, but his plans fell apart when he was drafted into the Duke's service. Now he begs our hero to consider the map and release the elderly knight Halon. Nightingale confirms that Furland is telling the truth, and Prince Roland agrees to consider the request. He then asks to see the map. Upon examining it, Roland is astonished to discover that it points to a place called Tequila. Macroll remarks that if the map is accurate, then the symbols match locations recorded in ancient texts. This implies that the church once built a city deep in the plains as a defense against demons, yet no one knows why the church erased this part of history. If Tequila contains ruins similar to those in the Eastern Forest, they might uncover clues about why the church hides the truth about demons, their ancient battles, and their hostility toward witches. Nightingale decides to visit the knight's home for further investigation, but Roland warns her that a family guarding a treasure map might also possess divine stones of judgment. Since they cannot travel to Tequila yet, he suggests saving the exploration for later. The map's marked location lies about 50 kilometers away, something Sister Lightning can scout within a day, so he decides to send her first. For now, he shifts his attention to the North Slope mines and sets the treasure map aside. Before heading out, he instructs Lady Scroll to teach everyone the phonetic alphabet in the evening. If more materials are needed, she can ask Saria, who has practically become a one-woman printing press. Roland then rummages through a drawer meant for Lady Scroll's gift. He opens the wrong drawer first, and finds snacks hidden there by Nightingale, which embarrasses her for reasons unknown. Eventually, he retrieves a box from another drawer, and gives it to Lady Scroll. Inside is a pair of beautifully crafted glass spectacles. Nightingale immediately questions the gift, pointing out that Lady Scroll already has perfect eyesight. Roland cheerfully explains that he simply loves the look of girls with glasses. Since Lady Scroll teaches literacy, the glasses will make her appear both intellectual and elegant. Nightingale can only find his enthusiasm strangely unsettling. When Lady Scroll puts on the glasses, she looks stunning, enough to make anyone stop for a moment and admire the transformation. Later at North Slope, the prince is stunned by an exceptionally long steel tube the workers have produced. Its flawless construction impresses him, especially the evenness of its thickness. Anna beams at the praise. Roland is amazed at how precisely she can cut materials with her magical threads. With Anna's help, the town's industry is about to level up significantly, and he even jokes that they might soon produce the finest underwear for the witches. But then Nightingale notes that, despite Anna's improvement, her magic threads still extend only 10 steps. Anna insists it is 15, leaving Roland confused and unsure whose measurement is correct. After comparing their leg lengths, he realizes they measure steps differently because of their height difference. The discovery frustrates him. Measurement units in this world are a complete mess, based on rough estimates rather than any consistent standard. Finally fed up, he decides it is time to establish clear unified measurements from scratch, and he assigns Anna to handle the task. The story then shifts to Clearwater Port, where Garcia's knight wears a smug expression as he surveys the thriving harbor. He is convinced the Queen of Clearwater is unstoppable and destined to rule Greycastle after dealing with Timothy once again. Yet he cannot understand why his mistress has recently appeared anxious. A man soon arrives with a report. The chiefs of the Sandstone and Blackbone clans wish to see her. The knight orders that they be brought in, but the two chiefs enter the room uninvited anyway. The large man greets Garcia with exaggerated flattery, and the accompanying woman greets her the same way. The burly man is Blackbone, chief of the Blackbone clan, while the woman is Kabbalah, chief of the Sandstone clan. Both immediately express concern. Their warriors have been struggling with weakness and depression since the last battle, and only remain functional with regular doses of the new pills. They have come to request more. Blackbone echoes the same worry. But Garcia avoids giving a direct answer. She claims that production is in disarray, and she has little supply on hand. She tells them they must wait for the next batch. When the chiefs ask how long, she answers cryptically, reminding them that everything about the pills is secret. They should return and wait patiently. Her knight quickly pushes them to leave after Garcia makes it clear that she expects payment, either in gold royals or in river water. Once they leave, the knight fumes, calling them insignificant beggars always looking for favors. Garcia, however, looks deeply troubled. The knight asks whether she is worried about the pill shortage. Garcia denies it, and says she has already found a solution. She plans to threaten the church. They will either send more pills immediately, or she will hang priests' heads from the mast of the Black Sail flagship in the port. She then hands the knight a letter, revealing the true source of her anxiety. The letter comes from a spy in Hermes. It states that the church has taken over the kingdom's capital, accusing Queen Lena of Everwinter of being a witch who hid her identity for years. This news shakes the knight, and Garcia finally admits she is tired of staring at the same old view of Clearwater Port. She wants to seize the chaos in Everwinter for her own advantage. Her knight quickly realizes her intention. With Everwinter in turmoil, she sees an opportunity. Timothy, her idiot brother, is too busy trying to reunify the East to interfere with her. And Roland? She dismisses him as a harmless fool who somehow captured Longsong Fortress, only to retreat back to Bordertown afterward. She insists he must be terrified of her. After all, she used to bully him until he wet his pants. Hearing this, the knight excitedly declares that no one is left to block her path. Her road to becoming queen is wide open. The narrative then moves to the Holy City, where the high-ranking priests gather in their council chamber. They question Archbishop Ton about the situation in Everwinter. The old man reports that, apart from a handful of stubborn nobles, most citizens have accepted the church's takeover. He promises that any nobles who refuse to repent will be eliminated one by one. Lady Heather scoffs and suggests they simply kill the decadent nobles immediately. Another bishop interjects, urging patience. They should wait until the kingdom stabilizes before executing nobles. Otherwise, the church might face backlash. For now, he intends to offer the nobles equivalent positions under the law of the church, though their titles will not pass to future generations. He reminds everyone that the church plans to abolish kingship entirely, so there is no need to rush. Heather, somewhat disappointed, reluctantly agrees to wait another day to kill what she calls filthy nobles. Her sharp remarks visibly unsettle Ton. Priest Maine then asks Ton about the situation in the castle. According to the latest reports, Timothy never returned to the capital after his defeat. Instead, he went straight to the eastern region. During the battle, he took Duke Francis with him to fight Queen Garcia of Clearwater, but ended up losing, and the Duke died as well. Timothy then quickly moved to divide the Duke's territory in the east. Maine finds this amusing and orders his people to continue supplying the pills, keeping Garcia and Timothy equally balanced in strength. He predicts that within 2 years, no soldiers will be left standing in the entire kingdom of Greycastle. It is clear the church is deliberately manipulating both sides, fueling their conflict for the throne. They even sent the deteriorating pills to Garcia Wimbledon to weaken all forces involved. The pills are not only addictive, they drain life from those who consume them. Ton then mentions Roland. He reports that Roland refused to use the pills or accept the church's aid. Roland seems uninterested in fighting for the throne and has returned to Bordertown after capturing Longsong Fortress. Like everyone else, Maine is baffled at how that foolish prince managed such a victory. Lady Heather wonders if they have underestimated Roland. Maine admits Roland's achievement is impressive and proves he has some real strength. However, he insists that talent alone means nothing without powerful backing. Since Roland has retreated to the peaceful border town, it is obvious he has no intention of competing for Greycastle. In their eyes, he poses no threat to the church's grand plan. The lady agrees, saying everything written is true. She lifts her gown slightly and pulls out a folded sheet of paper hidden in her sash beside her concealed knife. Handing it to Maine, she assures him the information is completely legitimate. Once he reads it, he discovers that Prince Roland has witches on his side. Back in Bordertown, the advisor rushes to our hero, panicking over the prince's decision to charge only 20% of a serf's crops as property tax once they become free citizens. He argues that even 50% would still appear generous, but Roland calmly explains that having a basement full of gold is meaningless. By charging only 20%, he can then buy the remaining crops at a fixed price. Once the people earn money, they will spend it on better goods, and he plans to be the one selling those goods. The money flows out, then flows back in. It is a cycle that raises the people's living standards while enriching him in return. Suddenly, Knight Carter bursts in, excitedly announcing that Sean has returned with crop seeds from Clearwater Port. Sean enters grinning triumphantly, displaying the plants the prince had requested. First is a type of corn he calls pearl rice, which leaves everyone staring in disbelief. Roland practically drools over it. Then Sean produces potatoes, and Roland lunges toward them like he is about to whip up a batch of crispy French fries. Hearing this unfamiliar word, Sean asks what French fries are, and the prince casually claims he tasted them at a luxurious feast where the chef called them fries. Next comes sugarcane, and Roland is thrilled, predicting a sweeter future for Bordertown. Poor Carter, however, bites into a stalk and cannot detect any sweetness at all. Meanwhile, the old advisor begins trembling uncontrollably. He already suspected that Roland might be possessed by demons, but after witnessing this level of insight and innovation, he becomes convinced something supernatural must be involved. Roland speaks of things no one here has ever heard of, yet he has done nothing harmful, and everything he has introduced benefits the people. So the advisor decides to dismiss his fears. If Roland is some sort of devil, he is at least a benevolent one. Roland hands the sugarcane to the old man, who takes another bite and finally tastes the sweetness. By evening, Roland is exhausted. Sean's report confirms that Garcia has obtained the church's pills as well. Now Roland fully understands the church's motive. They are trying to provoke conflict by empowering both sides. With this realization, he decides to prepare high rate-of-fire weapons to protect Bordertown from future threats. Suddenly Anna appears, catching him so off guard that he nearly jumps. He jokes that Nightingale always materializes out of nowhere, and now Anna has picked up the habit too. One day, he says, they are going to give him a heart attack. He then asks why she is not in class. Anna explains that she is stuck on a difficult physics problem, and Teacher Scroll sent her to him for help. Roland admits he is hardly a quantum mechanics expert, but he still tries to guide her, discussing topics like dimensions and physical interactions. As they study together, night slowly settles in. When it is time to part ways, they exchange an intense, lingering glance that leaves both of them blushing. They quickly look away, embarrassed by their own feelings. Roland hesitates to make a move, but Anna steps closer. Gathering his courage, he gently places his hand under her right ear. Once they relax, their hesitation melts away, and they share a quiet, tender kiss. The next morning in Bordertown, Nightingale spots motivational slogans plastered everywhere. Curious, she asks why the prince has put them up. Roland explains that they are meant to inspire people to work hard and build their wealth. Over time, he believes the words will take root and become a reality in the hearts of the citizens. Meanwhile, Anna is working on glassware that looks like it belongs in a chemistry lab. She wonders aloud why they are melting and reshaping perfectly good glass cups. Roland explains that these are for the alchemists who will visit Bordertown in the future. Nightingale picks up a glass funnel, pretends it is a wine goblet, and raises an imaginary toast, peering through it with curiosity. Roland adds that he has not yet figured out how to refine sand into clear, high-quality glass. For now, he must rely on reshaping existing glassware. Nightingale becomes even more confused. What does sand have to do with glass? Roland explains that glass comes from purified sand, and unless the sand is refined thoroughly, the resulting glass turns brown or green. For chemistry work, they need containers that are pure and perfectly transparent. As Nightingale keeps playing with the equipment, she earns a playful tap on the head, and Roland resumes teaching Anna. He explains how he plans to use the new equipment to handle acids and conduct more advanced experiments, one step closer to pushing Bordertown's scientific progress even further. After the playful tap on the head, Nightingale walks away while the prince continues teaching Anna. As she wanders off, Nightingale notices a plate of snacks on the table. Being the snacker she is, she picks up a steamed bun and takes a large bite. The moment the flavor hits her tongue, she feels transported, like she is drifting through a golden wheat field, savoring every second. The aroma, texture, and rich filling leave her completely entranced. Roland notices her thoroughly enjoying the snack and happily explains that these steamed buns were prepared especially by the chef. Deciding they should all enjoy them properly, he tells the girls he will go wash his hands so they can have afternoon tea together. Both Anna and Nightingale perk up at the idea, eager for the treat. As the day drags on under the blazing sun, Nightingale grows drowsy. Meanwhile, Roland is joking around with Anna, and a faint smile appears on Nightingale's face as she slips into sleep. Her dreams drift toward fantasies of marrying the prince. In her vision, she walks down the aisle of a grand church hall lined with witches. At the altar, Roland lifts her veil, admires her beauty, and leans in for a kiss. While she sleeps, Anna playfully tells Roland to keep his voice down. She is convinced that Nightingale must be having a very pleasant dream. There is no other explanation for that blissful smile. We then return to the Holy City, where the three archbishops gather once again. Their discussion turns to the witches sheltering in Bordertown. However, since the church is already preparing an assault on Wolfheart, they are short on manpower. Archbishop Maine assigns Priestess Mira to lead a small but elite force known as the Judgment Army. He believes she will achieve better results if she travels to Bordertown personally. Mira agrees with full confidence and receives his blessing before setting out to scout the area. Lady Heather teases Maine about giving the priestess so much attention, asking whether he is grooming her as his successor or simply fond of her. Priest Ton, annoyed by her flippant tone, sharply reminds her that this matter involves both kingship and witches. Any misstep could undermine the church's long-term plans. Maine agrees and speculates that the fourth prince must indeed be harboring witches. He is convinced that the gullible prince has fallen under their beauty and is now acting as their puppet. Rumors of Bordertown recruiting more witches further provoke the church. Maine wants everything resolved before it spirals out of control, and even considers traveling there himself if Mira fails. The story then shifts to a rundown shack, where a group of witches has captured a trembling man. They splash water on him to wake him, and when he opens his eyes he panics at the sight of them, certain he has fallen into the hands of witches. One of them presses a dagger to his face. Seeing him cower, another mocks him for wetting his pants even though he was the one hunting witches in the first place. A flashback reveals that Prince Roland had assigned this man, Theo, a mission. He was instructed to circulate rumors through underground channels, claiming that Bordertown was recruiting witches. Roland warned him that if he were ever caught, he should say he was from the Cooperation Association. When Theo reveals this to the witches, They are stunned, but moments later, a muscular woman enters, wielding a massive sword like a female version of a wandering knight. She scoffs at Theo's explanation, pointing out that the Cooperation Association is far off in the Seawind region. The other witches surround her excitedly. They are relieved she has returned. They inform her that the captive was the one spreading the rumors about witch recruitment. Theo insists he is telling the truth. He claims the Cooperation Association has found the Holy Mountain and that all the witches have gathered in Border Town. He swears they are not possessed by demons and do not suffer when exposed to anti-magic fields. He even talks about their mentor Kara, who can summon magical snakes, and mentions Wendy and Scroll, who assigned him the mission. The sword-wielding woman listens intently, clearly intrigued, but the witches warn that if the association truly has settled on the Holy Mountain in Border Town, they never should have revealed it. The church will be alerted, placing everyone in danger. A red-haired witch asks what they should do next. The black-haired woman declares that their leader will arrive at midnight with other witches, and they will set sail with the rest of the group. As for Theo, she kicks the chair he is tied to, sending him crashing to the ground. She then orders the red-haired witch to board the ship with the others, while she travels to Border Town with Theo. She wants to see for herself whether the association has truly found the Holy Mountain. She instructs her companion to tell their leader, Tilly, that she is heading to Border Town at once. Lady Lightning appears next, soaring high above the treetops, as she follows the markings on the treasure map given to the prince. She has already covered a vast area, and Roland specifically tasked her with scouting the notorious Misty Forest. Proud of the responsibility and eager for adventure, she flies on alone. As heavy rain suddenly pours down, she quickly tucks the map into her jacket to keep it perfectly dry. Then she spots something unusual below, and darts downward, racing through the forest like her namesake. Deep within the woods, she discovers ancient ruins hidden beneath the dense mist, structures she never noticed from the sky. Had the rain not cleared her view, she might have missed them entirely. The scent of adventure stirs her excitement, and after a bit of searching, she confirms that these must be the ruins shown on the treasure map. According to the plan, she should mark the location and return to Border Town to report back, but her adventurous nature pushes her to investigate further. With the rain pouring down, she figures she can explore until it stops. Inside, she finds only empty halls. She continues deeper, still finding nothing, but then, a faint voice calls for help. The sound chills her to the core. She ducks behind a wall, trembling. It makes no sense. These ruins are centuries old and located deep inside the Misty Forest. No ordinary person could be here. Despite her fear, she convinces herself that it might be a trapped explorer. She pushes open a door only for it to crash to the ground, and there, looming before her, stands a grotesque monster straight from a nightmare. She recognizes it instantly, the same type of demon Lady Leaf once fought in the Badlands. Lightning collapses in terror as the creature towers over her, poised to strike. Her horrified scream melds with the roar of the thunderstorm outside. The story jumps back to Border Town, where Roland meets Margaret Foreman, a lively merchant from King City. She is bursting with excitement, peppering him with questions about his steam engines. She wants to buy many of them, offering a staggering 500 gold royals each. Roland almost salivates at the idea of earning 5,000 gold royals by selling 10 engines, but he cannot simply hand them over. These machines represent Anna's hard work, something that cannot be sold freely. He is torn, especially because Margaret is both wealthy and strikingly attractive. She wears a gold necklace embedded with a divine stone of judgment, meaning even Nightingale cannot detect whether she lies. Her bright, energetic personality even reminds him of Lady Lightning. Roland informs her that if they want a long-term partnership, he needs more than saltpeter. Iron, copper, and ferrous sulfate are essential. Margaret happily agrees to arrange the materials, but suddenly she freezes, staring past him. Roland turns to see what startled her, and spots Lightning trembling outside the window, drenched in rain. He rushes to open it, and Lightning immediately throws her arms around him, sobbing. Roland signals his knight to fetch Nana at once. Only then does he remember that Margaret is still standing in the room, and Lightning is a witch. Margaret's reaction unsettles him, and for a moment he suspects she may even be Lightning's mother. But he brushes the thought aside and focuses on getting Lightning treated, leaving the bewildered merchant calling after them. After some time, Nana's healing takes effect. Lightning jolts awake, and Wendy and Nana crowd around her, relieved she is safe. Roland gently asks why she rushed back through the storm. Tears gather in her eyes as she explains she found the ruins from the treasure map, and inside them demons. The entire room stiffens. Teacher Scroll trembles as she asks whether Lightning went inside. Lightning quickly clarifies that she did not enter the basement, because a demon stood guard at the door. She also heard someone calling for help, but fear overwhelmed her, and she fled. Roland reassures her that she made the correct choice. A smart explorer never charges into danger without understanding it first. Lady Leaf adds that the presence of a trapped person suggests the possibility of a witch inside. Only witches can reach the depths of the Misty Forest. Yet the ruins are over 450 years old. It seems impossible anyone could have survived that long. Lightning notes that there were no signs of human activity in the area. Wendy adds that dangerous beasts roam the entire region, and the lack of edible food would make survival even more unlikely. The mystery only deepens. Lady Leaf insists they cannot leave someone behind. They must find a way to rescue whoever is inside. Roland steps forward and urges everyone to stay calm. They cannot know the full truth until they investigate the ruins themselves. Roland immediately declares that they will head into the ruins themselves, determined to uncover the truth and rescue whoever might be trapped inside. They are resolved to confront the demon and return victorious. Moments later, the same noble woman bursts into the room, anxiously asking about Lightning's condition. Roland reassures her, and as she exhales in relief, Margaret's silhouette briefly comes into view behind him. He apologizes for neglecting her, explaining that Lightning had been in critical condition. He reminds her that this is exactly why he asked her to remove her divine stone of judgment earlier. Margaret then gets bold and asks whether Lightning is one of the witches. Roland reluctantly admits it. Margaret beams with delight, claiming she knew it all along. As a member of the Thunder family, she says, "It is only natural for Lightning to be extraordinary." Roland is taken aback, prompting her to explain her relationship with Lightning. She met her while accompanying Lightning's father, Thunder, on an exploration voyage. Thunder, a legendary explorer of the fjords, charted Twin Peak Island, the Sea Dragon Fjords, the eastern coastline, and Infinity Cape. Lightning was born aboard his ship, but her mother tragically died of sepsis soon after. As the only woman on board, Margaret stepped in and cared for the infant, feeding her oatmeal and looking after her until the voyage ended. Afterward, Margaret returned to Greycastle to start her own business, while Thunder continued exploring. 10 years later, she heard rumors that Thunder's ship had been caught in a hurricane and sunk. She never believed it. Seeing Lightning alive now only strengthens her conviction. True explorers, she insists, would never go down so easily. Roland asks whether she is not bothered that Lightning is a witch. She bluntly answers no. Nightingale, hiding in the shadows, taps Roland's shoulder to signal that Margaret is being truthful. Margaret goes on to say that witches are both powerful and beautiful, qualities she admires. She even admits she once wanted to take in witches herself, much like Roland does, but the prejudice in King City made that impossible. They shake hands enthusiastically, bonding over their shared respect for witches. As soon as their partnership is official, Margaret bombards him with questions: how many witches he knows, how he met them, what abilities they have. Roland already looks exhausted trying to keep up with her boundless energy. Meanwhile, far outside Bordertown, Theo and the scar-faced witch finally arrive at the outskirts. She remarks that Bordertown is quite impressive for a western settlement, not at all what she expected the association to choose. She grumbles about the lack of a welcoming committee. Theo pulls out a blue flag and waves it atop a hill, explaining it is the signal for the association to recognize that he has returned with a witch. The woman immediately demands food. Theo inwardly groans, remembering all the expensive meals she forced him to buy along the way, using her massive sword as motivation. She warns him yet again that if he has deceived her, his head and anyone else's involved will roll. Trying not to provoke her, Theo hands over a pouch of snacks. She explains that the rest of her companions should already be aboard a merchant ship sailing toward the fjords, making it too late for Theo to betray them now. Hearing this, Theo points out how harsh the fjord's environment is. The woman agrees, explaining that they plan to build a sanctuary for witches there under the leadership of Tilly Wimbledon. Theo freezes, realizing she is talking about Roland's sister. Right on cue, the scar-faced woman senses approaching magic. She confirms that witches are nearby. As the group arrives, Nightingale steps forward and welcomes her to Bordertown with an extended hand. They walk together through the bustling streets, still lively despite the late hour. The newcomer raises an eyebrow at the sight of children studying in a classroom. Scroll explains that Bordertown runs a night school open to anyone who has finished their day's work. The scar-faced woman then asks Nightingale whether she is a transcendent. Nightingale is unfamiliar with the term. The woman explains that transcendents can perceive the shape and movement of magic due to unique internal changes triggered by their abilities. Scroll quietly admits she can sense many witches within the crowd, but is unsure whether that makes her a transcendent. The newcomer clarifies that transcendents are extremely rare, only one in thousands of witches. She has met only 3 in her entire life, and Nightingale is one of them. She gently warns Nightingale to keep this talent hidden, as the church treats such knowledge as a closely guarded secret. All the while, Nightingale silently studies the newcomer. She can tell this woman is extraordinarily powerful, especially with the colossal sword she carries so effortlessly. Finally, the scar-faced woman asks about the association's former leader, Kara. Nightingale's expression darkens as she quietly reveals the truth. Kara is dead. Wendy explains that Ash had been searching for the Holy Mountain, and the revelation of Kara's death hits Ash hard. She steadies herself and demands to know who their new leader is. The others point her toward the castle, where the witches in Bordertown now live together. Hearing this, Ash immediately grows tense. She sharply asks if they have entered into some shady agreement with the local ruler. Before she can escalate further, Wendy rushes toward her and wraps her in a tight hug, tears gathering in her eyes. She thanks Ash for saving her in the past, tearfully revealing that she is Wendy from the old choir. It turns out Ash is the same witch who wiped out all the priests inside the prison when Wendy was first captured. Later, the two of them sit privately and begin catching up. Ash recounts how, after escaping the cell, she eliminated several overseers and even fought the Judgment Army soldiers who blocked her escape, until the Sacred Punishment Army finally confronted her. Wendy, baffled, asks what this Sacred Punishment Army is. Ash explains that they are the church's elite warriors, trained specifically to fight transcendent witches. They were the ones who gave her the scar across her eye. Their strength and speed matched her own, yet they seemed devoid of awareness or hesitation. Even when she cut off one soldier's hand, he attacked with the other as though nothing had happened. Ash fled and hid in the alleys of the old holy city, emerging only at night to ambush messengers and judgment soldiers. But once the church began scouring the entire city, she was forced to escape. By then her clothes were soaked and hardened with dried blood. Anyone who saw her would have mistaken her for a mindless beast. Wendy tries to soothe her, assuring her that none of that matters now. Here in Bordertown she can live normally. Roland Wimbledon treats all witches with dignity. But the moment Ash hears the prince's name, she snaps. She crushes her cup in her bare hand and demands to know whether Wendy is truly working for Roland. Wendy hesitates, then nods. Ash immediately grabs her hand and urges her to leave at once. Like many others, Ash also holds the same negative image of Roland Wimbledon and assumes he is little more than a degenerate tyrant. The next day, Ash accompanies the witches to meet the prince. She seems intent on taking the witches away from Bordertown. Roland, however, is not pleased with how forcefully she makes her demands. Ash reminds him firmly that witches are not property, they are free people. Roland reassures her that he has never viewed them as possessions. Everyone in Bordertown is there by choice, and this place has become their safest refuge. He then warns Ash about the fjords she intends to take them to. Crossing the sea is dangerous, and the fjords themselves are plagued by unpredictable storms, tsunamis and hurricanes, making the region unsuitable for settlement. But Ash fires back confidently, telling him that Tilly Wimbledon is leading the group. Roland is stunned. He thought his sister had vanished. Ash clarifies that the fifth princess has gathered many witches and traveled to the fjords to escape the church. She is certain that Tilly can establish a homeland for witches. Ash also scolds Roland for foolishly spreading rumors about recruiting witches, warning him that such actions have already attracted the church's attention. Nightingale bristles at her tone, but Roland calms her. He then asks Ash, as a transcendent witch, how many Sacred Punishment Army soldiers she could defeat. She confidently answers that she could handle at least 3. Roland rises from his seat, energized by her response, and challenges her to face his top knight. If she loses, it will prove he can defend Bordertown even against the church's strongest forces. Ash accepts instantly, but deflates when Roland says he needs a week to prepare. He invites her to stay, explore the town, and see life here from a witch's perspective, hoping it will change her impression. Ash turns to leave, and Roland suddenly pauses, struck by a sense of familiarity. He mentions feeling as if he has met her before. Ash instantly whirls around, furious, demanding to know if he actually remembers her. Her eyes blaze with anger as she declares she would have torn him apart long ago if Tilly had not intervened. Roland, bewildered, has no idea what she means. Anna and Nightingale, however, exchange knowing glances. They both ask if he also grabbed her backside in the past. The prince shamelessly denies ever touching Ash, which is fair enough. After all, the previous Roland, the one known for such behavior, has been dead for years. Anna then asks whether he is confident about defeating a transcendent witch with just a knight. Roland answers without hesitation. If he can design a rapid-fire weapon capable of matching her speed and strength, he estimates he has at least a 70% chance of winning. He mentions he has already gathered all the materials needed to build the firearm, stored neatly in the castle's warehouse. He launches into an explanation about the chemical processes behind it, but Nightingale, unable to make sense of any of it, simply cleans out her ears and wanders off. Meanwhile, Ash still cannot shake her belief that he is just the infamous perverted prince, but now something unsettles her further. She senses a faint aura of true authority around him, something resembling a ruler's presence. Suddenly Nightingale attacks her without warning. Ash steps back instantly, raising her massive sword to retaliate. Nightingale dodges effortlessly. Ash demands to know whether the prince ordered the attack. Nightingale calmly denies it, saying they do not ambush guests. She is free to explore the town as she wishes, but if she tries anything reckless toward the prince, she will face consequences. The scene shifts to a peaceful ship gliding across the sea. Aboard is Professor Kyle Sitchy, a renowned alchemist. He is en route to Bordertown because Roland's recent letter contained alchemical equations so brilliant that even Kyle was astonished after testing them. He writes a letter to his apprentice, Charles, explaining that he has left the Redwater Alchemy Laboratory and is traveling to Bordertown to investigate further. As he approaches the castle, we see Anna, Scroll, Wendy, and Sister Moon experimenting with a windmill. Sister Moon demonstrates her wind-based ability, spinning it smoothly. Roland praises her and asks for her help in designing a direct current motor. The girls eagerly dive into learning about electromagnetic induction. Their lesson is interrupted when Knight Carter bursts in to announce that the alchemist from Redwater has arrived. Kyle enters to meet the prince. After polite greetings, he immediately starts questioning the equations from Roland's letter. Roland acts casual, pretending he stumbled upon them by accident. Kyle is stunned to learn that Roland supposedly worked them out on his own, but then wonders whether these formulas are confidential secrets of the Royal Alchemy Society. Roland casually claims the equations came from ancient books written 400 years ago, adding that scholars back then called the field chemistry rather than alchemy. Kyle nearly loses his balance at this revelation. Roland follows up with another concept: the law of conservation of mass. Matter does not appear or vanish, it merely changes form. He gives a simple example involving a cake he is about to eat, explaining that part of it will be absorbed by the body and the rest will be expelled later. Kyle remains curious and asks what happens to the mass when a giant log is burned. Roland calmly explains that the log transforms into gases and vapor, leaving behind only ash. With the old man fully hooked, Roland casually rummages through a drawer and produces a chemistry book, calling it a treasure trove of knowledge. If Kyle wants to study it, he must work under Roland to earn that privilege. Judging from the professor's eager expression, his answer is obvious. Roland offers him a generous salary equivalent to what he earned in Redwater City and a 5-year contract. At once, the old advisor appears with ink and pen. Roland also includes a confidentiality agreement to ensure that no research secrets leak to other alchemists. Kyle signs, though he admits he has no idea what exactly he will be producing in Bordertown. Roland answers confidently, they will be manufacturing high-density acids. The stronger, the better. After Kyle leaves, Nightingale reappears and calls Roland out for weaving an entire web of lies. She reminds him that only yesterday he made Sister Scroll memorize and recreate that entire ancient book. Roland admits he said a few white lies because the professor would never believe that someone with his reputation could create such formulas. Nightingale accepts his reasoning, but then throws him off with a simple question. If no ancient scholar taught him, and the professor didn't teach him, who did teach him all this knowledge? Roland cannot exactly reveal that he spent his past life as an underpaid engineer, so he keeps quiet. Thankfully, Nightingale lets him off the hook, saying she does not want to hear any tall tales anyway. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where Roland watches a demonstration of the new weapon he recently had crafted. Knight Carter is testing a revolver-style firearm. As he empties the spinning chamber, cartridge casings scatter across the ground, but despite his confident stance and steady trigger pulls, not a single shot hits the target. The girl standing beside Roland grows nervous at his disappointed expression, while Carter looks crushed. Roland reassures his knight, explaining that pistols are notoriously less accurate than muskets. He promises to adjust the gunpowder mixture to improve performance, and tells Carter to keep practicing before facing Ash, the transcendent witch. Though Carter is not used to this new firearm, he admires its craftsmanship. Roland also reminds him to collect all the spent casings. They are precious and reusable. Back at the castle, Ash is growing frustrated. The witches living in Bordertown are stubbornly refusing to leave with her. She also cannot understand how Roland has managed to motivate an entire population with talk of inventions and progress. As she ponders this, something bumps into her hard. A chubby little pigeon crashes right into her legs. This peculiar creature is Maggie, a member of the 5th Princess's team. Ash asks if everyone has arrived safely at the fjords. Maggie chirps in response, then Ash sprinkles breadcrumbs for her. The pigeon brightens up but suddenly becomes agitated, pecking Ash sharply on the head as if scolding her for treating her like a bird. In a flash of magic, the pigeon transforms into a cute young girl. Maggie warmly greets Ash again in human speech. She explains that even with a tracking bracelet, finding Ash was difficult. Thankfully, Lady Shadow informed her that Ash had gone to Bordertown to recruit more witches. After her long journey, she is excited to finally meet the others. Ash admits the witches are reluctant to leave because they trust Roland more than they trust her. Maggie is surprised. Both siblings, Roland and Tilly, seem unusually kind toward witches. Ash goes on to describe her upcoming duel against Roland. If she loses, she will not be allowed to take any witches with her. She fears returning to Tilly empty-handed. Maggie then mentions that she saw a carriage bearing church flags on her way here, carrying about 10 people. Ash confidently assumes the group is heading to Bordertown, drawn by the rumors Roland spread about witch recruitment. But strangely, Ash seems pleased. If the church appears here, it will strengthen her argument that the witches should escape to the fjords. and once she defeats Roland in battle, she is certain he will finally realize the chaos he has caused. At least, that is how she sees it. The story returns to the sky, where Lightning zooms merrily through the air, thrilled with her new goggles. They keep her eyes perfectly comfortable even at high speed, another thoughtful gift from the prince. Then she spots a very large pigeon. Instantly, her mouth waters. She imagines roasting it for dinner. She has had her fill of toast and mushrooms, and the thought of crispy roasted bird nearly makes her drool. She charges straight toward the pigeon, who is of course not a pigeon. Poor Maggie sees Lightning diving toward her like a predator and panics. She flaps wildly, but Lightning's speed is unmatched. They crash together and tumble to the ground. Maggie struggles desperately while Lightning pulls out her knife. Terrified, Maggie quickly transforms back into her human form, tears spilling down her cheeks. Lightning freezes. Baffled, her delicious dinner has suddenly vanished. Maggie sobs, convinced she is about to be eaten before she can return to Princess Tilly. Trying to make sense of it all, Lightning asks if she is a witch too. Maggie sniffles and admits it with a pout. Lightning immediately greets her kindly, and they exchange names, though Maggie still looks traumatized. Then Maggie notices something, a small tracking stone hanging on Lightning's chest. Lightning, startled, says she never realized it was anything special. Maggie explains that these stones are designed to track the wearer's location. They react only to their paired stone and are made specifically for witches. Lightning then reveals that her father gave the stone to her. She always believed it was nothing more than a decorative charm. Lightning asks Maggie where she got her own tracking stone, but Maggie refuses to reveal anything. Ash had strictly warned her not to tell anyone. Hearing Ash's name makes Lightning realize Maggie must be with her as well. Lightning explains how Ash has been trying to convince everyone to leave Border Town, while Lightning excitedly boasts about all the incredible inventions, weapons, and wonders Roland has created, things this world has never seen before. Maggie grows curious and asks if she can see these marvelous creations herself. Lightning, wearing a sly grin, says she can, but only if she joins the Witch Union and becomes part of Border Town. Maggie, however, chooses to stick with Ash. Lightning keeps chatting anyway, describing the mushrooms they gather, all the delicious food they feast on, and the fun they have. Just hearing about the meals makes Maggie's stomach rumble. By the end, Lightning has practically convinced the girl to stay. She tells her to tag along if she wants to enjoy herself. Meanwhile, Roland and Professor Kyle are busy experimenting in the alchemy lab. Elsewhere, the girls head into the forest to gather mushrooms. They encounter Wendy along the way, later spend the evening studying together, and the next morning travel to the northern mountains, where townsfolk are hard at work crafting bullets. Back at the castle garden, they relax and play. Maggie enjoys every moment of it. They eventually visit the outskirts of town, where Carter practices his shooting. His aim is getting better. After a few days of adventures with Lightning, Maggie returns to Ash. Late again. Ash immediately asks why she keeps showing up late. Maggie happily transforms back into her human form and explains that Lightning took her bird hunting. Maggie even offers Ash a drumstick. Ash refuses, disturbed by the image of a former bird happily eating another bird. Maggie then asks why Ash hates Border Town so much. She admits she personally wants to stay. Roland is always hosting fun gatherings, sharing food and chatting warmly. He is easy to talk to. Nothing like the stiff nobles and elites they have dealt with before. Maggie continues listing the positive things she has seen, but Ash remains unconvinced. She grips her head in frustration. She knows Maggie endured a miserable life until Princess Tilly took her in, so it is natural for her to see only the bright side here. Suddenly Ash snaps, reminding her that Border Town is in constant danger from the church. Their lives could end the moment the church attacks, especially since no one here can stand against the Divine Punishment Army. But Maggie shrugs off the warning and asks, "What if we defeat the church instead?" Ash nods. That is why she wants to fight. She needs to show Roland and the others that they still cannot defeat the soldiers of the Sacred Punishment Army. The day of the duel arrives. Sister Echo announces the rules: no striking the head, and anyone can surrender at any time. As long as no one dies instantly, Nana can heal their injuries. Roland asks if anyone has questions. The silence means the match will begin. Carter and Ash stand opposite each other. Ash frowns when she sees that Carter has neither sword nor armor. Was he planning to use a crossbow? Whatever it is, she assumes that once she closes the distance, the fight will be over. But Carter is ready, revolver in hand. The prince gives the signal. Captain Iron Axe immediately slams the gong. Ash swings first, her blade slicing the air with a force that startles Carter. He fires in response. Ash narrowly dodges the shots, though one grazes her cheek. She charges straight toward him, moving so fast she looks like a blur. Even the spectators gasp at her speed. Carter holds his ground and keeps firing, trying to land the perfect hit. One bullet finally streaks toward her, but Ash raises her enormous sword and blocks it with lightning precision. In the next instant, before Carter can reposition himself, Ash closes the gap and slams her sword hilt into his gut, sending him flying backward. The crowd freezes. On Carter's side, Panic erupts, his injury is severe, but then all eyes turn to Ash. Blood runs down her cheek, and her abdomen is completely torn open by the gunshot. Her vision dims, and her consciousness begins slipping away. The healers rush to Carter. Ash weakly lifts her head, looking toward Roland. In a fading voice, she declares her victory and collapses into his arms. Before continuing the story, we turn to Ash's past. Once dismissed as nothing more than a beggar wandering the streets, Ash's early life was harsh. On this particular day, the town buzzes with excitement. The princess has come of age, and a grand ceremony is being held, one where the people will receive food. Archbishop Ton himself is present to oversee the event. Hearing the princess mentioned alongside Archbishop Ton, young Ash forces a smile, one that never reaches her eyes. Even then, she already dreamt of taking that man down someday. When the fifth princess's carriage rolls down the bustling street, Ash pushes through the crowd to the front. The princess steps out, greeted by roaring cheers. Amidst the countless faces, her eyes land on one girl who stands out more than anyone. Ash, their gazes lock. For a moment, time freezes. Something unspoken passes between them. Back at the castle, Ash is summoned. A servant ushers her forward, and the princess immediately senses that she is a witch. Instead of fear, she offers warmth. She tells Ash she will never have to wander the streets again. It is also at that moment that the fifth princess gives her a name, Ash, for she had none until then. Returning to the present, Ash finally awakens from unconsciousness. Maggie leaps onto her, hugging her with overwhelming enthusiasm. Ash lifts her exhausted friend and asks how long she was out. Maggie chirps that it has only been an afternoon. Nana patched her up, piecing her torn body back together until her belly was nearly healed. Maggie praises Nana's miraculous healing skills. Though Ash barely listens, she is already determined to meet Roland immediately. Roland, relaxing alone, looks up when Ash bursts into the room like she owns the place. She confidently claims her victory from the duel. Roland, being a good sport, admits defeat with grace. Ash praises him, acknowledging that he has real potential to stand against the God's punishment army. Curious, she asks about the weapon Carter used. Roland proudly shows her the pistol, believing it will revolutionize warfare. He even jokes that with these guns, even farmers could become formidable fighters. Ash asks for one. Roland tells her she is welcome to have one, if she stays in Bordertown and joins the Witch Union. Ash politely declines and reveals she is returning to Princess Tilly. She invites Roland to seek refuge at the fjords if he ever needs safety. Roland offers her the same in return. Bordertown will always welcome her. Just as Ash prepares to leave, Roland calls her back. He presents her with a new sword crafted by Anna to replace her worn-out weapon. Ash eagerly grasps it and immediately senses its unusual balance and sharpness. Roland announces, with dramatic flair, that it is a legendary weapon called Ashbringer, far superior to her old sword. Ash swings it experimentally, marveling at its power, while Roland narrowly dodges her reckless practice swings, barely avoiding decapitation. She accepts the gift with pride. The story shifts again, this time to the camp of the church's scouting forces led by Priestess Mira. She boasts that if Prince Roland truly harbors witches, she is fully capable of delivering holy judgment and intends to give him a lesson he won't forget. Her confidence is interrupted by a sudden alarm. Enemy warriors are attacking. She rushes to the entrance of the tent, but before she can even process what is happening, Ash carves through the knights in a single devastating motion. She has come to test her new sword, and it cuts through soldiers as if they were paper. Mira watches in paralyzed shock as Ash slices through her forces. With a single swing, Ash cleaves the knighted woman in two. The priestess trembles violently as Ash's killing intent suffocates the air. She recoils, dropping the book she held. Maggie snatches it immediately, recognizing it as a church choir book. Ash raises her sword again and begins torturing Mira the same way the church once tortured witches. After taking her life, she digs a grave and drags the priestess's body inside. Maggie anxiously asks why she would do this. If the church discovers this massacre, things will go terribly wrong. Ash calmly explains that by the time the church realizes their scout party has vanished, 2 or 3 months will have passed. Regardless of how Roland handles things, the alliance between witches and Bordertown will eventually surface. She then shows Maggie the carrier pigeons the church had been using to report back to Hermes. Maggie proudly says she already captured all of them, ensuring no messages would reach the church. Ash smirks. This buys Bordertown crucial time before the church launches a real attack. She even admits she is doing Roland a favor, whether he realizes it or not. Maggie gives her a big thumbs up for her brilliant plan. For reasons she does not explain, Ash finally grants Maggie permission to stay in Bordertown. Maggie casually mentions that she likes Lady Tilly too. Ash tells her to simply visit the Fords once a month. That way she can keep track of Bordertown's situation and help maintain communication between both sides. If danger rises, Bordertown will have a clear escape route to the Fords. Maggie lights up with excitement at the idea. As the sun rises, we return to Bordertown Castle. Sir Ferland Eltek and his wife Irene Eltek, have been invited to a royal feast by Prince Roland. He warmly urges them to eat to their heart's content. Ferland humbly thanks him for the honor, while Irene expresses gratitude specifically for being allowed to become a teacher. Roland credits Sister Scroll, who oversees the Ministry of Education, for organizing everything. Irene eventually asks why they were summoned. Roland joyfully reveals his cultural plan for the upcoming months, a public play performed in the town square every weekend. Scripts, props and funding are already prepared. He only needs actors. Knowing Irene once performed in Longsong Fortress, he asks her to play the leading role. She hesitates, uncertain about taking on such a major part, until Roland waves a generous salary in front of her. Ferland immediately encourages her, saying it has always been her dream, and he fully supports her. The couple grows so affectionate that Roland awkwardly clears his throat before handing them their scripts. He explains the lineup. Cinderella, a classic romance between a commoner and a prince. Midnight Crow, where common folk stand up against greedy landlords. And finally, Witch's Diary, an original production created with Sister Scroll, something Roland is genuinely proud of. Irene is amazed by all three works, and Roland is eager to kick off Bordertown's cultural movement. He plans to use theater to counter the church's propaganda and promote more progressive ideas. The scene jumps to Maggie, utterly dazzled by the feast laid out before her. It is nothing like the meager meals she is used to. Everyone welcomes her warmly. Roland tries to introduce himself properly, but Maggie is too mesmerized by the barbecue skewers to even register his presence. Wendy steps in to introduce everyone, while Lady Moon encourages Maggie to try the barbecue sauce made by Roland himself. Maggie dips her finger into it. One taste sends her into pure bliss. Her expression alone makes everyone laugh. One by one, the witches gather around her. Curious, they ask whether she can transform into other birds. Maggie proudly shifts into a sparrow, then a seagull, then a tiny colorful parrot. Her adorable transformations win over everyone immediately. Anna turns to Roland, surprised. She never imagined the fifth princess was gathering witches as well. Roland, equally astonished, plans to send a letter to his sister proposing an alliance. Maggie agrees to deliver it when she returns to the fjords next month. As they chat, Anna admits she has always wanted to fly freely in the sky like birds. Roland simply smiles because the next scene reveals what he has prepared. A hot air balloon soars above Bordertown. Anna's dream comes true as she floats high above, watching the world shrink beneath her feet. She marvels at the breathtaking view while Roland explains how the balloon works, but the details fade behind the excitement of the moment. From above, Anna spots the Redwater River, the testing fields used by Sister Leaf, and the rapidly expanding factories. Industrialization has begun, and with it, perhaps the dawn of pollution as well. Roland gives her full credit. None of this would have been possible without her. Everything began with her flames. Touched, Anna reveals something she has never shared before. Her mother died in a fire. She survived the blaze only to awaken as a witch. For years she hated flames, resented her powers, and struggled with who she was. When the church imprisoned her, she thought accepting execution might be easier than living. But Roland saved her. He taught her to control her flames, to use them for creation instead of destruction. Thanks to him, she can finally see her powers as something meaningful, something good. Emotions swell between them. Roland squeezes her hand. She does not pull away. In that quiet moment, they share another gentle kiss. After that, whatever happened in the hot air balloon is left to our imagination. All we hear is the loud echo of clapping, suggesting the two of them were certainly enjoying their time together high above the world. After their short journey, the balloon finally descends, and everyone is genuinely thrilled to see it land. Some of them politely scold the prince for pulling such a risky stunt, but he owns up to his recklessness, and explains that Maggie and Lightning had been following as backup. One witch then smirks at Maggie and Lightning, saying they are not the only ones who can fly now. Lightning and Maggie fire back, noting that the balloon is hardly a speed demon. They had already circled the castle about 20 times before it touched the ground. Nana seems excited to take a ride in the sky as well, and the others eagerly ask if they can hop on the balloon. Anna explains that it can only hold 2 people at a time. Meanwhile, the prince is still busy apologizing to the ladies for going up into the sky like that. As Anna and the prince step back while being questioned, they accidentally bump into each other and share a small smile, perhaps a leftover warmth from their time playing clap-clap together in the balloon. Nightingale, munching on snacks as usual, watches the cheerful group from the side. She seems a bit left out, likely wishing she could have ridden in the balloon with the prince too. Even her slice of cake slips from her plate and falls to the ground, and she quietly walks away. After the questioning finally ends, the prince waves to the girls and starts to leave. Wendy notices Nightingale's absence. Later, as night falls, we find Nightingale sitting alone, looking somewhat downcast. Wendy appears beside her and asks why she slipped away earlier. Nightingale insists it is nothing, but her tone betrays her mood. Wendy then gently reminds her that she can talk to her about anything, hoping to coax out what is weighing on her. Later, the two lie side by side on the bed, and Wendy keeps nudging her friend to open up. Nightingale finally admits that what the prince said earlier about being willing to marry a witch is true. She could tell, because she has the ability to sense lies. Wendy immediately warns her never to reveal this fact to anyone in the witch union. When Nightingale asks why, Wendy explains that the prince is destined to become the king of Greycastle, and many may not support a king without an heir. Such tensions could affect the future of witches as well. Wendy also senses that Nightingale is troubled by how close the prince seems to be with Anna. She asks her friend whether she would rather become queen or continue staying at the prince's side as she is now. Nightingale chooses the latter. Wendy reassures her that she is already by the prince's side, so there is nothing to worry about. She urges her to accept things as they are and find happiness in simply being near him. The scene then shifts to the Holy City, where a man is being brutally tortured by priests under the guise of a ceremonial trial. The pain is so unbearable that the man begs for death. Archbishop Mayne looks extremely nervous. Suddenly, the highest authority of the church, the Pope, arrives and orders Mayne to stop. Mayne immediately confesses that the man failed the test for becoming part of the elite Judgment Army. The Pope identifies the tortured man as one he already expected to fail and calmly orders him to be put out of his misery on the spot. Trying to reassure his junior, the Pope grabs Mayne's hand and tells him that when he first hosted the ceremony, he had been even more nervous and had even thrown up from the smell of blood. Mayne then asks whether all of this is truly necessary, and how many soldiers they intend to transform into God's punishment warriors. The Pope avoids answering directly, telling him that once he becomes the next leader of the church, the answers await in the church's secret library. Their attention suddenly shifts as another man steps forward, volunteering for the ceremony. He introduces himself as Rote, a member of the Holy City Guard, and expresses his honor in taking part in the transformation ritual. Soon after, they bring in a witch rendered unconscious with dreamland water. They extract her blood, mix it with divine stones of judgment, and produce a mysterious bluish liquid unknown even to the archbishop. This mixture is injected into Rote's body. If the process succeeds, he will transform into a God's punishment warrior, a member of the Judgment Army with immense physical power, but little emotion or intellect left. If it fails, he could die in agony. Fortunately for them, Rote seems to survive the transformation. Later, both senior and junior priests gather again. The Pope congratulates Mayne on a successful ceremony. 62 volunteers underwent the process, and more than half survived. The Pope then mentions a new kind of poison created by Master Crow's eyes. When applied to rotting corpses, it spreads through the surrounding area as an airborne toxin with no cure. Darkly, he questions why they should not consider using it against Greycastle. Meanwhile, back in Border Town, everything is peaceful. Anna is completely captivated by the breathtaking scenery as seen from the hot air balloon. She turns to Sira, asking if she feels the same way, but Anna is momentarily speechless when she sees all the paintings Sira has created of the scenery they observed from the sky. Anna stumbles over her words as she tries to comment on the paintings, while Sira watches her expectantly. Once they finally land, the prince bursts into the room, brimming with excitement after hearing that Sarah's painting style has undergone a dramatic transformation. When Nightingale sees Sarah, she is immediately stunned to realize that Sarah's magical abilities have also evolved in a significant way. The prince asks whether her powers have evolved like Anna's. When he examines Sarah's new paintings, he notices the thick textures of fluffy clouds, gritty castle walls, and tree bark, so layered that it looks almost touchable. The paintings feel astonishingly real. Sarah admits she can increase the thickness even further, but doing so would cause her considerable pain. When Nightingale tries to peel off a piece of the tree texture and fails, Anna uses her string ability to lift a chunk of the material, revealing that it looks like real wood. The prince then asks Sarah how she managed to increase the thickness of her paint. She suddenly understands and explains that it all came from what she saw during the balloon ride. Views unlike anything she had ever seen. She realized that her old paintings, which she once thought were realistic, were all wrong. Trees had looked too pointy, mountains were inconsistent, and everything felt flat, like a two-dimensional drawing. Wanting her art to match those breathtaking sights, she recalled the tiny balls the prince had once described atoms, and imagined her brushstrokes as layers of colorful spheres stacking together to form an image. And suddenly, her paintings gained texture, green trees rising outward, blue rivers sinking inward, creating a three-dimensional effect. Sarah blushes, insisting her ability is nothing compared to Anna's, since all she can do is paint, but the prince reassures her that her ability is extremely valuable. He even hints that he has a perfect use for it, joking that it might help solve her frequent bathing problems. Sarah grows flustered while Nightingale shoots him a suspicious look. The prince then explains that Sarah's creations aren't just paint, they resemble magical coatings. If they pass material testing, he believes they can be used to construct water pipes. The girls ask what these pipes are for, and he explains that no one would have to haul bathwater anymore. Each room could have its own water supply. He describes the process: use an iron tube as a mold, wrap it in paper, and have Sarah coat the mold with her magic. Once dried, the coating would become a functional pipe. Nightingale notices how excited the prince becomes when discussing his engineering ideas, and when she sees him leaning a little too close to Anna while they work, a flicker of jealousy crosses her face. She quickly looks away and slams her hand onto the desk, visibly annoyed. The prince notices immediately, something is clearly bothering her. Later we see the prince alone, deep in thought about building a giant tank to store Redwater River water. He plans to use steam engines to transport water into the tank, so every household can have access, making it easy to set up bathrooms and toilets. Feeling accomplished, he stretches after long hours of work and realizes he misses Nightingale's presence. He calls for her, but there is no response. A mischievous spark appears in his eyes as he considers doing something reckless, sampling the snacks she keeps stashed in her drawer. But just as he reaches for it, Nightingale appears and firmly warns him not to touch her dried fish. The prince asks her why she has seemed a bit down lately. She replies that she was only following his earlier instruction not to disturb him. He apologizes, explaining he has been busy but appreciates her watching over him. He opens the drawer again, not for snacks this time, but to reveal a specially crafted gun. He explains that he had wanted to give it to her earlier, but carving its patterns took much longer than expected. This revolver is vastly superior to any they have made before. Nightingale takes it eagerly, momentarily speechless as she stammers out her thanks. She then happily asks if he can teach her how to use it. Outside, Nightingale immediately begins her shooting practice. Shockingly, she hits the target dead center on her very first try, especially impressive considering poor Carter had not landed even one bullseye after days of training. Nightingale asks if she did well, and the prince nods, explaining that her next challenge will be a training simulation. She is unsure what that means, so he explains. Suspended above the targets are divine stones of judgment. She must shoot them down as quickly as possible, while enduring the effects of their magic. After hearing the rules, she prepares herself. Just before she starts, the prince tells her, half teasing, to pull the trigger and remember to shout, "It's high noon." She turns back with a playful glare, asking whether that was a suggestion or an order. Still, she readies herself. Memories of Wendy's reassurance that she is already by the prince's side echo in her mind. With a steady breath, she begins firing at the stones, hitting each one with precision, reminding herself that she is his shield and will always stand by his side. Finally, the big day arrives. The entire town gathers to watch the play they have spent so long preparing. The best part, admission is free for everyone. The prince has even invited the merchant lady, Margaret. Among the crowd is another merchant, Hawk, who is delighted by the food, calling it delicious and unlike anything he has tasted before. Meanwhile, Fjord's merchant Marlin is impressed by the craftsmanship of the cups, and wants to buy several for himself. As the merchants chatter excitedly, Lady Margaret apologizes on their behalf, saying merchants are simple folk who cannot stop talking about money and that she is sorry they are taking up the prince's time. Meanwhile, high up in the sky, Lightning is having the time of her life, happily munching on popcorn, while Maggie looks annoyed that Lightning refuses to share. Down below, the prince is surprised that Lightning did not recognize Margaret, even though Margaret had once been like a mother figure to her. Margaret explains that they parted ways when Lightning was very young, so it is only natural she would not remember. She expresses her desire to reconnect with her. Margaret then asks about this snack called popcorn, and wonders if it is also some kind of royal delicacy. The prince nods, though in truth, he had Nana's help making it using Sister Leaf's special corn. He cannot imagine watching a play without popcorn. But Margaret, having lived in King City before, is not fully convinced. Without being rude, she asks him to avoid flattering her unnecessarily, and instead asks about his closest friend from the capital. Awkwardly, it turns out Prince Roland never had one. He explains that the old Roland was a frivolous man, whose closest companion was essentially his own idle habits, something Margaret finds amusing. She chuckles, mentioning she has heard stories of how the former Roland had quite the reputation in the castle. Embarrassed, Roland quickly steers the conversation back to the play. The performance begins the story of Cinderella, with Lady Irene, wife of Sir Ferland Eltec, playing the role of Cinderella. Another standout is May, known as the Star of the West, who looks stunning under the stage lights. It does not take Margaret long to recognize her, and she is astonished to see such a talented actress performing in Bordertown. Roland urges her to watch quietly, but Margaret is far too excited and cannot help praising May openly. As the play progresses, May's acting is impressively realistic, especially when she forcefully pushes Cinderella to the ground. The shove is so powerful and lifelike that the entire audience gasps, genuinely worried. Even Prince Roland feels that May's delivery carried a personal edge. The crowd remains fully captivated. During the intermission, an audience member remarks that the performance was so realistic, it startled them, encouraging Lady Irene to keep up the great work. Irene accepts the praise and vows to win the audience over with her own talent. When the play resumes, Lightning makes a brief but charming appearance as a young witch. Though we skip the details, The highlight of this act turns out to be Irene herself. For the first time, May, normally flawless, finds herself overshadowed. Seeing her friend shine so brightly only makes May feel more melancholic, especially as she remembers her complicated feelings for Furland, who chose Irene despite being admired by countless women in Longsong Fortress. Unable to help it, she sheds quiet tears backstage. As she exits, she notices Knight Carter standing with a bouquet of flowers. He introduces himself as Chief Knight Carter Lannis, servant of the prince, and compliments her remarkable performance. Without wasting a second, he boldly invites her for a drink. She blushes, pleasantly surprised and touched by the gesture. The scene then shifts to Longsong Fortress, where soldiers from Grey Castle have arrived. Upon seeing the familiar flag, the ambassador's composure crumbles. The knight leading the group introduces himself as Lehman Hawk, King Timothy's messenger, delivering a message from the king's city. He requests that the drawbridge be lowered. A knight brings out the official permit, stamped with King Timothy's emblem. Petro recognizes immediately that refusing entry would be seen as provoking the king, an unnecessary and dangerous move. He therefore orders 3 fast horses to be prepared, and sends a rider racing toward Border Town with an urgent warning for Roland. Timothy's representatives have arrived. He can only hope Roland receives the message before trouble breaks out. Petro watches tensely as the drawbridge lowers, allowing the small group less than 50 strong inside. Despite their limited numbers, the knights exude an ominous pressure, and it is clear things may soon escalate. Back in Border Town, Roland proudly unveils the world's first bathtub. Excited townsfolk bombard him with questions. He explains how everything works, and when they turn the tap, water flows out, leaving everyone stunned. Some ask if it is safe to drink, and where exactly the water comes from. Roland explains it must be boiled first, and Anna jumps in to demonstrate the principle of a siphon, showing how water can be transferred through elevation. A water tank placed higher up ensures steady supply to each home. As Roland gets carried away explaining the science behind it, one of the less sophisticated ladies cannot resist poking at the shower tap. Predictably, water bursts out like rainfall from the steel pipe above. Roland quickly steps in, giving a brief lecture on how the shower head works. Sister Lily then cuts in with playful sass, asking if the prince spent an entire week at the castle just to make his bathing more comfortable. She jests that nobles always love their luxuries, and he seems no different. Lady Scroll hurries to quiet her down before she says too much. Lady Scroll quickly shushes Lily, but Prince Roland remains calm. He explains that the pursuit of comfort is what drives human progress, and he is no exception. Lily only sneers and turns her head away. Later, when the prince is alone, Lady Scroll appears to apologize for Lily's behavior. Roland simply waves it off, saying it is nothing worth worrying about. Since they have not spoken much about Sister Lily until now, Lady Scroll decides to reveal Lily's past, and why she struggles to trust others. She begins by recalling how she discovered Lily in one of the shelters in Redwater City using her magical ability to sense awakened sisters. In those days, Lady Scroll traveled from town to town posing as the wife of a noble seeking to adopt a child, all while searching discreetly for witches like Lily. When she attempted to adopt Lily, however, the shelter owner refused, insisting that children could not be adopted until they reached adulthood. This raised immediate suspicion. Nightingale investigated the orphanage's records and discovered horrifying truths over the past decade. 3 witches had been handed over to the church. The more attractive girls were cleaned up and sold to nobles, while the others were abandoned to die in the forest behind the shelter. When confronted, the shelter owner admitted he was not motivated by money. He derived pleasure from controlling and harming the girls. Enraged, their leader Kara executed him on the spot. Yet when the association offered the remaining girls a place with them, many reacted with hostility, feeling as if the witches had robbed them of their imagined chance to be adopted by noble families. Lily felt the same way until Kara revealed the bodies of the girls who had supposedly been adopted, now lying dead in the woods. The sight overwhelmed Lily so much that she vomited and fainted in Wendy's arms. When she woke, she was emotionally numb, almost doll-like. Under Wendy's patient care, she gradually regained herself, but her trauma left her with deep resentment toward nobles, explaining her sharp attitude toward the prince. Roland begins to feel sympathy for Lily, realizing how strong she truly is to smile despite everything she endured. Then Lady Scroll broaches a sensitive topic. Roland allows her to speak, though he has no idea what she and Nightingale are planning. Lady Scroll finally asks the prince an awkward but necessary question. Since he intends to marry a witch one day, does he know that witches cannot become pregnant? Roland is taken aback and asks whether this is confirmed or merely a theory. Lady Scroll sadly says it is a historical certainty. There is no known case of a witch ever conceiving a child. Roland thinks of the phenomenon as reproductive isolation, wondering whether witches may have evolved into a separate species entirely, but he sets the thought aside. His feelings for Anna are not dependent on whether they can have children. In fact, he sees advantages. It prevents powerful family clans from forming and supports a political system built on fairness rather than bloodlines. In his eyes, it could even help humans and witches unite more closely. Nightingale suddenly cuts in and asks him what he is thinking. Caught off guard, Roland reassures her that nothing has changed. He still intends to marry a witch. After Lady Scroll quietly leaves, Roland wonders aloud whether she is relieved or disappointed. Nightingale gives no answer, leaving him to assume all is well. Suddenly the door bursts open. Knight Carter storms in, reporting urgent news. Longsong Fortress has been taken over by a group from King City, and Mr. Petrov has been imprisoned. Roland is stunned, especially when he hears only 50 knights managed to seize the entire fortress. We then cut to Longsong Fortress Cathedral, now a blood-soaked battleground. The church priest is horrified as enemy knights, clearly enhanced by the church's pills, cut down the soldiers. Knight Lehman announces that their victory was only possible thanks to the church's support. Before killing the priest, he proclaims that at this pace, King Timothy will soon unify all of Greycastle. With a swift stroke, he ends the priest's life. Another knight arrives, reporting that they found more pills in the basement, 4 boxes containing several thousand doses. Lehman is delighted. 1,000 more soldiers will soon arrive to reinforce them, and with this many pills, they will have more than enough manpower to march on Border Town. He eagerly anticipates wiping out Roland. Back in Border Town, Roland anxiously awaits his scout's report on the fortress. Right on cue, Nightingale suddenly smiles. Lightning and Maggie appear at the window, landing smoothly in the office. Lightning wastes no time, announcing that the enemy has already left Longsong Fortress and is marching straight toward Border Town with roughly 1,000 people. The prince is shocked. How did 50 knights turn into 1,000? Maggie then clarifies only 6 are on horseback. The rest are on foot, dressed in plain clothing, many without armor, carrying mostly spears with a few swords mixed in. Roland's eyes sharpen. From this description, he realizes these are not trained soldiers. They are civilians or serfs being used as expendable manpower. Which raises the real question, why would Timothy send such cannon fodder into battle at all? Roland wonders why Timothy has not learned anything from Border Town's previous battle against Duke Ryan, where even 200 knights failed to make the slightest impact. Then the realization hits him like a thunderbolt. Timothy intends to force his way through Roland's gunfire using the church's pills. Roland had suspected the church's involvement from the start. If Border Town must face an army of thousands enhanced by the pills, he knows his first army will suffer heavy casualties. He asks whether the approaching soldiers carried any divine stones of judgment. Lightning says she did not dare get too close, but Maggie, who transformed into a hawk, saw everything. Between bites of cake, Maggie reports she saw no stones, though they could have been hidden in their clothing. Roland immediately orders Nightingale to accompany Maggie again along the river. When they encounter the passing ships, Nightingale is to approach quietly from within her fog and check for divine stones of judgment. The moment the order is given, Nightingale vaults through the window and the two take off. Left behind, Roland curses himself for neglecting Longsong Fortress and foolishly withdrawing all soldiers to Border Town, leaving Petrov vulnerable. But Anna steps in, telling him to save his regrets for later. Right now, he must figure out how to face an army of 1,000 arriving in only 3 days. She hugs him tightly and assures him that none of them will leave his side. Soon, the town begins preparing for battle. Nightingale returns with her report. They found only a handful of divine stones. Lightning then asks about the holes being dug everywhere. Roland explains they are building bunkers, sunken positions surrounded by reinforced walls, with narrow firing windows that allow soldiers to shoot safely from inside. They are the best defense against pill-enhanced attackers who rush forward like maddened beasts. He has also organized 20 artillery teams, each assigned to one 12-pound field gun with a range exceeding 1,000 meters. The girls are thrilled. These weapons make Border Town all but untouchable. Roland tells the scouts to grab food and rest. Meanwhile, Nightingale pulls Anna aside and tells her to stick close to the prince during the battle. She has a special mission to carry out. Anna accepts this solemnly, telling Nightingale to handle the rest. The scene shifts to the enemy column. Knight Lemon drives his men forward, urging them to hurry. He remarks that if this were a squad of King City knights, Roland's head would already be on its way back to Timothy. His companion tells him to calm down, pointing out that without the pills, these men are untrained commoners. As a knight raised from childhood to fight, he feels the pills devalue all his years of training, turning even bare-handed peasants into temporary fighters. Lehman retorts that anyone taking the pills suffers intense backlash once their effects fade. Meanwhile, Nightingale silently shadows the column. Soon the group halts. Lehman's second-in-command reports that they've spotted Border Town's forces. Lehman is impressed. Surprised Petrov managed to warn Roland so quickly. He mentions rumors of Border Town's long-range weapons, bright flashes followed by thunderous explosions. He suspects the big wheel things ahead of him must be those weapons, though they appear far larger than described. His companion says they just need to sprint between the shots. With 1,500 people and pills that let them run like racehorses, they should be able to overwhelm Border Town easily. That is when he hears Nightingale's chilling whisper. He spins around, terrified, yet sees nothing. Even his comrades insist they heard nothing. Captain Lemon orders his Vice Captain Levin to take a group into the woods for a pincer attack. As the men assemble, Lady Echo suddenly appears, mimicking Levin's voice perfectly. She orders the soldiers to swallow their pills and charge. The troops instantly obey, swallowing the pills without hesitation. Lehman is stunned, demanding to know what Levin just did. But at that moment, Nightingale materializes behind him, her gun pressed to his head. She pulls the trigger. He topples from his horse, his skull shattered. The soldiers, drugged and mindless, continue marching as if nothing happened. Levin, horrified by the gruesome sight, hears his own voice mimic ordering the troops to storm Border Town. Realizing a witch is impersonating him, he tries to stop the soldiers but they ignore him. Some even attack him, forcing him to cut them down. Enraged and desperate, he vows to find these witches and kill them. Back in Border Town, the battle erupts. Roland's soldiers unleash cannon fire, blasting the pill-driven mob and scattering them like toys. Those who manage to rush the bunkers are met with relentless gunfire. The troops are shaken. These attackers run impossibly fast even after losing limbs. Captain Brian now understands why Roland warned them these foes are more like demonic beasts than humans. The mindless fighters close in fast. Brian orders his men to aim and fire. Bullets tear through the targets with precision. The soldiers keep firing without hesitation. Captain Thane Mustache reloads, spots a deranged knight climbing the bunker wall, and calmly shoots him through the head. Suddenly one soldier stares out from the bunker, but the captain yells for him to duck immediately. The pill-driven attackers are hurling spears with terrifying speed. Fortunately, the first wave of spears simply clatters harmlessly against the bunker walls. One soldier even jokes that he nearly lost his composure seeing those spears fly, only to realize the bunkers made them useless. But their confidence is shattered a moment later, when a spear finds its mark, striking a soldier directly in the shoulder. He collapses in agony. Shocked, the captain orders his men to keep firing and rushes to the wounded soldier. When the wounded man anxiously asks if he is going to die, the captain reassures him the wound is serious but not fatal. Pulling out the spear would only make the bleeding worse. He promises Nana can save him and urges the soldier to hold on. He is not dying today. Outside, the mindless attackers continue to sprint across the corpse-strewn battlefield, weaving between fallen bodies without hesitation. One of the artillery crew orders his men to adjust the cannons to 300 meters and load grapeshot. On command, the cannons fire. Metal shards rip through the ranks of the pill-enhanced soldiers. Then something unexpected happens. One of the attackers suddenly snaps out of the pill's effects. Terror floods his face as a massive cannonball stops a mere step away from his legs. Instantly he turns and sprints back. After all, he has 3 wives waiting at home. Several others retreat as well, finally realizing they are marching to their deaths for nothing. Still, a stubborn few refuse to run. But as the narrator dryly notes, anyone would rather be mocked as a coward than take a 100-pound cannonball to the chest. Roland watches the enemy disperse and feels a pang of sadness. The pills dull pain but not fear, and Timothy manipulated innocent civilians, not trained soldiers. The cruelty disgusts him. The wounded soldier is taken to the infirmary where Anna begins healing him at once. Meanwhile, in the woods, Nightingale is suddenly targeted by an enemy shot, but she vanishes instantly. The knight reports her escape, enraging Levin, who berates him for missing her when she was practically in front of them. He orders his men to take the pills and kill her when she reappears. Before they can act, roots and branches descend from above. Lady Leaf ensnares them by the throat. Levin barely finishes cursing his luck before Nightingale materializes again. He calls her a demon, then realizes she is a witch. His final thought is how strikingly beautiful she is. Right before Nightingale pulls the trigger, the sun has not even set, yet the battle is already over. Nightingale admits this was far easier than the fight against Duke Ryan. Border Town suffered only 5 casualties, all treated in time. Roland immediately orders the troops not to kill anyone. Once the pill's effects wear off, Lightning and Maggie keep watch, while the First Army clears the battlefield. When the pills finally burn out, the civilians suffer severe side effects. The pursuit team gathers them and sends them back toward Longsong Fortress. Information obtained from captured knights allows Roland's forces to wipe out the remaining pill-enhanced fighters and secure Petrov's release, untouched thanks to his influential heritage. Roland then drafts new policies to ensure such a disaster never repeats. He resolves to strengthen the army, build proper roads, and establish universal education in Longsong Fortress. Before returning to Border Town, he orders Petrov to step up and not fail him again. Petrov nods earnestly. Petrov then asks what they should do with the surviving pill-affected captives. Roland instructs him to release them, knowing the pill's backlash will soon cripple them regardless. With everything settled, Roland sets sail back to Border Town. At dawn, Nightingale finds him awake unusually early and tells him to rest a bit longer. She asks whether he is worried about the civilians who took the pills. His silence confirms it. He admits the truth. None of those people would have died if Timothy had not forced them to take those cursed pills. They died in a strange land for a cause they did not choose. Nightingale tries to comfort him, saying it was not his fault. Roland replies that even if it wasn't, he still failed to stop it. Many more will die fighting for Timothy's throne, and the ones creating those pills will pay for their crimes. Nightingale asks him directly, does he plan to take down the church, so witches and humans can finally live in peace? Roland grins and says that is exactly the plan. The scene shifts to the sea, where we finally see Lady Ashe after a long absence. Her companion, wearing an eye patch, asks why she chose to settle on Sleeping Island when larger places like Crescent Moon Bay exist in the fjords, especially since Sleeping Island sometimes submerges beneath the waves. Once the tides rise, Ashe reminds her companion that few people are eager to mingle with witches. She explains that Sleeping Island will eventually sink beneath the water again, which is precisely why it remains uninhabited despite being the third largest island in the fjords. Her companion argues that size means little if a place is unlivable, but Ashe simply points out that witches can reshape nature itself. They intend to claim this island as their own, far from the church's oppression. Ashe then asks when he last visited Sleeping Island. He replies it was about a month ago, when he accompanied a group of witches to plant an entire field of pearl rice. He recalls how lively and cheerful they all were. Suddenly, a sailor spots something in the distance. He alerts the captain that a massive boulder seems to be rising from the sea. The captain doubts it. There is no land here except Sleeping Island. But the sailor insists he isn't mistaken. Ashe only smirks. We know why. When the captain sees it for himself, he is stunned. Sleeping Island has risen higher from the water. Ashe reminds him this is what she meant about witches manipulating nature. As they reach the island, witches rush out in excitement, led by an energetic girl named Honey. A green-eyed witch tells her to calm down. Then both girls sense something approaching. The green-eyed one focuses her power and confirms it. Lady Ashe has returned. Once the ship docks, Molly is the first to greet Ashe. Ashe pats the girl affectionately on the head for her politeness. Sailor Jack marvels at how a place once considered dangerous now looks like paradise. Molly explains that they didn't raise the island itself. Instead, they built a massive wall around it. Ashe asks Molly for help unloading supplies. The girl excitedly summons her water sphere, which lifts the cargo with ease as it marches along beside them. Jack casually mocks his nervous crewmates, reminding them that even if they combined their strength, they still wouldn't match Molly's water construct. The crew invites Molly to join them, but she bluntly declines. As Ashe reaches the heart of the island, she feels a deep sense of homecoming. The captain, meanwhile, is astonished. Sleeping Island has been transformed into a fortress. Even below sea level, the interior remains dry. Two docks are visible, one at the surface for high tide and one deep below for low tide. Molly confirms both are operational. She then gestures northward. Lady Tilly's palace stands in that direction. Since more cargo remains to unload, Molly tells Ashe to go on ahead. With a bright smile, Molly returns to her duties. In the palace courtyard, someone is practicing magic. Her movements are sharp, powerful, and unmistakably combat-ready. When she finishes her display, Ashe quietly sneaks up behind her and covers her eyes. Annoyed but not surprised, the girl grabs Ashe's hands. It is none other than Tilly Wimbledon herself. The two greet one another warmly, clasping hands with genuine affection. Ashe remarks that she saw a burst of lightning earlier, and asks whether Tilly has gained a new ability. Tilly explains that the effect came from a magic stone embedded in her glove. It amplifies magic, sometimes producing different elemental reactions. She removes the glove and offers it to Ashe, explaining how to channel power into the stone until it can hold no more. Ashe eagerly tries. She focuses her magic, filling the gem, but no lightning appears. Tilly laughs softly, amused by her friend's effort. As extraordinary witches, both should theoretically find such techniques easier than most. But Tilly admits that only a handful of witches she tested grasp it quickly. Ashe teases her, asking if Tilly is implying she is slow. Tilly responds with a proud grin, saying she succeeded on her first attempt, so comparatively, maybe Ashe is a little slow. Instead of getting offended, Ashe steps forward and hugs her friend tightly. The sudden gesture stuns Tilly, but she quickly relaxes. The long separation has clearly meant more to Ashe than she let on. After a quiet moment, Ashe gently pats Tilly's head, and Tilly, softening, assures her that she is not stupid at all. Their reunion ends not in surprise or shock, but with warmth and relief. Two leaders, two sisters in magic, finally side by side once more. Tilly turns away, still pouting slightly, and explains that she has gathered several new witches here, each possessing unique abilities that caught her attention. Ashe, confused, asks her to elaborate. Tilly begins questioning the very nature of magic. Witches' powers, she explains, vary greatly. Even when two witches have abilities that appear similar, the way they sense and channel magic can differ entirely. But these mysterious stones change everything. They can standardize magical output. Anyone who channels their magic through a stone can produce the same kind of lightning, regardless of their natural gift. Tilly suspects that magic itself might be a single vast source of energy, while witches merely draw out one facet of it. These stones act like amplifiers, but they cannot generate magic alone. Whether the stones are natural or man-made is unknown. Rumors suggest they come from ancient ruins. Tilly has found only these few, but she has heard of a ruin deep within the Seawind region of the Eastern Forest, and is eager to explore it. Ash then reveals something startling. Before leaving Clearwater Port, she heard that Garcia Wimbledon's Black Sail fleet was heading toward the Seawind region, territory held by Timothy. She suspects Garcia intends to strike from behind using the speed of her fleet. To Ash's surprise, Tilly immediately grows tense. If all three Wimbledon siblings clash in Seawind, chaos will follow. The church might seize the opportunity, just as it devoured the kingdom of Everwinter when its rulers fell into disarray. Without a united Grey Castle, history could repeat itself. Suddenly, Ash stares at Tilly, stunned. She finally blurts out what startled her. Tilly looks just like Roland Wimbledon at this moment. At the mention of her brother, Tilly perks up instantly and starts questioning Ash in rapid succession. Did she meet Roland? How was the Western region? Once Ash explains everything she saw in Bordertown, Tilly grows serious. She insists the man Ash met cannot be the Roland Wimbledon she knows. Either the witches are somehow controlling him, or one of them has taken his appearance. She argues that the knowledge and brilliance he displays are far beyond anything he could have learned from the court tutors. Roland was always a terrible liar. He could never hide his personality. The one ruling Bordertown is not the foolish brother she remembers, and yet he is still her brother, the least troublesome among them. Ash mentions that Maggie stayed behind and should arrive by month's end with more news. Until then, Tilly declares they should begin their cleansing plan. They will purge the fjords of church influence and turn Sleeping Island into a haven for witches. Ash takes her friend's hand and vows playfully to fulfill her queen's wishes. The scene shifts. One of the witches admires herself in a new mirror, an invention made possible by Sarah's magical coating, which mimics mercury and creates a crystal-clear reflection. The others are thrilled with the result. Lily, however, scoffs, claiming she is tired of seeing women obsess over such things. A nearby witch reminds her she is a woman too. Lily sighs and admits it, but then points out she lacks what she jokingly calls humanity's most enviable advantages. Glancing at Wendy's figure, Hummingbird, flattening herself behind Lily, understands exactly what she means and whispers that she wishes she could grow curves like Wendy someday. Meanwhile, Anna and the prince are once again working together, this time testing a newly built microscope. Roland encourages Anna to take a look. The moment she peers into the lens, she recoils in shock. Something is moving in the water. When she adjusts the focus, dozens of tiny creatures wriggle into view. Everyone gathers around, equally fascinated. Maggie, horrified, immediately declares she will never drink water again. Lady Scroll skeptically asks if those things are real, prompting Roland to begin one of his enthusiastic explanations. He tells them they are looking at protists, single-celled organisms. Even smaller things exist too, such as bacteria and viruses. Nightingale, who never paid attention in science lessons, sips her water absent-mindedly. The moment someone shouts that she's swallowing bugs, she spits it out instantly. Lily, intrigued, studies the organisms through the lens and asks where Roland learned all this. Thinking her food-preserving magic might work on water, she tries using her power only for it to surge wildly. Suddenly, microscopic organisms multiply explosively, devouring everything in the sample. Nightingale notices Lily's magic destabilizing, but before she can warn her, Lily's power condenses into a strange, shifting blob, a new form entirely. Roland checks again and sees the tiny creatures behaving as though saluting Lily. The others cheer. Lily has evolved into a third-order witch. Blushing, she admits she tried understanding the prince's tiny ball theory, and somehow it worked. Yet she still cannot grasp how the world is made of tiny particles. If rocks or steel were made of tiny balls, she argues, shouldn't they crumble like sand? Still, she is fascinated that her new microscopic bugs have purified the water. After finishing her examination, Lily summons the prince. He tells her the next step is individual testing. Only through controlled experiments can they determine how effective her evolved ability truly is. He wants to measure how long her microorganisms survive, how they behave over time, and how they react when exposed to a divine stone of judgment. If the results prove promising, Lily's new ability could transform Bordertown's medical and sanitation systems. After 3 days of testing, Roland organizes Lily's purple microorganisms into two major categories: parents and replicas. The parents are the primary organisms created directly when Lily activates her magic. As long as she continually feeds them her power, They can exist indefinitely. However, if she moves more than 5 meters away, they vanish instantly. Worse, if they enter the Divine Stone of Judgment's suppression range, they scatter like dust. The replicas, however, behave differently. They seem unaffected by the Divine Stone's influence, almost like rebellious offshoots of the parents. They share only fragments of the parents' traits, and instinctively attack harmful microorganisms, helping prevent food spoilage. But they have limitations. They cannot reproduce. They live only one day and they die instantly when exposed to boiling water. Their strength seems tied to size. The larger the replica, the weaker its longevity. Roland is thrilled nonetheless. These microscopic organisms could devour dangerous germs and viruses, becoming a powerful tool for sanitation, medicine, and sterilization. After enjoying a refreshing bath, Lily laughs at herself. She once teased the prince for his love of comfort, and now she fully appreciates the invention of showers. When she steps out, she tells Moon to bathe as well, only for Moon to smack her with a pillow, accusing her of becoming a traitor to her earlier teasing. Confused, Lily asks what she means. Moon reminds her how Lily scoffed at the prince's tiny ball theory, yet somehow evolved while using it. Lily sighs and throws the pillow back, insisting her evolution had nothing to do with atoms or theories. Roland himself told her that understanding the science is not required to evolve. Relieved, Moon timidly asks how she can better understand her own power. Her magnetic field ability is invisible and intangible, making it harder to grasp. Lily admits she has no idea. She barely understands her own power and gets headaches listening to Roland talk about bacteria. She jokes that Roland might as well write an entire textbook. Moon sulks, admitting she fears she will fall behind while everyone else improves. Lily finally smiles and tells her cryptically to take a shower to figure out her ability. Moon is baffled until Lily clarifies she should bathe with Anna. This leaves Moon flustered, but soon enough we find her in the bathhouse with Anna. The younger witch apologizes for bothering her senior during her rare free time. Anna asks gently what she wants to talk about, and reminds her that everyone, Anna, Sarah, Lily, even Maggie, is working hard to grow stronger. Feeling inferior, Moon confesses her self-doubt. Anna reassures her, every witch grows differently. Understanding oneself, one's ability, and one's path into the future takes time. She recalls how Roland guided her, helping her see that her ability wasn't cursed or dangerous, but something that could change the world. That understanding led to her own evolution. She advises Moon not to force anything. Growth will come naturally. Their serious talk shifts when Anna begins washing Moon's hair with scented shampoo, a luxury they've never experienced. Moon, embarrassed but wanting to reciprocate, nervously washes Anna's back in return. Elsewhere in town, Lady May discovers the same scented soap. Kazan Carter explains its popularity, praising its cleansing abilities and pleasant rose fragrance. May, amazed by the low cost compared to King City perfumes, sniffs it, and is pleasantly surprised. Carter buys several bars for her, much to her embarrassment, and mentions the 2-bar per person limit, offering to ask the prince for more if needed. She blushes but accepts the gift gratefully. While Carter is away selecting another small present, Lady May reflects on her life. In Longsong Fortress, she was adored on stage and recognized everywhere. She once thought she could never tolerate living in a small place like Bordertown, surrounded by people she assumed lacked refinement. Yet things are different now. She finds herself questioning her old assumptions. Carter returns with the gift, a newly crafted mirror. Seeing her reflection clearly, she is taken aback by her own beauty, something she rarely acknowledges. Carter compliments her performance, and with surprising confidence, asks if she'd like to spend more time together. His sincerity clearly affects her. That evening, after their pleasant outing, Lady May begins writing a letter to Ambassador Petrov. In it, she explains that she will not be returning to support the Honeysuckle family. Lady May decides she will not return to perform at Longsong Fortress. Instead, she will stay in Bordertown to continue studying, improving her craft, and expanding her horizons as an actress. It seems Knight Carter may no longer be alone. The next day in Bordertown, a new knight reports that the Second Army's training is progressing well. They should be ready for target practice in about a week, and by then there will be plenty of decommissioned flintlock guns for everyone. Roland looks puzzled. He has no idea who this new knight is. His advisor quietly informs him that it's Carter Lannis. Carter, embarrassed, admits he shaved his beard the night before. He begs them not to tease him, but Roland and the advisor cannot resist chuckling, wondering aloud how pursuing a girl could inspire such drastic personal changes. Back to business. Roland assures the knight there will be enough ammunition for thorough training, and instructs him to have First Army veterans supervise. After handing his advisor a list of tasks, Roland listens as Carter suggests they could make a fortune selling perfume distilled from sugarcane. It is extremely expensive in King City. After all, Roland's eyes sparkle at the mention of profit. The advisor elaborates, perfume produced by King City's Alchemy Association is a top-secret luxury item. Only about 1,000 bottles are created yearly, and few of them are ever sold. Selling perfume outside of King City could easily double its value. The advisor also notes that the scented soap recently released in Bordertown already makes bathing far more enjoyable. If they use sugarcane to produce perfume, they could sell it to Redwater City and Fallen Dragon Ridge as well. Roland is shocked to learn how cheap it is to produce perfume, little more than crushed flowers, herbs and distilled ethanol, yet the profits are staggering. Additionally, they can produce white wine and white sugar. These may not be as profitable as perfume, but they would create steady, reliable income. With his plan forming, Roland summons the city's merchants the next day. After sampling the new wine, Merchant Hawk praises its excellent quality. Margaret also enjoys the bold flavor, but her attention shifts quickly to the perfume business. She leans in to deliver the confidential information Roland asked for. She explains that since Everwinter fell to the church, the kingdom of Wolfheart has been resisting them fiercely, holding the church's army at Broken Tooth Castle for nearly 2 months. Meanwhile, the King of Dawn has reached out to Grey Castle, proposing an alliance to drive out the church and jointly defeat Hermes. Roland immediately asks how King City responded. Margaret sighs. Under Timothy's influence, Prime Minister Marquise White rejected the proposal outright. Another merchant, the Rotund One, adds more updates. Timothy is currently tied down in the eastern region and may not be able to manage other affairs. Reports have surfaced of a massive fleet landing in the Seawind region, led by Garcia Wimbledon. They have ravaged the coastline, plundering churches and leaving fjord merchants among the victims. Entire caravans have been looted, villages burned and people killed. Refugees are flooding into the eastern region. Margaret admits her own caravan has taken in many displaced families. She believes this blow will be devastating for Timothy, who only recently managed to suppress the nobles there. Concerned, Roland asks for details about the refugees. Margaret explains that unlike refugees from Everwinter or Wolfheart, people from Grey Castle rarely resort to selling themselves into slavery. Roland clarifies that he has no interest in slaves. He wants to offer food and shelter to anyone willing to settle in Bordertown. When he learns that around 10,000 refugees, mostly women and children, are gathered outside King City, he orders his men to begin screening them immediately. He wonders if they need approval from city officials, but the merchant assures him they do not. King City is already struggling with food shortages and possible riots. Margaret offers her ships to transport refugees. They strike a deal. Her shipping costs will be offset by the steam engines she previously purchased from him. Outside, the townspeople gather around Maggie, offering her food and spices for her journey to the fjords. She is moved to tears by their kindness and promises to return soon. Roland hands her a sealed letter addressed to Princess Tilly. Maggie accepts it with pride, promising to deliver it without fail. Nightingale, curious, asks why he is contacting his sister. Roland explains that he wrote to propose cooperation and requested that Tilly send a few support-type witches to help expand Bordertown. In the letter, he introduces himself not as her brother but as the ruler of the western region. Lightning then asks what Maggie will do if the witches refuse to let her return. Maggie puffs up her chest and declares that she'll simply fly back without telling anyone. The girls exchange a cheerful fist bump before parting ways. Roland watches her go with a sense of accomplishment, knowing Maggie now stands firmly on their side. As Maggie departs with her bundles of goods, Roland wishes her a safe journey. Meanwhile, Lily mutters that she might have gained weight, and Lightning, realizing she's been feeding Lily non-stop, quickly looks away in guilt. The scene shifts to a sailing ship carrying Margaret and Theo, Roland's representative. Margaret asks whether Theo was born in King City. He explains that he grew up there before joining the castle guard. She then asks how it feels to return home, but Theo replies he'd rather stay in Bordertown. He admires Prince Roland deeply. Margaret laughs and teases him, asking what exactly he knows about the prince. Theo freezes, unable to answer. Margaret explains that although Roland had a terrible reputation in King City, he is nothing like that in Bordertown. There he is courteous, insightful, and highly knowledgeable. Theo shrugs, admitting he doesn't truly know. Maybe Roland was simply hiding his true nature all along. As they talk, they arrive at King City. Seeing the chaotic crowds outside the walls, Theo asks why people are gathered there. Margaret explains that they are being fed for the moment, but she doubts the aid will continue. The strong will be chosen by nobles, while the elderly and weak will likely be abandoned. Margaret suggests recruiting refugees, but Theo advises against using soldiers. It would draw too much unwanted attention. Instead, he tells her to bring his men along. He already has a plan. He reveals that in the past, when he joined the castle guard, he worked with an underground network called the Rats. They handled the kingdom's dirty work and maintained its equilibrium. Theo intends to find them through old contacts. While walking through the city, he glimpses the bodies of young women hanging at the gallows. Troubled, he presses on until he reaches a middleman who agrees to connect him with the Rats. Inside, Theo is introduced to a girl and a man called Fox. Theo is shocked. Fox once belonged to a respected noble family. The middleman explains that Fox gambled away everything, abandoned his wife, and fled. Theo wastes no time. He tells them that King City plans to cut food relief for refugees. Riots will break out soon. If the city falls into chaos, it will be difficult to drive people out. Their task is simple. They must circulate a rumor that the western region is reclaiming empty lands, and that the local lord welcomes refugees. The rumor must also claim that mercenaries and fleets will arrive in 3 days, giving people a reason to flee before riots begin. One member points out that without actual mercenaries, no one will believe the rumor. Theo assures them mercenaries will come. Someone questions whether the western region is truly taking refugees in. The middleman knocks him on the head, reminding him that the entire point is to get people headed west. He promises everyone a hefty payment for their efforts, which excites the group. When asked whether the young girl will participate, she confidently says she can do the job herself. The boy beside her warns that King's orders are to execute witches on sight, meaning any girl could be targeted. Theo suddenly realizes the girls he saw hanging at the gallows were all witches. He silently prays for Roland to become king soon. Only he, Theo believes, has the strength to change things. News of a ship bound for the western region spreads quickly. Many refugees begin considering immigration. 2 young women discuss heading west when one suddenly notices a black mark forming on her palm. At the same time, screams erupt from nearby tents. People collapse, clutching themselves in pain as a strange infection sweeps across the camp. They beg for help. Outside the church, terrified citizens gather as priests proclaim that witches are responsible for the plague. They promise to destroy the witches and protect the people. A priest dramatically announces the creation of a holy medicine. Desperate for hope, the crowd erupts in relief. He then demands complete devotion to the church, in exchange for the cure. Fear overwhelms reason. People pledge themselves immediately, unquestioning. Back with Margaret and Theo. Margaret expresses skepticism. She finds it suspicious that witches would be blamed for such a plague. After all, the divine stone of judgment suppresses witch powers completely. If witches could spread plagues so easily, Hermes would have been destroyed long ago. Long ago, the first victim of this mysterious illness had been found lying by the roadside, covered in ominous black spots. He looked nearly dead. It now becomes clear that this is the same airborne poison the Pope once ordered Priest Maine to use on King City, a contagion that spreads from decomposing corpses, drifting through the air, infecting anyone nearby without needing to be ingested. No wonder only the church conveniently has a cure. Margaret and Theo have no understanding of the disease, so they begin piecing together what they know. Theo explains that herbal treatments were ineffective, and that the victim's blood turned entirely black. Even worse, he admits that some refugees outside King City, and even some he helped send westward, were unknowingly infected. Because he never warned the rats about the disease, they moved infected people onto the ships without knowing the danger. He takes responsibility, telling Margaret he halted all further movements of refugees, but the ships that already sailed may still be carrying afflicted passengers. He urges her to urgently report this to Prince Roland. Margaret assures him she will. Merchants spread information faster than anyone. Meanwhile, on one of the ships carrying refugees, people are growing feverish. The girl from earlier is now bedridden, while another girl offers her water. A man warns her to keep her distance. The black spots have reached the sick girl's neck. Crew members themselves have begun collapsing. The atmosphere grows thick with despair. One man declares that nothing will save them. Another counters firmly that it will matter. They have Prince Roland on their side. Back in Border Town, Knight Carter rallies the soldiers, reminding them to stay alert. Refugees from the eastern region will arrive soon. Roland is equally serious. After hearing infected people may be approaching, he prepares fully. Lily has mastered her disinfection technique and is ready to treat patients. Temporary infirmary camps are constructed in advance. When the afflicted refugees finally arrive, they are escorted into tents. To prevent panic, the victims are blindfolded so they cannot see Lily's magic at work. Roland even has a counter built to keep them at a safe distance during treatment. The first patient is a Bordertown soldier who had been aboard an infected ship. Lily begins her work as Roland observes closely. When she finishes, Roland asks the soldier how he feels. The man starts to answer normally, until he recognizes Roland's voice. Shocked, he salutes with bright enthusiasm, saying he feels much better. Roland asks Lily for clarification. She explains that the black spots are not magical contamination. They are symptoms of sepsis causing cyanosis. Even after her bugs kill the Yersinia pestis bacteria, the spots take time to fade. Roland instructs the soldier to gather others and send them in groups of 10. The soldier thanks Nana, but Roland corrects him with a smile. This is Lily's work. Nana handles bleeding injuries. Lily handles infection. The soldier immediately bows to Lily in gratitude. She blushes, looking for once both touched and awkward, insisting she doesn't need recognition. Roland laughs and teasingly asks why she's so red, giving her a gentle pat on the head. Nightingale suddenly enters, saying she saw something strange. She explains that inside the victim's blood, faint magical glimmers were present, tiny star-like lights she has never seen before. Roland examines the sample under the microscope and spots mucus-like organisms writhing inside. Nightingale firmly concludes that anything involving magic that isn't caused by witches must trace back to the church, just like those pills. Meanwhile, Lily's microbes immediately attack the mucus-filled organisms, tearing through them. Roland has also prepared a separate building where Nana treats severely wounded patients. With both witches working tirelessly, he believes Bordertown can contain this epidemic. He hopes that one day these girls will stand on stage to receive the applause they deserve instead of quietly healing people behind closed tents. Suddenly, he notices Nightingale nodding off. When he tries to wake her, she starts speaking nonsensically, smiling brightly as she reveals something surprising. The Witch Union will soon welcome a new member. Dusk settles. The implication hangs in the air. We see the same young girl sitting on the ground as a soldier kindly offers her food. She thanks him warmly, still confused about why she had to wear a blindfold before entering the tent. But after that mysterious treatment, she and the others feel significantly better. Tears of relief form in her eyes. After losing both parents and struggling to survive, all she wants now is to stay alive with her little sister. As it turns out, one of the two sisters is a witch, exactly why Nightingale hinted earlier about a new witch joining their ranks. Right on cue, she appears silently behind the sisters. Introducing herself as a witch, Nightingale fascinates the older girl. The girl responds politely, giving her name Lucia White. Without hesitation, she expresses her desire to join the Witch Union. Nightingale accepts and offers to take her home, adding that Prince Roland wishes to meet her as well. Later that night, inside the castle, Roland examines various objects beside him, materials related to Lucia's ability. The specifics of her power remain unclear, but she had demonstrated it earlier on a simple cup. Lucia nervously apologizes for possibly damaging it, but Roland reassures her and asks whether she can apply her ability to other objects as well. Before she can answer, her stomach growls loudly. Mortified, she lowers her head, but Nightingale laughs and decides they should get her dinner first before continuing the examination. Roland, amused, declares that they will host a feast that very night. At dinner, all the witches gather around the table. Wendy formally welcomes Lucia into the Union, and the others surround her with warmth that immediately melts her guarded heart. Wendy offers her grilled meat, praising Anna's cooking skill. Lightning hands her a cup of fine wine, insisting she enjoy as much as she likes. Wendy gently pats her shoulder, telling her to seek help anytime she needs it. The lively atmosphere and genuine kindness leave Lucia feeling as though she has finally found a home. Meanwhile, the younger sister, having just woken from her nap, asks Lucia how she's feeling. Lucia replies shyly that she's starving. Her older sister assures her that food is on the way and leaves to fetch the grilled fish Nightingale gave her. The little one finally notices they're no longer on the ship. Lucia explains that they've arrived in the western region, in Bordertown, and that the witches serving the Lord cured her. They're inside the castle now, where everyone treats them kindly without prejudice. She even explains the concept of bathrooms and that Nightingale bathed her while she was unconscious, something that still amazes her. As she eats her dried fish happily, Lucia tells her sister everything about Bordertown's atmosphere. The younger one teasingly asks if Lucia will be sleeping with the prince now that she's working for him. Lucia nearly explodes, scolding her sister and demanding where she learned such things. The girl sheepishly admits that their late mother told her, and that was why she never allowed their father to hire pretty maids, since he used to be quite the flirt. The mention of their parents makes Lucia emotional for a moment. Ever since they died, she never felt she truly belonged anywhere. Now that she and her sister finally have a safe place, she worries her questionable ability may not be useful to Prince Roland. Instead of restoring objects, she tends to deconstruct them, reducing the prince's cup into its elemental components. She fears he may deem her worthless and evict them both. The next morning, Lucia stands before a table filled with assorted objects. Roland asks her to restore the first item. She agrees enthusiastically and activates her power. Nightingale can't help noticing how cheerful Roland seems today. He admits he's thrilled. Lucia's ability could finally allow them to make real breakthroughs in smelting and manufacturing. He launches into technical explanations, so dense even Nightingale's eyes glaze over. Once Lucia finishes the first object, Roland hands her others, grapes, a steak, and jokingly urges her to recreate some steamed buns before Nightingale eats them all. Lucia laughs at their banter and eagerly continues experimenting with her unique ability. When Lucia finishes restoring the items, she admits she's completely drained of magic. Roland checks the steamed buns she reconstructed and explains that once gluten proteins are heated during steaming, the chemical changes are irreversible. Even if the dough is broken back down into powder, it should never regain its original smooth texture. Yet somehow, Lucia restored the flour almost perfectly. Then he examines the iron ingot. If her ability were purely restoration, it should have reverted into iron ore, but instead, it decomposed into iron powder and other impurities. Meanwhile, the steak and grapes show no change at all. It seems she struggles with organic matter or living structures. From these results, Roland concludes her ability has two sides, restoration and decomposition, but both depend entirely on her knowledge. Nightingale praises Lucia, amazed that someone so young, someone not even of age yet, possesses such an extraordinary gift. Roland immediately hands Lucia a job contract. She barely reads it, simply thrilled that she and her sister can stay in the castle. Roland reassures her that her place in Border Town isn't determined solely by her magic. The Witch Union supports its own, and every witch has unique strengths. He has no doubt she'll find where she belongs. A few days later, the council gathers to plan their upcoming campaign near King's City. Roland warns that this battle will be unlike any they've faced. They will be fighting on unfamiliar ground. He unfolds a map. The red square marks King's City. The blue lines are the surrounding canals. He assigns two primary tasks. First, protect the witches, heal the refugees, and return them safely to Border Town. Second, prevent the epidemic from spreading inside King's City. He outlines the plan. Set up a lookout post at a high vantage point overlooking the port. Disguise soldiers as caravan mercenaries, escort cured refugees onto ships, and rely heavily on Lily's purification ability. Everyone will haul river water, and Lily will cleanse it before distributing it to the sick. Roland stresses two rules. No one boards a ship without drinking purified water. Never use boiled water for purification. The dirtier the water, the more harmful microorganisms it contains, and the more Lily's beneficial microbes can replace them. Roland reveals the truth. The church caused the epidemic. They allowed it to spread through King's City while hoarding the cure, wanting to appear as saviors. He vows to expose their lies. This time, they will bring the church's schemes crashing down. Meanwhile, in King's City, Theo informs Margaret that Roland intends to move all infected refugees to the western region. He needs enough ships to transport everyone within 3 days. Not just 1 or 2 fleets, but dozens. Margaret calls it impossible. Even if half the refugees died, at least 5,000 would remain. Moving that many people in 3 days would require nearly 100 ships. It would cost thousands of gold royals, far more than steam engines could offset. But Theo was prepared for this. He hands her a sealed letter from Roland, detailing the financial plan. He adds that failure to evacuate in 3 days may result in the church intervening, turning the situation disastrous. After reading the letter, Margaret falls silent, then calmly asks one question. When do you need the ships ready? Whatever Roland wrote convinced her instantly. The scene shifts to the fjords, where church outposts come under attack by Tilly's witches. Leading the charge is Lady Ashe and her squad. Arrows fly toward them, anti-demon arrows, but Ashe orders her team to clean up quickly. Without hesitation, she launches herself skyward and lands atop the enemy wall. With swift, decisive strikes, she cuts through the soldiers. A knight attempts to target her with a specialty arrow, but a fat black crow, who suspiciously resembles Maggie, rips out his eye before he can fire. Reinforcements arrive, and Ashe rallies them. Once every priest in the fjords is eliminated, no one will remain to ridicule witches or persecute them in the church's name. Moments later, Ashe finishes clearing the outpost. A jar of pills rolls across the floor near the severed hand of a knight. He calls her a demon, words she refuses to tolerate. With a single strike, she cuts him down. The area is now fully cleared. The witches cheer in triumph. By destroying every church outpost around the fjords, they have carved out a secure home for themselves. Back on Sleeping Island, Princess Tilly is ecstatic. Maggie already delivered news of their victory in advance. She flies faster than any ship could ever sail. Ashe asks where Maggie is now, and Tilly reveals she has already left for the western region. She has made a friend there and, if not for their campaign against the church, would likely have reached Border Town already. Tilly admits she is curious about Roland and the witches in Border Town and wants to meet them. Ashe wonders if she made a mistake by letting Maggie stay there, but Tilly reassures her. Maggie is the reason they can communicate with the western region at all. Tilly also mentions she sent her response letter to Roland, and asks Ashe to guess what she wrote. Confidently, Ashe predicts Tilly rejected his request to send witches, since the sea journey alone is dangerous. To Ashe Sep's shock, Tilly smiles and says, "That Sep's wrong." Ashe nearly chokes on her breath. Tilly explains that she agreed to Roland's request. In her reply letter, she even described the abilities of several support-type witches, and expressed her willingness to send a small group to Border Town. She sees it as an opportunity for exploration and knowledge, something that will help both sides grow stronger and deepen their friendship. Ashe, however, remains unconvinced. She argues that sending witches across dangerous seas is too risky. Tilly gently but firmly counters, since both their groups are enemies of the church, forming an alliance gives them more strength, not less. If they are to be friends, then they should show goodwill toward one another. More importantly, according to Maggie's report, witches can evolve their abilities through the accumulation of knowledge. Sending witches to study alongside Roland's group could greatly benefit Sleeping Island. Ashe still protests, but Tilly reassures her she won't personally travel to Border Town until everything is confirmed. She also brings up Sister Sylvie, whose uncanny ability allows her to see through disguises, whether makeup or magical illusions. With Sylvie around, they would easily uncover Roland's true identity if anything seems suspicious. Above all, Tilly says she trusts Ash. No matter the danger, she believes her friend will always remain by her side. Ash falls silent, unable to sway the princess. Tilly decides to pause the conversation until Maggie returns with more detailed reports. For now, she has another priority. Ash asks what she means, and the princess finally reveals her plan. Outside the mainland, within Fjord territory, lies Shadow Island, the source of most of the magic stones they have obtained. Now that the church's outposts are gone, Tilly wants to investigate the ruins there firsthand. Hearing this, Ash immediately asks whether she means the infamous ruins known as Ghost Red River, the same ruins said to appear and disappear unpredictably, surrounded by violent currents and mysterious sea creatures. Many explorers have died attempting to reach them, leaving little information and endless rumors. Ash admits she has no idea how they will safely study such a treacherous place. Tilly then reveals her final card. There is an outsider, an explorer currently staying on Sleeping Island, who was the first to discover those shifting ruins. He knows the path, and he will be the one guiding them into Shadow Island. If you'd like, I can continue with the next segment as soon as you send it.